I'm going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. We are so excited to have you. You are in for an adventure. You are in for a journey this weekend because I'm going to make you a very bold promise right now. Some of you have already heard my bold promise, but you know what? Everyone's going to hear it now. My bold promise for you is this. If you play full out for the next 2 days, type 2 days in the comments. If you are all in, your life is never going to be the same again. By the end of the day tomorrow, you are going to be a completely different person than you are right now. That's not to say you're not an amazing person right now, but you're going to be you 2.0, because over the course of the weekend, you're going to learn what type of modeling you qualify for. You're going to learn how to finance your life, your dream, your vision with an ultimate blueprint for success, for ultimate wealth. You are going to learn how to use your family, faith, and education to create an acting framework, a career framework that's going to elevate your success. We are going to talk to you about who the industry is for and who it's not for, because you know what? We understand this isn't for everyone, okay? We understand that. This is for winners. This industry is for winners. This industry is for action takers. This industry is for people who take this seriously. So if that sounds like you, if you are someone who's a winner, if you are excited, then type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay. Give me 1 second here. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. Awesome. So, sorry, I got distracted by the chat there for a moment. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do. I want you to understand that I want you to play it full out. So everyone get out your notebook. Everyone get out. I have, like, look at me. I'm kicking it old school with the composition notebook. My 12th grade teacher is so excited right now. Okay, pull out your notebooks. I want everyone to have a notebook and a pen. You're going to be taking notes all weekend. Whether this is your first boot camp or you've done multiple boot camps, you are going to be taking notes all weekend. Okay, throughout the weekend, I'm going to ask you guys to drink water. Okay, I'm not doing that because I want you to take potty breaks. I'm going to be asking you to drink water because your body is comprised mostly of water. So if you start to feel sluggish, I'm gonna go for the espresso later too, but instead of going for the espresso, go to hydrate yourself. This is what your body is made of, okay? I'm gonna ask you to respond in the comments. You guys are already doing amazing with that, okay? I want you guys, your full attention right here. So if you're someone who's easily distracted, turn off the comments, okay? But let's get started. So how many of you think that you can do this on your own? How many of you think, you know what, you don't need any help being a part of the entertainment industry? Does anyone feel that way? No, because you know what, if you felt that way, you wouldn't be here. So what I want to talk to you guys about is my experience with the impact mentors made on my life. Okay, so 6 years ago, if you would have told me that I'd be standing here right now hosting this boot camp, I would have laughed in your face. Okay, I was working in a dental office. Can you imagine me working in a dental office? It was crazy, but I used to work in a dental office. Okay, and I knew nothing about the entertainment industry. Like, I knew I would watch a movie on occasion, but this wasn't my passion. I had no desire to become a part of the entertainment industry. But then I got a phone call from someone. His name is Michael Fonkin. You'll meet him probably in about 30 minutes. And he said, "Hey, Deneen, I have a challenge for you. I got challenged by my mentor, Russell Brunson, to host a podcast. And I want you to host a podcast for my company." And I was like, "Mike, I'm an introvert. Like, what are you thinking?" And he was like, "Okay." And then he said to me, I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, I really don't know anything about the entertainment industry." And he's like, "Uh-huh." I was like, "Mike, I've never hosted a podcast." He's like, "What? You're not up for the challenge?" And I was like, "Heck yes, I am. I'm German and Italian. So if you say challenge, like, I rise, it doesn't matter what." And the reason I'm telling you this story is because Mike saw something in me that I didn't see yet in myself. That's the power of a mentor. And both Mike's guidance and Alicia's guidance, that's why I'm standing here right now. Some of the people that you're going to meet over the course of the weekend have helped to mentor me and guide my life. And that's why I'm standing here. So this is what I want you to understand. One of the most important things you can do before you're even like, no matter where you are in the entertainment industry, is get yourself a mentor. This morning, I was watching a documentary before we even got on boot camp about an actress who was in an Academy Award nominated film with Leonardo DiCaprio and with Robert De Niro that was directed by Martin Scorsese. And when she was talking, like before she was even in that film, she was in another film, and it was an independent film. And when she was talking about her experience, the word that kept coming up in my head is mentor, mentor, mentor. How many of you would love to be mentored by someone like Martin Scorsese or someone like Leonardo DiCaprio or Robert De Niro or Alicia Kayback or Michael Fumpkin? How many of you would love that opportunity? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Over my years, I've been mentored by a lot of different people. And with each and every person who mentored me, there was a common theme. First of all, when I chose mentors, well, sometimes, how many of you have ever had a mentor choose you? Like you're just like going, you're like, okay, well, it's kind of like Bilbo Baggins, right? How many of you are familiar with Lord of the Rings? Right? Like he's just sitting there sipping his tea in his little hobbit hole. And then all of a sudden he gets a call to action. He's like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. But then he's like, okay, you know what? I have to do this. And then the next thing you know, he's on a great adventure and he's saving the world, right? He's going out and he's changing the world. And then he comes back. And when he comes back, he changes other people's lives. That's the value of having a mentor in your life, because mentors show you where you need to go. Mentors see something in you that you don't necessarily see in yourself. How many of you have someone like that in your life right now? No, none of you, some of you? Okay, well, if you're working with VIP Ignite, I would hope you would raise your hands, but that's okay. But what I want you guys to understand is this. So many times in life, you're going to find yourself pursuing a goal, pursuing a dream, pursuing something, and you can't do this on your own. There's no way I would be standing here if Michael and Alicia, and we're going to hear from Mark Christopher Lawrence later today, if he didn't take me under his wing. Tomorrow you're going to hear from Tanya Kleckner, who's a major agent in LA, Ryan Colby. My first podcast that I ever hosted was with the former art director of Vogue. How many of you would think that was like the scariest experience of my whole entire life up until that point? Absolutely. But what I want you to understand is that when you're choosing a mentor, you have to be very wise on who you choose. If you're choosing a mentor, you want to choose someone who's been where you want to go. Okay. How many of you have a clear idea of where you want to go? Like what are your goals in the entertainment industry? Type them in the comments. Type them in the comments. You all. Okay. Jackson Joseph. I love that. Platinum hit record. Okay. So you want to hang out with people that have done that, right? You want to hang out with people who are able to guide you with that, right? You want to sing and be an actress model. Great. That's all. You want to do it all. Okay. I don't know exactly what that means, but want to be the greatest actor to change the world to be a better place. I love that. That's awesome. You want to, oh, okay. Got it. I want to act in films and TV. I'd love to be a well-rounded performer, to be a successful actress and model. Actors, author, actress, model. You want to help people. You want to pick up steady gigs. You want to go to California and everyone that's been in the company. Okay. Oh, go California. Okay. You want to inspire others. You want to do magazines, movies. That's awesome. So how many of you know that there's actually a framework that you can follow to make that happen? And that's what we're going to be talking about over the course of this weekend. We're going to be talking about that framework. Here at VIP Ignite, we've helped over 10,000 people achieve those goals. We currently have an actor who is on the Roadhouse on Amazon. He was discovered at a VIP Ignite event. Okay, we literally have people represented on every major TV show in ads. I'm going to go over some of those stories later. But if that's what you're looking for, you are in the right place. Type, I am in the right place. I want you guys to understand that, because we're here at VIP Ignite. We help actors, models, and musicians create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. How many of you can say, you know what, I need some more tools? You know, maybe I'm okay, but I need some more tools. How many of you need some more resources? Maybe you don't even know where to start. Maybe you don't even know where to begin with what you want. We can help you with that. Maybe you need connections. Maybe you're like, you know what, Deneen, I've been doing this for like 30 years. I'm in SAG. I just need more connections. We're going to help you with that. That's what we do. And we're really good at what we do. Okay. I'm proof of that. I would love for every one of you not right now, but later on to go listen to that first podcast that I ever did and then come back and be like, whoa, the same person, are you? Because what we do works. What we do works. Yeah, Coffee in the Green Room or the VIP Ignite Live podcast. Trust me, you go back and listen and then come back tomorrow. You'll be like, whoa, Denise, I can't even believe that you're the same person. Because you know what? I can't believe that I'm the same person. I go back. How many of you go through Facebook and you see all of your memories and you're like, oh, how is that me? That's crazy. I can't even believe that that's me. That's wow. I have that experience nearly on a daily basis. All right, I wanted to wrap, but now I'm more than 20 back. That's awesome. That's great. That's amazing. Because you know what? The possibilities are endless. You just need the right mentors. You need the right tools, right resources, right connections. Okay. All right. So are you guys ready for the artwork part of our day? All right. So what I want to talk to you about is like a lot of times people are like, okay, can you guys see my whiteboard? Someone give me a thumbs up if you can.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So one of the analogies that I really like to talk about is climbing a mountain. So not too long ago, I had the opportunity to sit down with someone who's actually climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. And you know what he's going to be doing? In 2025, he is going to be climbing the tallest mountain in Antarctica. Okay. So I've done this presentation a couple times and it made so much more sense when I spoke to him. Okay. So let's talk about your career. Okay. How many of you have ever had the desire to climb a mountain? Has anyone ever had the desire to climb a mountain? When I was younger, my friends and I always said we were Mount Everest women, that it would take a lot in order for anyone to actually like get to know us because we knew that people would have to elevate to be a part of our lives. So I want you guys to think about this. Okay. If you wanted to climb a mountain, there are 4 things that you need. Okay. And if you've been through this process a couple times, you guys can certainly type it in the comments. Okay. But I don't like heights. You know what? I'm not a huge fan of heights either, but I can tell you some stories about that. Okay. All right. So what are some things that you think you would need if you wanted to climb to the top of a mountain? What are some things that you think you would need? Type it in the comments. You cheaters. You would need a guide. You would need a plan. You would need water. You would need rope, water, materials, gear, maps, supplies. Okay. You guys are real good. You have no idea what to do here. Okay, we'll just go along with it. You would need instruction. You would need experience, right? You would need a mule. I don't think you would take a mule to the top of the mountain. Trail guide, water. Okay, so these things can all be broken down into a couple different categories. So I think you would definitely need a guide, right? You would need someone to show you how to get up there, right? The next thing you would need, you're saying like water, stuff like that. So we're going to put that under supplies. Oops, let's learn how to type. Okay, and then someone said rope. Okay, so we're going to call rope, we're going to call that equipment. Okay, we're going to call that equipment. Oops, why is this? We're going to call rope equipment here. Okay, and then the last thing that you would need endurance, right? How would you get endurance? Like if you needed endurance, how would you get endurance? You would do training, right? Awesome. Okay. So here you are, you're at the bottom of the mountain, you're getting ready to climb, and like now we know what we need. Okay. So we need all of these things here. So out of all of the things that you need, which is the first thing that you would need? Okay, here we are. We're climbing a mountain. We're going to be excited. I'm going to draw a smiley face. Okay. So what's the first thing that you would need? You would need training. Okay. Yeah, a Yeti. You would need training. Okay, that's great. Yeah, you definitely are going to need training, but let me ask you a question. If you need the training, Would you just like go out and Google it? Would you go to like Google University and say, okay, I'm climbing a mountain, I need training? Is that what you would do? How do you know what kind of training that you would need? How do you know what kind of training that you would need? You would seek an expert, right? Yeah, you would. So the first thing you would probably need enroll in a class. Yeah, but how do you know what class to enroll in? Yeah, you would need a guide. The first thing you would need is a guide, right? Can everyone agree the first thing you would need if you're going to climb a mountain is you would need a guide? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you agree with that. Yes. Okay, awesome. Okay, so you need a guide. So let me ask you a question. Now if you go online, you're like, climb a mountain, find a guide. You're going to find a lot of different people. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Would you want a guide who is like, okay, you know what? I think I can do this. I think I can get us to the top of this mountain. Like I've done it once, but I'm not really that experienced. And I live in the United States, but we're climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. Okay. Would you want that person? That's person 1. Or would you want person 2 who, you know what? I actually live on the mountain. I am a Sherpa. I actually know what I'm doing. I've been to the top of the mountain. I've guided 5,000 people to the top of the mountain successfully. And you know what? I know this mountain. I know every inch of the mountain. So would you want person number 1 who's like, oh my God, I totally want to do this? Or do you want person number 2 who's like, you know what? I've done this successfully. 1 or 2, type that in the comments. Right? You want person number 2. So when you're looking for a guide, kind of like I was talking about with a mentor, you want someone who's been where you want to go, right? Does that make sense? You want someone who's been where you want to go. Okay. So now we have that. Okay. Let's go to number 2. So now we have the guide. Okay, great. So what do we need after we have the guide? Do we need the supplies, the equipment, or the training? Do you need the supplies, the equipment, or the training? Yeah, you're gonna need the training, right? You're gonna absolutely need the training because let me tell you something. When you climb to the top of the mountain, you need endurance. You can't just like roll up. Like if I rolled up to a mountain right now, I was like, hey, okay, I'm gonna climb up. Let's go. I'd be in a lot of trouble because I haven't trained for it. You need training, right? So you need to make sure that you have the endurance. You need to know like how to regulate the oxygen. You have to know how to do all of these things, right? So you have to make sure that you're training. Like my friend Sir Darren, who is climbing to the top of the mountain in Antarctica, he's training right now. Like he's doing all these biohacking things every day when I'm interacting with him, I see him and like he's hooked up to machines. Like he's optimizing his body right now to make sure that he can get to the top of that mountain. Okay, so now we know we need the training. Okay, the next thing, do we need supplies or equipment? The next thing you would probably need would be what? You would need the equipment, right? You would definitely need the equipment because as you're training, you need to learn how to use the equipment. You need to learn how to use the oxygen tanks. You need to learn how to use like what shoes to get, like how do you put them on, like socks. Something for us that's so easy as socks. Like what socks do you wear? How do you change your socks? You need all of these things, right? And then the next thing you're going to need is supplies. Okay, you need to make sure you have enough water, you have enough oxygen, you have enough food because you know what? Climbing the mountain isn't a one-day project, okay? It's going to take you a couple days and there's no Ritz-Carlton like halfway up the mountain. So you're going to need supplies. And that's where the training also comes in because you're going to be carrying all of the stuff on your back. Okay. But this is what I want you guys to think about. Okay. As you're climbing the mountain, there are different base camps that you go to, right? There are different checkpoints. There are different checkpoints that you're going to go to as you're going up the mountain until you get to the top. And here's the thing, like not everyone can climb together at once, right? So you might be starting today, okay? But then there's going to be someone who's going to be a little further ahead of you because they've been training a little bit longer, right? They've had their mentor, they've had their guide a little bit longer. And then there's going to be people that are up on this camp. Okay. And then there are going to be people ahead of you. There are going to be people there are going to be a lot of people that have gone ahead of you. Okay. And here's the value of having people that have gone ahead of you that you meet. They can tell you what to expect also, right? Your guide's done this, but the value of having the people as you're climbing up is the value of having community. You can learn from them. If there's something going on at this base camp, you know they're going to send word down so that you're not walking in blind. Okay, but I want you to think about this with your career, okay? You're here because you guys want to be actors, models, and musicians, or maybe you are and you've hit a plateau. Maybe you've hit a plateau in your life. Like you're like, okay, you know what? This is as far as I've gotten. I need to scale the mountain, but this is where I am right now, Deneen. Like, how do I get beyond that plateau? The way you get beyond that plateau is by having a mentor in your life that can help you, that sees where you are. They see the potential in you. They see who you are and what you can do. But maybe they have to push you along, right? How many of you have ever had a coach in your life? How many of you have ever played sports? Or maybe you've played musical instruments in bands. Maybe you've been in choir. Maybe you've done theater, like even in school. A lot of you, right? A lot of you have done that. So this is what I want you to think about. Like, think about the people that have gone before you. Think about the people that when you were in those environments, how did they help you forward, right? When I was in high school, I played tennis. I was the captain of my tennis team. And I hated my tennis coach because he pushed me so hard. He saw something in me that I didn't see in myself, right? So we would go in August and be, okay, it's time to get started. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm like, okay, I got my tennis racket. I got my cute skirt. Let's go. I got a new bag for my tennis racket. I got a cute water bottle. Let's do this, right? And he'd like put all that down and do suicides. I'd be like, excuse me? What do you want me to do? They're do suicides, run back and forth. I'm like, why do I have to run back and forth? Like in the entertainment industry, with our talent that we work with, we give them challenges. And sometimes they look at me like, Deneen, I don't know if you understand this or not, but I'm trying to be an actor. Why do you want me to do stand-up comedy and an open mic night? I'm like, well, because it's going to help you grow. The value of having a mentor, the value of having a guide in your life that's gone where you want to go is this. We're able to see the pitfalls before you get to them, right? How many of you have children? Does anyone have children on here? How many of you, like, your kid comes up to you and they're like, okay, let's do this. And you're like, well, you know, maybe it's not the best idea because of X, Y, Z, because you have that experience, right? Or if you don't have children, how many of you are a child of someone, right? I don't see Jesus on here. So everyone was born, whether or not, like, it doesn't matter, right? But what I want you guys to understand is this. In this industry, you need mentors because there are a lot of landmines, okay? But the point of having a mentor is allowing us to guide you to where you want to go, okay? So think about this. VIP Ignite, we've won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. We just won an award that is coveted throughout entrepreneurship. And it's not only because Mike is a genius and Alicia's a genius, but it's because we help talent create their own success. And I want you guys to think about that. If you are here, like, if you're here and this is truly what you believe in, this is what you feel. How many of you are here because you feel you were called to be an actor? You were called to be a model. You were called to be a musician. Like, ever since you were a little kid, there was that thing inside of you that just kept saying, you're not ordinary. You're extraordinary. You're not ordinary. You're extraordinary. How many of you feel that? How many of you feel that? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. The only way that you're going to get to that point where you live in that fullness is by having a mentor, by investing in yourself. Whether that's time, whether that's finances, it doesn't matter. Because let me tell you something. Does anyone know how much it costs to climb to the top of a mountain? Does anyone think it's free? Does anyone think it's free? Here, let's Google. How much does it cost? Here, we'll Google it together. How much does it cost to climb to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro? Okay. Does anyone want to hazard a guess of how much it's going to cost? Let's see here. Just for the like, if you want to work with someone who barely even knows what they're doing, you're looking at least $2,000. That doesn't include that doesn't include you getting the permits that you need. That doesn't include the time. That doesn't include you flying there. This is what I want you to understand. Anything that you do in life, you have to invest in. And let me tell you something. The moment you start doing that and you start elevating, it's going to be absolutely amazing for you. So that's why you're here today. How many of you are here today because you're ready to climb to the top of the mountain, which is your career? How many of you are ready for that? If you are, type me in the comments. If you are, type me in the comments. Awesome. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We have a lot in store for you today. We have a lot. And I am so excited about this day. We have so many amazing speakers. We have people that you've not heard from before. We have some of our favorite trainings. We're going to be talking about script analysis. We're going to be talking about what type of modeling you qualify for, how to finance your life, your dream, your vision. We're going to talk about faith, family, and education, your acting career framework. But we have to start with modeling. So let me ask you a question. How many of you know that you are a model? How many of you know that? How many of you know what type of modeling you qualify for? If I put you out there right now, how many of you know what type of modeling you qualify for? How many of you are like, Danita, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's no way I'm a model. Look at me. Okay, well, if that's you, we're going to work on your mindset later. But before we do that, are you guys ready to hear from our first speaker?
Deneen, I actually wanted to show something really quick. So if they wanted to climb to Mount Kilimanjaro, you have to pay for the park fees, gear, guides, travel, logistics, expenses, plus then oxygen rental, because you can't do it on your own. So I wanted to show that for anybody who thought that they could do it. Bragging rights.
Not only that, I mean, just the cost of a real Sherpa to get you to the top of the mountain. But the thing is,
where
like,
would you even go to hire that? That's like asking an Academy Award winner to train you. Where would you even go to find that? Oh,
exactly.
VIP Ignite. That's why you're here.
Yay! Awesome. All right. Okay, so are you guys ready to learn what type of modeling you qualify for? Okay, so let me introduce our first speaker of the day. So Michael Fonkin is a visionary entrepreneur investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he won the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition, his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Michael is also the best-selling author of the book Finding Fame, #1 on Amazon in the arts and entertainment industry. He's also co-authoring a book with Brian Tracy and Michael Gerber. And together, he and Alicia won the 10X Award for ClickFunnels. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fonkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's get started. So we'll keep this show on the road. You guys are in for a real treat. I'm looking at the sheet for today and tomorrow. Got a lot of really powerful speakers on here. And speaking of climbing mountains, for those of you who are in San Diego, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago? Mark Victor Hansen was one of the speakers there that you guys got to meet. That for the people who were there. He actually climbed Mount Kilimanjaro when he was younger, which is an interesting fact. So you got to meet somebody who's been to the top of the world. Didn't even realize it. I didn't even know that either. We were talking about it because Sir Darren was one of our speakers from the last boot camp, had just climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, climbed Mount Everest, and now he's working on the mountain. I forget what it is in Antarctica. It's like one of the coldest places on Earth that he's going to be scaling. So, yeah, mountain climbing. That's the way to go. It's really surrounding yourself with the right people and, having the best people in your life to help you get from where you are to where you want to be is the fastest path to success. All right, so let's start off. Today's about foundation. We got a lot of really amazing speakers, so we're probably going really deep at the foundation today, especially Mark Christopher Lawrence. I'm really looking forward to that one. And then also the speaker that's coming up after me, how to finance your life, your dream, your vision, the ultimate blueprint for ultimate wealth. She's going to be phenomenal. She's going to knock your socks off. And for a lot of you guys who may be struggling financially, she's really going to be a big help for you guys to really understand how people build wealth and all the steps and tools and resources and how to do that, no matter where you are financially right now, because everyone has to start someplace, right? All right, so let's get started. So, all right, this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And we always like starting this off. We're always including this usually on day one, because for a lot of people that are brand new, a lot of times the biggest questions always is, where do I fit into the modeling industry? And most people have a lot of misconceptions, especially if you've never worked behind the scenes and you're just kind of familiar with TV and film and magazines and so forth. So this will kind of lay out the whole framework. And by the end of the presentation, my goal is for you to have a better understanding of where you could possibly fit into the industry. So obviously the world has changed, right? The world is always consistently changing. The fastest way to grow is to understand that everything changes and everything ends. The moment you accept that, you will live a very much happier life. Things end and things change. And a lot of times people always object to change. They object to things coming to an end. They just don't really need to deal with it. And at the end of the day, it's all about mindset, right? Once you have a new mindset, you're going to have new results. Alicia always like to say is, a lot of times people try to get into this industry and they keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And it's kind of like insanity, right? You're doing the same things over and over again, and you're expecting a different result. If you're not getting the results that you want, you make small changes, right? And the fastest way to figure out how to get, again, where you are to where you want to be is by surrounding yourself with the right people. You guys, over the course of the weekend, we're going to show you a lot of new tools, a lot of new systems that we have, a lot of really exciting events that we have coming up. So for those who want to break into the industry, this is like definitely the place you want to be for the next 2 weeks. I mean, next 2 days. So in today's world, it's all about diversity, right? Different ages, different types, different looks, different ethnicities, and so forth. Everyone has to start someplace in the industry, and in today's world, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, and so forth. It's all really about what makes you unique. There's so many different products. There's so much more opportunity in today's world for people breaking into the modeling industry. And again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. We probably about 4 years now. We started our own mother agency, so it's called Truth Management. So not only do we host events, we get to meet some of the most amazing people. People can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less, especially for those of you who are aspiring, whether you're interested in modeling, acting, or music. You've reached a certain level of success and now you've just gotten stuck. But we represent people, and what we do is we place them with larger agencies. And Truth Management is all about diversity, right? It's about representing different types of ages, different types of looks, and so forth. And we've been very successful at it. It's attracted some really amazing talent. Later on today, Danino will talk a little bit about some of our success stories. We have a Trello board. We'll give you guys access to that. You guys are going to get free gifts all throughout the weekend. We'll send everybody out chapter 1 of our book and a whole bunch of other cool stuff that we have to be able to give you guys and share with it. But a mother agency is just somebody who, a company or an agency that helps talent being able to be signed. Later on, Deneen and Ali will talk about this. Most people always ask the question of how do I get an agent? It's really, how do I become the person an agency wants to sign, right? It's like if you wanted to work at a hospital, you want to be a doctor, you have to be a doctor before you get to the hospital, right? So it's like, how do you know, what is your resume? What kind of experience do you have? What kind of photos do you have? Do you have a reel? Do you know a monologue? Are you in SAG-AFTRA? Some of you guys might not know what that is, right? I'm talking a lot of techno babble, right? By the end of the weekend, you're going to learn all these words and phrases And, modeling and acting is a profession, right? Actors get paid millions and millions of dollars. They win Academy Awards. They have very nice lives. They work very hard at it. Same thing for models. So it's like, what are the tools? What are the techniques? What are the tips? Everything that you need to know, we will go over that throughout the entire weekend. So I promise you guys, by the end of the weekend, you are going to get the best education on life, finances, modeling, acting. You're going to meet some incredible people, some people who are so successful, and they're going to share everything. They're here giving up their time, their weekend to share it with you guys. We know a lot of you guys are brand new and never done this before. We know what's out there, all the nonsense, and it's hard, right? It's not something that's Googleable. It's not something that's easy to find the information for, because people in the industry, they're kind of secretive about it, right? It seems like the doors are all locked. So it's kind of figuring out your way how to get into the industry and working with somebody who's actually legitimate and actually cares about you, wants you to feel like you're a part of the family and part of the community and so forth. So that's what we do here. So most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong question. So if you go up to the average person who's never worked in the industry before and you say, okay, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? The answer they always give you is, they will usually always lean towards female. They'll say they're tall, they're thin, they walk the runways of, Paris and Milan, and they lead this really glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And what people will always think, so the more people hear the word modeling, a person who doesn't work in the industry, they always think of what's called high fashion editorial. That's like the common misconception. So let's give the exact definition of that, so that way we're all on the same page. So we're going to start off with high fashion editorial. So tall, slender, and unique-looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. And I'll talk to you guys in a moment about why it's very specific. Why are there these exact measurements, right? For men on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2", fit into a 40R jacket. So here's a great example of this. So for high fashion editorial, they want models that are what's called unique looking with striking looking features, which means they're not meant to be beautiful. They're meant to be, I don't want to say not attractive. It's called unique looking with striking looking features. So they're not kind of like the Brad Pitts or the Julia Roberts or somebody who's like very what's considered like mainstream beautiful, right? What the media would consider beautiful. The reason for this is they want, when you're a designer. So when you're a designer, the reason they have these specific measurements is the models, the clothing that they're producing for a show are very expensive because they're very labor intensive. So they're very time consuming to produce. So by having specific measurements, a set standard, the designers produce the clothing without the models being there, because they know when they call the agency. So they're going to call an agency and say, I need 10 guys and 10 girls for a show in New York. When the models show up, the clothing will fit the models, because the agency already knows these stats. They already have the models, sanctioned off in the database. Here's our editorial models, our fashion models. They're all the same exact size. They're all the same exact height. They're all the same exact measurement. So it means when the models show up, there's very little alterations that need to be made. When the designers finish with the show in London or, New York, and they ship the clothes to Paris or to Greece or to Milan, they call an agency there. So like in London, they would call Storm, right? Storm's one of the top agencies in London. The models that show up in London, the clothing will fit them the same way it fit them in New York, the same way it'll fit them in Paris, Italy, and so forth. So at the end of the day, like being high fashion model, it's actually the smallest segment of the industry. High fashion modeling editorial is that, so even though people think that's like the only thing, it's actually the smallest segment of the industry. It only accounts for 10% of the industry, a little less than 10% actually. And here's another interesting fact. 98% of the world's population would not qualify to be a high fashion editorial model. They just don't have the stats, right? The tall, thin, unique looking features. So at the end of the day, it really comes down to the right mom at the right dad and so forth. And, they had a high fashion model, right? Had a tall dad and a tall mom and so forth, got together. So even though people think that's the entire industry, it's really not. It's less than 10%. 98% of the world's population wouldn't qualify. It's a very short-lived career for most of these models. By the time they're 22, 23, they're being phased out. They like to have like, very natural looking skin and so forth. The pay scale's not that great. A lot of times they do stuff for trade. Shows in New York, they may pay only a few $100s. So there's really not a lot. It's not your best choice. If you fit into it and you're really good at networking, you got, there's just something about you that stands out. You can do campaigns, but even a campaign, if you land a campaign for Gucci, and let's just say it pays $200,000, you're the face of Gucci for the year. It's once the year is up, they're finding a new face, right? There's another model there. And then like you were the face of Gucci, so you're not going to really transition into like becoming the face of Versace and so forth. So that, most times when you think of like supermodels, right? That's a word that's not used today. That's a word from the 80s. Agents they don't use the word supermodels anymore. But if you really think about like name some models, people start saying Tyson Beckford, Cindy Crawford, Tyra Banks, and so forth. They start naming all these names that have become brands, right? Cindy Crawford just turned like 60, right? So people like, she's had a 40 plus year career. So yes, the name is strong, the brand is strong, but that's something that's from the 80s. In today's world, most of the top models, you wouldn't really be able to name them, right? If we started paging through a magazine, and again, it's a very short-lived career. Okay, so that's high fashion editorial. Okay, the next category is what's called commercial print. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. So when Deneen was talking, for those of you that were on camera, as I was going through, this is what the category you're going to fall into. So this is one of the categories for probably about 98% of the people on this call will fall into commercial print. Commercial print's 80% of the industry. It's magazines, trade shows, magazines, billboards, right? Think of like McDonald's, think of consumer products, ovens, Best Buy, GameStop, Xbox, PlayStation, all those AT&T commercials, Verizon commercials, YoPlay commercials. One of our success stories, she did a YoPlay ad. She was paid 6 figures for it. It was a yoga commercial. She was paid $100,000 for a yoga commercial. She was paid $30,000 for a Starbucks, because when you're in commercial print, it's the exposure, right? Your agent's negotiating. Is it going to be an ad that's just running in one magazine? Is it just running on a billboard? Is it running internationally? So there's all kinds of rights of usage, and there's all legal things that go on behind the scenes. That's why models can't book work with clients directly. Like a lot of times if you see like, Versace sent you a DM, it's not real. Versace's not reaching out to you. Ralph Lauren's not reaching out to you. That's not how it's done. They're going through your agent, through your entertainment attorney and so forth, because you're talking, these are 5, 6, even 7-figure jobs. So there's all kinds of rights of usage of how your image will be used, how long they can use your image, and so forth. So there's a lot more money in commercial, right? There's a lot more money in consumer products, right? Versus like high fashion. So that's why the pay scale is so different, right? So again, commercial print's going to be 80% of the industry. Commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. Here's the great news. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile. So anytime you see like when, your weekly advertisements, like just recently by me, Wegmans opened up. So we got a ton of ads started coming, and you see all the people inside of the ads. Those are commercial models, right? So Wegmans hired an advertising agency. Advertising agency worked with Wegmans to hire the models, do the shoots, and so forth, and then created the ads that would attract their avatar, right? Moms and dads in the area who like high quality food and so forth. So when you see ads from Macy's, anything you see online is going to be called e-com. So e-com will pay differently than print, right? So e-com can sometimes pay more than print because of the impressions, right? So when you look here, you can see here, this is a Macy's ad. These are all commercial print models. These are all people who have agents and managers. They have comp cards and so forth. They went on an audition. They got picked, right? Their manager worked with them. Their agent worked with Macy's, negotiated their contract and so forth, and rights of usage. In today's world, again, it's about being unique. So this is something you wouldn't have seen 10 years ago, right? Now, you'll see ads now. Um, it's like they love people who have like a multi-ethnic look, right? So it's kind of like they could be Persian, or maybe they're African American, or they have like a Asian eyes, right? Like there's just like you don't really quite know what they are. The clients love that. Like today, if you're anything but Caucasian, you are in the right place. Not saying that Caucasian people can't get work. Of course, they still will get work, but it's not like it was 10 years ago. Like if you really start paying attention to the ads as you're driving around the billboards, you'll see mixed ethnicities in shots. So you'll see like, African American mom with a Caucasian dad, or vice versa, or, an Asian mom with an African American dad. You see like now couples, right? Two dads or two moms and so forth. So again, the world's changed, right? It's so much easier to get into commercial print modeling today than it ever was. And there's actually more opportunities within the next 2 years for people in this industry than there have been in the past 10 years combined. So for those of you who are just starting out, like you're starting out at the perfect opportunity. Kids are always going to be able to work in the industry. A lot of times, have mommy and me ads, daddy and me ads. You'll have like the dad in an ad. They'll have, hire both the dad and the child. So if you're a parent, it's great because there's always multiple opportunities. A lot of our talent, like their husbands will work in the ads, their wives will work in the ads. They had no interest in being in this industry, but casting comes through and they're like, hey, can you send in a picture of you and your family? We'd love to hire everybody for the ad and so forth. With kids, though, there's a lot of rules and regulations, how long a child can be on set. You have to have a trust fund set up. So like say, your son or your daughter is getting paid, $20,000 for a commercial. The check is not made out to the parents or to the child. It's made out to a trust fund. So a trust fund is something that you set up. There's what's called Coogan laws. I'm not going to get into super details of that today, just for time's sake. But for those of you who are trying to get your kids into this industry, if you've spoken to anybody and the first thing they asked you, do you have working papers? Do you have a Coogan account? Do you have a trust fund? If those questions weren't the first three questions, you were probably not working with, I don't want to say I can't know if they're legitimate or not, but you were definitely possibly working with a company who had no idea what they're doing. Your child cannot be on set without those things. It's just not going to happen. And they also have to maintain pretty good grades in school, right? Because a lot of times you'll have like an on-set tutor there for kids, but if their grades are slacking, a lot of times the school won't allow the child to be offset. A parent always has to be on set with the child. You just can't drop them off and so forth. So again, I'm not going to go into super details, but just so you guys understand, understand that you need to understand this industry. There's a lot to understand, and hopefully we'll teach you all of that. Another thing with commercial print, what's called versatility. This is Christine. She works in the fitness and health industry. She's a model. She's an actress. She's an international speaker. She's an entrepreneur. She's an amazing person. She's part of our inner circle. Our inner circle is when we represent talent. We have different levels. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent that we work with. But Christine has what's called versatility. So you can see in her photos here, she's got a great look. But she can play a doctor. She can play a lawyer, a mom, a wife. She can play a divorced wife. She can play a president of the United States, right? She can play a military general. So like when you're shooting photos, for those of you who are trying to do this, this is the first thing clients see. So you don't want like glitzy and glamorous photos. You want photos that show versatility, that show a wide range, you want to allow the imagination of the client, the casting director, the producer to be able to kind of close their eyes, look at the photo and see you fitting into that character. Right now, an agent's going to fight for you, right? They're going to say, hey, this person's perfect. This person has this level of experience and so forth. But at the end of the day, the client's the one who makes the final decision. But I'm going to tell you something, guys, casting directors and anybody you're auditioning for, they're fighting for you. They want you to get the part. That's their job. Their job is to find the perfect person for the part. And a lot of times it's just people get knocked out because they weren't prepared, right? They asked the wrong questions. Like showing up for an audition, and the first question is, well, how long is this going to be? That you're getting sent home. And I know people just don't realize, like, oh my God, Mike, I didn't realize. I was just curious how long it was going to be. And I get it. But casting directors, they're always like, they check off the reasons why you can't do it. you showed up late, you asked the wrong questions, you didn't have the right headshots, you didn't prepare, you didn't read the script. Like we do stuff like we send people out like the first chapter of our book so people can kind of learn about the company. And a lot of times people won't even read the first page of the book. Like, okay, well, imagine that was a script. You didn't, and people are like, well, I didn't have time, I forgot. Well, it's the same thing. Imagine if I sent you out on a Starbucks ad, it paid $100,000. You show up to the casting, and they're like, okay, do you have the script ready? Oh, I didn't bring the script with me, I forgot. I didn't have time to study the script. Like, you're not going to get the job, but worse, I'm going to get the call from the casting director going like, why did you send this person to us? Like, they're not professional. Like they showed up and they wasted our time. Like we rented space, we had food, we had secure, like we went through all this trouble to find somebody. Like we're working for Starbucks, like our reputation's on the line. So I want you guys to see that like like the industry, like once you're in it, it is beautiful. But to get in it, it's like it's not that hard. Just show up, be professional, follow instructions, and so forth. I know Deneen touched upon that earlier, and that's the reason why. Like even this whole weekend, it's kind of like think of it as like you're going through an audition. You're getting to go through the coolest audition ever created because as you're going through the process, you're getting to learn. So as you're going through the audition process with us, you're getting to learn about the industry. Okay. Again, age doesn't matter, right? Here's an Australian company, right? Here's commercial print model. She has an agent, a manager, headshots, right? Is your property manager, grumpy cow, relaxed, nice ones do exist. So again, depending upon the company, there's a wide range of people needed, right? It's just not young people or kids, right? Here's an AARP, right? Great looking African-American woman. She's got the little bit of gray hair, great, beautiful smile. The older I get, the prettier my portfolio is, right? So it's for investing. So here's, somebody like her, she's got great versatility. So she can play an AARP ad today. Tomorrow, she could be playing on Blacklist. She could be playing a police officer. She could be playing a CEO of a company, an attorney, a doctor. She could be playing the abused mom, right? There's all these roles, right? You can see she's got a great look. So that's what it's about versatility. We're having the right, not only, fitting what the client wants, but having the versatility to play different types of roles. Here's a great example of an e-com ad, right? You can see for Old Navy. So this is something that would run online. And you can see this is, again, right? African-American mom, the dad, the child. So again, age doesn't matter. Ethnicity doesn't matter. It's all about what makes you unique in today's industry. Here's Sid, one of my favorite talent. She's also one of our inner circles. She's based out of Philadelphia. She just recently retired. She worked for the state for many years. And later in life, she decided to transition into modeling and acting. Sid is literally on set every other day. She was just on set for a Marvel show, a new TV show for Marvel. So for those of you who are dreaming about being in the next Marvel movie, right? The X-Men, the Fantastic Four, right? All the new productions that are in pre-production right now. The new Avenger movies that are coming out. Movies are long-term, right? These movies that'll be coming out in 2025, 2026, 2027, they're being cast in pre-production now. Then there are shows that were in pre-production a year and a half ago are now filming. Sid's on set for one of them. She's been on a dozen different TV shows. She pretty much works every other day. She follows the process. She leans into her character. You can see by her dress, right? She has a different religious background. So she leans into that. She takes what makes her unique and it allows her to consistently to be booked over and over and over and over again. She shows up on time. She's very professional. She studies her monologue. She's always practicing her monologue. She's, people got to realize this industry, like when you're not working, you're practicing, you're rehearsing, you're getting better. It's like sports, right? You're shooting those 5,000 free throws to become the next Michael Jordan. It's the same thing. You make the time for what you want. You figure it out. Right? It's just like anything else in life. This is your passion. This is what you want to do. You put your best foot forward. You never give up. And again, and life will change for you in so many ways. And Sid's a perfect example of that because she's always consistently working hard. And she's always really nice. We always get the best compliments from her. She's there on time. She's professional. She's reliable. She's always got a smile. Doesn't matter if it's raining or not. She knows there are blue skies behind it. She always keeps an upbeat, positive attitude. Okay, so commercial print, magazines, billboards, right? And I want you guys to start like next time when you're driving around, Start paying attention to the billboards. Next time you get mail, look through the mail, start realizing all the different options that are out there. Start thinking about who are the advertising agencies that created this ad, who's the agency that they booked with, right? Start kind of unraveling the recipe, right? Figuring out what are the ingredients, how am I able to apply that? Obviously, working with us, this is what we do. We take out all the hard work and make it easy for you. But for those of you who are trying to do it on your own, you figure it out, right? Unravel it. Okay. And I know we sound like we know what we're talking about, because we do. We've been doing this now for a little over 18 years. We work with some of the best people in the world. We've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. Myself and Alicia won the Tony in 2013 for Best Play, for a show called Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. We have a #1 best-selling book on Amazon. I have 2 more books coming out. Alicia's now partners with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. She's actually got a big meeting with him this Wednesday. So wish her luck and celebrate that, because she's got some exciting news that she'll be announcing with Kevin. She's working on a new book with him. Her show, she just filmed a show called Getting Down to Business. That'll be airing, I believe, late April or May. Actually, some of the episodes are actually airing today on Fox Business Network. So if you want to see Kevin Harrington, his episodes are airing today, later today on Fox, and Alicia and Kevin's episode will be airing, I believe, in April or May. You guys will all get alert for that. But again, this is 18 years, right? Surrounding ourselves with the right people, working behind the scenes. All of this is like what we bring to people. This is the opportunity for us to take somebody who's brand new and give them the opportunity to work in the industry at the highest possible level. Okay. Best advice I can ever give you: anything you don't know how to do, find the best person in the world to show you how to do it. That will fastest way, right? Cut a check for speed, right? That's what I like to call it. I cut a check for speed. I hire the best writers. I hire the best photographers. I hire the best people for production. We have a company called Vision Craft that we're doing. Our cinematographers, it's for entrepreneurs, a little bit different. Maybe I'll talk about it later tomorrow with you guys. I'm going to do a State of the Union. But we hired some of our cinematographers we're working with, and some of the people that are, camera operators and so forth, editors. They work for Netflix. Okay. So we're hiring the best people to give that feel for videos and productions that we're working on. Again, commercial print, billboards. Okay. Here's some examples of Ryan. You'll get to meet Ryan tomorrow. Ryan owns Colby Model Management. He's a Hollywood, New York agent. He's currently out in Hollywood right now. He oversees a lot of our productions and shoots, works with a lot of our talent. He's one of our coaches in school. We have a program called School. You guys will learn about that later today or tomorrow. Deneen will go over that with you. Amazing program. But this is a Korean clothing company, but these shots were shot in New York City. Okay, so this was for social media. So again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter, right? So again, some more examples of a clothing line. These were shot in New York. Here's James Johnson, really great kid. He started with us a few years ago. He lived in a small town in the middle of nowhere. He was a coffee barista. Like, his town was so small, they only had 1 traffic stoplight in the entire town. He came out to one of our events in New York City, got to meet Ryan, was signed to the agency. And he came from a really bad background. Like, he lived in a small town where everyone knew each other's business. His dad was in prison. His dad was involved with drugs and a lot of bad people. He was thrown in prison, and kind of James was kind of, thrown on his own. And people just told him, like, you're going to be nothing. You're going to be a drug dealer like your dad. You're going to wind up in jail. You know how people are, right? People who are doing less than you are the ones who will criticize you. People who are doing more than you, do you ever notice they don't criticize? They always say, what can I do to help you? But people who are below you, doing less than you, they're the ones who always make comments, right? Same thing. He proved them all wrong. He came to New York. He met with Ryan, moved to New York City, started working as a model. He's worked with some of the biggest designers in the world. He did that for a few years. And then he, remember how I said kind of, it's a short-lived career at that level. He transitioned into TV and film. He now lives full-time in Hollywood. He actually lives with 2 of our other talent that went through the program. He's a writer, an actor, producing his own shows, and he's living his best life. And he's young, like, he still has an entire life. And he went from nothing to being able to now support himself in the industry. So I always give James a little credit. Really good friend of mine. I speak to him all the time. Mike Tresh, one of my favorite talent. Um, podcast host, cinematographer, actor, formerly with the WWE, wrestler, comedian, great guy, worked in software, programming, right? Super tech, transitioned into becoming an actor. He's living his best life. His movies have won multiple awards. He leans into his character. So he's played everything from a prisoner to a monster to the murderer, right? But he can play a judge, a lawyer. He can play the creepy uncle. He can play the funny uncle, right? He plays that. He always leans into these different characters, right? The older mentor on the hero's journey, right? He can play all of those roles. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. You have to lean into who you are, what makes you unique. Once you start doing that and you add in the right connections, the right tools, your career takes off. Like there's not a lot to do. There's not a lot to do. It's just doing it the right way. Okay. It's not that complicated. Here's Tony Aguilera. Great guy. His background, he was a nurse. That's his background. He was a nurse. He's now signed with one of the biggest agencies out in LA. He can play a doctor, a lawyer. He can play play on Narcos, right? He can play like the cartel, the leader of the cartel, right? He can play a nurse, right? He can play a police officer, a captain. He can play the dad, right? The caring dad. He can play the villain, right? A lot of times what's really fun is to play the villain role. The villain roles are a lot more fun sometimes than playing the good guy. Actually, one of our talent that's on Roadhouse right now, playing on Amazon Prime. He plays one of the villains in the show. He always played the good guy. He was always playing the good guy. Now he got to play the villain. He's super excited about that. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the new Roadhouse, please do support that and jump on and watch it because we got a lot of our talent that are in there. Here you go, voiceover, right? Here's two different characters, right? Again, age doesn't matter. You guys should all recognize that voice from the commercials, right? Geico ads, right? Again, commercial print, the mom, the dad, the grandmother, the dog. Star of the ad is the insurance company, okay? Here's Flo from Progressive, right? I'm sure there's not a single person on here who doesn't recognize her, hasn't seen her commercials, hasn't been at the airport, seen the ads, the billboards, online, right? But for a lot of people, you guys are interested in being in this industry. Do you even know who she is, right? Do you know who she is? I do, right? I know everything there is to know about Flo. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. There she is without her little Flo makeup and outfit going on. She could probably walk right past you, right? In the middle of Las Vegas, and you wouldn't even notice her, right? She might look a little bit familiar, but she probably wouldn't even stand out to the level that she would get stopped, okay? Here's Jesse Hyman, right? Super Bowl ad, right? Bar Raphael, he's considered the world's greatest extra. He's been in like over 1,000 projects. He's been in like several movies that have gone on to win Academy Awards. He's been on like a dozen shows on HBO. He leans into his character, right? He was in a GoDaddy commercial. He plays the nerd. He plays the high school band camp kid, right? He leans into what his strengths are. Other people would see that as a weakness, right? Because he's not Brad Pitt. He's overweight. He's goofy looking. But he's leaned into that because you need those types of characters. And based upon that, he's been on The Tonight Show. He's been on dozens of like late night talk shows and so forth, right? He's living his best life because he leans into what makes him unique. Okay. Again, it's mindset, right? Mindset is everything. Let's talk a little bit more about Flo, right? I couldn't cut and paste her entire resume, but here's just what I was able to fit on the screen. So you can see she's been in a ton of stuff, right? So you guys only know her as Flo, but did you know she was on Mad Men, Cavemen, Celebrity Deathmatch, the Jay Leno Show, right? Looney Tunes show. She's done a lot of voiceover stuff. The Goldbergs, one of our coaches is from the Goldbergs, right? She's done all this stuff. She went to Second City in Chicago. She wanted to be a comedian. That's what she went to school for. For those of you who are interested in comedy, write down Second City, Chicago. It is the best school in the world for comedy. Almost every single person that you love that's a comic, that's on, funny movies, they've all went there. Like that's like where you begin. I'm giving you guys like a golden nugget. That's where you begin. You go to school day, you train, on timing, on writing and all that. And then you go on the circuit, you tour the circuit, and then you hope to make it big, right? Just land a Comedy Central show. Comedy is very hard. Comedy is a lot of timing. It's a lot of writing. It's perfecting your craft. That's what she chose to do. She got an agent. She got headshots. so forth. And then one day her agent called her and said, hey, do you want to do a commercial for an insurance company? And she said yes. And this is the other thing. So many times, I'll tell you something, a secret to life is say yes. When an opportunity is there, you say yes, you figure out the rest afterwards. You can't afford it, say yes, you will figure it out. Trust me on this. The universe will provide for you when you say yes to opportunities. You can see here, she went from being an up-and-coming comic to earning over $1 million a year playing Flow, right? And now with her new contract, she's earning over $2 million per year, okay? And she still has her whole life ahead of her. Not only that, she shows up for conferences. She's like the face of the company, commercials, e-com, print magazines, commercial print magazines, TV, film, and so forth. Okay. So again, understand how the industry works, right? Understand the tools, the resources, and that's what this whole entire weekend will be all about. Next category is promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl. Okay, pay can range from $15 to $80 per hour. Promotional modeling is a great way to get started. We have girls, a ton of girls, girls and guys. I shouldn't just say girls. Girls and guys do hair shows. They make $750 a day on the weekends. You can work for. We have one of the largest promotional companies in Las Vegas. He's nationwide. He handles anything from the NFL to the MLB, all the big trade show events. The largest company in the world. One of my closest friends, known him now for close to a decade. We're actually doing a big event in Las Vegas. The talent that are out there will get to meet him and get signed. Now, all of a sudden, when they go back to Philadelphia, they go back to New York, they go back to wherever they are, now all of a sudden he can place them with all these different sports teams. How cool is it to be at the Super Bowl, getting paid to be at the Super Bowl as a model, right? Handing out products, demonstrating products, right? So you have to have good people skills. You have to be able to interact, right? So having some, acting training and so forth. It's not just being a pretty face. They handle conferences, technology. His wife is actually a promotional model for both Ferrari and Porsche. Every year she gets to go to Italy, train for a month, learning all the new cars. Like imagine getting paid to go to Italy for a month and learn how to drive Ferraris, that you know them inside and out. You're working with the mechanics, the designers, and you're earning over 6 figures a year as a promotional model. So it's like people just think of promotional models like he. No, it's not. You have to understand things. Like you have to understand the products you're demonstrating. People have questions, concerns, right? Think of like Monster Energy drink. You're the model for it, demonstrating it. People are like, well, I heard that you could have a heart attack from it. You have to know all the answers to their questions. You have to understand the product inside and out. So you get paid for that. So not only are you paid to be at the Super Bowl event, but you're paid for the training and so forth. A lot of it's done online and so forth. But again, promotional modeling is fun. Great way to enter the industry. Next category, fitness and health. This is one of the largest categories, right? It's not just Nike, it's supplements, it's, heat lamps, spas, medical treatments, right? How many of you guys been to a medical spa, right? They do Botox treatments, all these new things, cosmetic surgery. That all falls into fitness and health. So it's all the up and coming clothing lines, sneaker lines, like Nike and Reebok are not the top dogs anymore. There's a lot of these sub brands now that are top lines in clothings and jackets and supplements. So if you're into health, you're into fitness, that whole lifestyle, this is a whole category within itself. So now we've talked about editorial, fashion, commercial print, promotional, fitness, which also falls into lifestyle. Then you have plus and mid-size modeling, right? So with curves, right? Curve modeling. So girls and guys who are a little bit bigger, right? Double XL, triple XL, right? All the brands support this. This is not something you would have not seen this 10 years ago. This is a $1 billion part of the industry, right? So again, it's all about mindset, right? Commercial print is such a wide variety. So these are subcategories of commercial print, but they're considered their own category. And again, we spoke about kids. Kids always have the opportunity to work. Again, commercial print, right? See, mixed ethnicities, right? Lady on the right? Stock photography. She can play a secretary. She can play a mom, the president, right? Again, it's leaning into your character and who you can be. It's 2024, right? We're going to be at the halfway mark very soon to 2025, right? We all know and understand the world has changed. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique in today's industry, right? And one of our partners and one of my close friends, Tony Robbins, myself and Alicia, right? Always like to include quotes from people. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And that's what this weekend's about, guys. Don't ever look at somebody else's success and say they were lucky, they had money. Don't look at what you don't have. Look at what you have and how you can leverage it. And you're here this weekend. You're going to meet amazing people, going to teach you so many things. So all I ask of you guys, go all in, pay attention, take notes, absorb the information, learn, right? Because at the end of the day, if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And you're here now. Enjoy this weekend and so forth, guys. Learn as much as you can. We're here for you. So again, my name is Michael Fomkin. This was Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And if you want, I know Danielle will have you guys put this in the comments. Like, where do you fit in? High fashion, runway, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle. And obviously for a lot of you guys, you'll fit into multiple categories, right? You can fit into promotional and fitness and commercial, plus, curve, so forth. Some of you guys might fit into high fashion. Obviously everyone was sitting, so I couldn't tell you who, but I'm sure there are some people on here that match the height and measurement requirements. So guys, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I will see you guys later today. I think I'm doing script analysis at 3, but you guys are in for a treat. We got some amazing speakers coming up. So with that thought in mind, let me turn this back over to Miss Deneen, and I will see you guys later. Bye, guys. Thank you, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Okay, so I know Mike asked you, but I'm going to ask you guys, what type of modeling do you qualify for? And how empowering is it to know that you qualify for a type of modeling? I've heard this presentation, I can't even tell you how many times, but every time I learn something. So what is something that you learned in Mike's presentation? Like, what's something you're going to take away? What's an action point? Because over the course of this weekend, you're going to get a lot of information. You're going to get a lot of information. I promise you that. But what I want is for you to take action, because you can amass a whole lot of knowledge. That's great. But taking action is where you start getting results. Fitness. Okay. Awesome. Mindset and the type of modeling I fit in. Awesome. Very good. Always say yes. That's true. Because I think so many times people don't fall into saying yes because we're, oh, well, this, that, but you have to say yes to your own success. Type that in the comments. I have to say yes to my own success. Speaking of saying yes to their own success, I want to introduce you to the other co-founder of VIP Ignite, Alicia Kabak. Is that okay with you guys? Are you guys ready to hear from Alicia? All right. So Alicia Kabak is a co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple 7-figure businesses. She has executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards, including the Tony for Best Play in 2013. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with a cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is a co-author with Kevin Harrington on his new book that's coming out. Like Mike said, she has a huge meeting with him on Wednesday. We're really excited about that. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Les Brown, Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, and Brandon Steiner. Her first movie, Target, is currently streaming on Netflix and Apple TV and everywhere that you can stream movies. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She has over 10,000 success stories of talent that she has helped get signed and booked work through her program. And she is also, most recently, a recipient of the 10X Award from ClickFunnels. Everyone give it up for the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak.
Hi, we forgot to add mom to a 3-year-old.
Well,
I know. He's top priority for those of you guys that don't know Caden. He's pretty bossy. Hi, Deneen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? So you're back in the studio?
Yes,
So
I'm back
crazy.
in Pennsylvania, in my studio in Pennsylvania.
We have been traveling nonstop. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh yeah, Caden is king. Don't let him tell you different, for sure. How many of you guys, this is your first boot camp ever, first time ever on one of our calls? If it's your first time, type first time. Let's see. And who's been on before? Let's see. Cool. So awesome. Oh, you saw his lightsaber wars. So Uncle Mike bought him a lightsaber, and then our 12-year-old had it's been crazy up in here. But guys, you're in for a treat this weekend, and I really want to say this. This is the truth about how the business works. There's no sugarcoating. How many of you guys want to hear the truth and you can handle the bluntness? Type, I can handle it. Because Deneen, there's so many people that want to get into show business, and I was reading the chats. I want to move to Hollywood. I want to stop, slow your roll. Because a lot of times people move to Hollywood just because you have proximity to greatness. The question is, are you ready for it? And that's what we're going to do this weekend. That's why we do these free calls to show transparency. We're unlike any other company in the world, so don't ever try to compare us. But we're looking to elevate your career. How many of you guys are ready to take your career to all new levels? I hope you are. So regardless of what you've done in the past, I'm going to tell you right now, I need to see everybody go like this. Because I don't sugarcoat shit. Okay, this is how the business works. You want to work with the guy from Shark Tank? You got to be real, no sugarcoating. This business isn't meant, for those of you guys that are worried about, investing in time. This is a 2-day event. I had somebody, Deneen, that emailed me earlier today saying she didn't have time to get on an 8-hour boot camp. I'm like, well, that's good because it's 16 hours. It's all day today and all day tomorrow. And then tomorrow you'll find out how you can work with us. She goes, well, can't I just have an interview before that? So I emailed her back going, interview for what? She goes, well, I'm interested in being on TV, maybe getting submitted out for, commercial modeling. I want to walk the runways of Paris and Milan. I said, well, that's sweet. But if you can't show up for me for 16 hours, how the hell are you going to show up on set for 16 hours in one day? If you agree with that, type understood. So you're on all day today and all day tomorrow. If you're serious, this is like Hunger Games. Let's see who makes it to the finish line. Okay.
Yep.
So, and I laughed about that. So I emailed her back and go, well, how long have you been trying to get into the industry? She said 15 years. So of course, because I'm a little bit crazy with numbers. I said, well, 15 years multiplied by what? 365 days a year. So she spent this long doing it completely wrong, half-assed backwards, but yet couldn't give us 2 days to do it right. How many of you guys are ready for a reset? Because that's what I told her she needed. Then she said I was rude. Rude because I was trying to help her, right? When you don't hear what you want, then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. But how many of you guys are willing to commit 2 days to change the complete trajectory of your life? If you're ready, type, I'm committed. Okay. And we're not talking this kind, but how many of you guys are committed to yourself? Because that's what it is. You get rewarded in public for kicking ass in private. For those of you that are here on the Zoom, your hand's going to hurt. You're going to be writing down notes. You were on stage. I've been literally turning my camera off. I've been watching every single one of you, which kind of sounds creepy when I say that out loud. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Reginald. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Sid. There's so many people on here that are committed, not to me, but to themselves and their future. And I really want to say that. If you want success in show business, it starts right now. I want everybody to type, I'm on stage. Because even when you think no one's watching you, even when somebody else is asking you a question, everybody's watching. Everybody's watching. You are on stage from the second you wake up, you join the Zoom, yay! So you were on stage. And that even goes as far as the chat. Hi, Christine Harding. Hi, Jonathan. Sorry, I know everybody. Hi, Carol. Okay, so anyways, you're on stage. So even the stuff that you're posting on here, no offense, I don't care if you have to go potty. I don't care if you had a late night. I don't care if your phone's about to die. Don't fill up the feed with junk. No junk.
And also,
That's
if you're
it.
someone who can't handle the junk, just turn off the chat.
Yeah, just
turn it off because
but you're on stage for sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Ali. I just wanted you to get on. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some of the success stories of talent that have gone through a Zoom call just like this. How many of you want to hear some stories about talent that had started on Zoom just like this? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
And I have to say really quickly, so when Mike and I first started VIP, like 2 decades ago, people used to have to fly in on their own dollar. Okay, it got very expensive for them. They would have to fly in, drive in, take a train in to one of our offices. We used to have an office in Philly, office outside of Princeton, 3 offices in New York City, the office in Miami. People would have to fly in, cover their own flights, their own hotels, their own parking, everything, just to get a chance to meet with us live. How many of you guys love Zoom? I do, right? This is so much easier. But these success stories Danine's going to mention, they started off clicking the link. Probably they saw one of our crazy ads, Danine, with us, you know, locking grandma in the closet or something, right? On Facebook or Instagram. And people always go, those ads are so silly. Yeah, but you watched it, right? You're here today. You're welcome. But every single person saw that ad, clicked on the link, and they were like, I wonder if it's real. Because we hear that all the time. Is this real? And I'm like, I'm sorry. Are we real? No, the question is, are you real? But every single person said yes. And they came on a Zoom call, and that's where their whole life changed. So I want you guys to understand that. All these success stories started with a Zoom call. So, okay, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump.
No,
take over.
No worries. Awesome. All right.
Personality. Okay.
So let's share some stories of people that started on Zoom just like you. All right. Here we go.
Jonathan said the sushi ad is hilarious. You should have seen us trying to tape that.
Every time someone mentions the sushi ad, all I want to do is go to Orlando and get a sushi burrito. So
come, I'll take you. Let's go.
Soon, very soon. All right. So let's get started here. All right. So the first thing I want you guys to know is every one of our success stories started on a Zoom call. Okay. So in the comments type, it starts on Zoom. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. And today is there's full of possibilities. So first person I'm going to share about is Brandon Hunter. So when we first met Brandon, he was in Montana. He was a full-time student. He was a football player, but he knew he kind of wanted to do acting, and he definitely wanted to do acting a lot more than modeling. When he came out to his first event in Las Vegas, it was almost 5 years ago now. Time flies when you're having fun. He was still dabbling. He wasn't fully all in on pursuing his career, because not only was he in school in Montana, but he also wanted to go to get a degree. He got his MBA degree as well. And he had a girlfriend at home that didn't really believe that she wanted him to do this. Okay. But Brandon trusted the process. He got involved in, when he was in Las Vegas, he met his first agent through us, and now he's doing amazing things. He actually walked New York Fashion Week in the fall and in the spring, and he recently had a meeting with a huge PR person in Los Angeles. So all started on a Zoom call. One of the things I loved about Brandon too is the night that he got on the call with Alicia, we gave a challenge. Our challenge was that we wanted you to tell us 10 reasons why we should work with you. He actually sat down and did that. When I did his interview, I was so excited to talk to him. He was like, Danine, you're forgetting something. I was like, what am I forgetting? He was like, my homework. I did my homework. So something I want you to understand is success in the industry, it involves showing up for yourself, but it also involves going the extra mile, like doing what you're asked to do, following directions.
And I kind of want to add something really quick, really fast, Danine, before we move on. So Brandon, and I drew this chart if you guys have ever been on my calls before, but Brandon had paid for photos in the past and joined websites. The one thing he was missing was actually meeting real people. And I'm going to say that right now. That's why we do these free calls. So like, here's an example. If this is you and this is where you want to go, oh, I want to walk Fashion Week. I want to be in major motion pictures. I want to be in TV shows. That's awesome. But your pictures, what are you going to do with them when you get them? Join a website? Real castings aren't posted. That's why we do these types of calls where we have agents and casting directors on, because that's typically the #1 reason why talent failed, Danine, is because they pay for pictures, they pay for classes, they pay for websites. Real castings aren't posted. Does that make sense to everybody? So he did get photos in the past. He did join websites in the past, but he wasn't getting success because no one legitimate goes to a website to hire anybody. He needed an agent to see him live and in person. So that's the one thing he was missing, and that's what we do. We
Yeah.
put him face to face. The rest is up to him.
Same thing with Masharad. When we met Masharad, he was actually in school in San Francisco. He is a theater major. He also is very much into philanthropy. He works for a nonprofit organization. He wanted so much to be an actor, but again, we put him in front of we put him face to face with the right people, and his agent met him and was like, "Oh, okay, wow, you're amazing." Something about Masharad too is he had to say yes to his own success. Part of the reason that he is where he is today is because he agreed to come to an event that had absolutely nothing to do with acting and modeling. We put him to face with entrepreneurs, business owners, and one of the business owners there took an interest in him and saw something in him, was like, you know what? I want to work with you. And he said yes. Like literally when he went to that event in Chicago, he was like, Deneen, I didn't even know what I was saying yes to, but I just knew I had to say yes. He showed up for his own success. He met with someone who radically changed his life through the confidence that he built through meeting that person. Then he also walked New York Fashion Week in the fall season, in the spring season. He's now on his way to Europe this summer to be represented, to be represented in Europe. How many of you would love the opportunity to be put face to face with the right people and wind up, after putting in the work, putting in the dedication, putting in the time, being face to face with someone who wants to represent you in Europe as a model? Like, how awesome is that? It all started on a Zoom call. Now here is Brandon and Masharad at New York Fashion Week. This is Isaac Mizrahi. How many of you have ever heard of a little designer called Isaac Mizrahi? This was at the official CFDA show in pre-party in New York City for New York Fashion Week. CFDA is the organization that puts on all the official New York Fashion Week shows. So, and this is also, Brandon took a picture of a casting that he was at for New York Fashion Week. And this is Natasha Kraus. She actually, if Natasha, I don't know, I don't think she's on, but happy birthday. She just turned 16 yesterday. So Natasha is one of our talent. When she and her mother got on a call with Alicia on her first Zoom call, Alicia was like, you're already represented by a huge agent. Like, what can I do for you? And Natasha's mom looked Alicia in the eye and said, listen, my daughter is awesome. I know that she could do even more if she's put in front of the right people. So recently she was at one of our events. This is her doing a voiceover ad for a national campaign for a insurance company. These are some of the photos that she took on the right here. This is Natasha modeling at a showroom in Miami. Like literally if you don't know what a showroom is, that's where like it's not open to the public. You have to be invited. And she literally was a model for for a showroom in Miami. Recently, she also got signed to her next SAG-AFTRA franchise agent who you'll meet tomorrow. But the thing is that she has a great look. She has a lot of talent, but she's consistently putting more work into her craft.
And her mom's on the call right now, and Natasha's not here because she's in acting class.
Yeah, she's in acting class.
And I want to say that, like, legitimate agents, are you ready? They're looking for real actors, not impersonators. They only get compensated commission when you book the job. Does that make sense? Which means you better be real. How many of you guys want to be real? Because if you are trying to get into show business, her agent can submit her out for castings, but she has to book the job, which is why she's in class today. And you see the commitment, even though Natasha can't be here, her mother is here. Okay. And her daughter's already signed to a huge agent who has series regulars on Wednesday, Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, Tim Burton's Wednesday, Stranger Things, but yet her mother is here. Even though her daughter has an agent now, okay, her mother is still here. So everybody wave hi to Rubia. Because she's 16, she can't do this on her own. And Rubia will tell you, they will drive 8 hours from San Francisco to LA for a 5-minute audition. So instead of coming on here, well, when am I going to book work? When are you ready to book work? Because you're here because you want to learn how to do it properly. How many of you guys would drive 8 hours for a 5-minute audition? and then turn around and drive back. Think about the time, the wear and tear, the gas, right? That's why you're here. So let's see some commitment. Sorry.
Why don't you tell Audie's story, Alicia, since you interviewed her?
Yeah, so Audie came to me with her mother. Audie is absolutely adorable. She's 18. She's 6 feet tall. 6 feet tall. And Audie at the age of 17 went to a very expensive acting conservatory in New York City. It was $10,000 for 30 days. How many of you guys right now would invest $10,000 for 30 days to live out your dreams, to live in an apartment in New York City and get some of the best training in the world? Now, for anybody here that's like 10,000, well, 5,000 of that typically goes to rent. You guys know how expensive it is to live in New York City. There are talent, especially you guys know that we've executive produced Broadway. Like those people auditioning for Broadway shows, they've invested in Juilliard, Berkeley, NYU, Yale School of Drama, Carnegie Mellon. That's $70,000 to $80,000 a year. So if that were your competition, why would a casting director choose you over somebody with a 4-year degree, right? Think about it. So she went to an acting conservatory for 30 days, and here's why. 1, she grew up in Florida. 2, she wanted a jump start on her career. 3, she knew if she got a chance to go to New York City and work with the best for 30 days, not only would it plant the seed of what it's going to take to actually be in this business, but she could try out New York City before taking that jump to move there full time. How many of you guys love that? Because if you're really trying to get into this industry, there are people that go to New York City as a tourist and people that go with a formula. So what she did was she spent 30 days, because in your mind, and I've done this, like when I moved to New York City, I think it's going to be like Friends or Seinfeld, you know, it's going to be fun, but it's a lonely place. And not only that, but they will literally push you down, like to get where it is. They hustle there. And so because she came from like a laid back South Florida community, she really wanted to try New York City. So she went to New York City. She had all this training. She lasted 30 days, but she came back after the 30 days and she said, well, I got a great taste, but I want more. And she wasn't ready to move to New York. So she came on our call and I said, how about we do this? How about you attend Zoom calls where we introduce you to top people in Miami, Atlanta, New York, LA, and maybe you could travel, try out LA for a couple of days, try out Atlanta for a couple of days, try out some of the bigger markets, and let's start planting the seeds the right way so that you could still reside in Florida, but have real casting directors and agents reach out to you when there's opportunities. How would you like that? How many of you guys understand that you don't just move to LA because you want to be, you know, to be famous? You move to LA because that's the market you fit into, right? Does that make sense? So if you're really trying to get into this industry, the competition is fierce, and her mom knows that. She's also 6 feet tall. So imagine in like a room of extras. How many of you guys have ever seen like a Marvel movie, right? Would she stand out if she were 6 feet tall? Could she really be with everybody else in the background? She's going to stick out like a sore thumb because she's 6 feet tall, right? But she's adorable and she has such a great heart. So our goal for Audie is to put her face to face. And now she's getting modeling opportunities. And that's not really her focus, but she knows because of genetics, she's 6 feet tall. She's literally blessed to be that tall. She needs to get in front of the right people and build up her credibility so that she becomes an asset, not a liability. How many of you guys understand that? Because that's really important. Because I'll tell you what, Deneen, people go to Barbizon, they go to all these companies, they spend $3 grand to learn how to walk like a model. You have a better chance of walking on water. At 6 feet tall, that is like literally genetics. That's God. That's not, I want to be a model. That's predetermined based on who your mommy hooked up with. Campiche?
Right.
But she's doing great now. And that's the best part about what we do. Yeah, she came on a Zoom call. Yeah, she went to New York, but she realized she wanted more. And she wasn't ready just to move to New York. And actually, LA is more of her market. So is Atlanta. So for anybody on here that's like really struggling with that, you don't just move. You got to find out where your blue ocean is. And I really want to say that. And not only that, but learning this business is key. Because what's going to happen when you actually get face to face with an agent or casting director? Will you be ready? And she is. She's ready.
All right. Now, here's another one of our success stories, Mireya. So when we met Mireya, she was working in a church. She was a church secretary, and she kind of wanted to try this out. So I actually did her interview, and she was like, yeah, I just want to try this out. So I was like, okay, you just want to try this out? Let's do it. It was during the pandemic, so there was a lot going on, but anyway, so when she first started working with us, she was hell-bent only on being a model. She did not want to act. She just wanted to be a model. So during that time, we were doing a lot of online trainings via Zoom, kind of like you're on today. And she would only show up literally for the Zoom calls where agents were. And then one day she showed up on a call. We had Margot Bingham, who was the star of the last season of The Walking Dead. She was doing some acting coaching for us. And she was doing how to do self-tapes, like how to show up on screen. And Mireya showed up on this call, and I was like, I almost called her and said, hey, I think you're on the wrong call. She's not an agent, but I didn't, because that would have been rude. But the thing is that she started showing up when we first met her. Her lighting was terrible. She was like, it dark. We couldn't see her. But then all of a sudden she started showing up. Then she was on a call just like this, and one of the agents reached out to her that she met, and he was like, hey, I want to talk to you. And so she called me immediately. She was like, Denise, what do I do? I was like, you take the call. You take the call. Then she went and met with him the next day. Then she called me after the meeting. It went really well. And she's like, Denise, he wants to give me a contract. What do I do? Like, you signed the contract. And it was really incredible because her husband had no desire to even be a model. But a couple months after that meeting, like, she was going on test shoots, she was working, she and her husband were like doing a lot of shoots together. And the next thing I know, I'm innocently watching the opening day of the NFL, and I see her and I start screaming, like, oh my God, oh my God. And Mike was like, what's wrong? I was like, sir, and
I
was
love
like
when Denise
freaking
gets
out.
excited because I can't hear her.
I
I
was
love it.
freaking out because I was so excited, because someone who just wanted to try this out she was on on a commercial for the NFL shop. She's been in a Verizon ad, obviously, Verizon and Apple. She's been in Starbucks ads. She's been in Torrid ads. She's been in Jardiance ads. Her most recent, so when she first started working with us, she was earning $35,000 a year as a church secretary. When we met with her agent, who's one of the biggest agents in Las Vegas and in Los Angeles, he told us that they won't book her out for less than $35,000 a day. So let me ask you a question. If you had the opportunity to start earning in one day what you currently make in 1 year, would you do what it takes to make that happen? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you would. But Mireya, she put in the work. And most recently, she did a YoPlay ad that was aired internationally. She earned 6 figures for one job. She earned 6 figures for one job. I want you guys to think about this, okay? Every one of these success stories started on Zoom. Every one of these success stories started out with someone showing up for their own success. How many of you are willing to show up for your own success? How many of you are willing to put in the work, to do what it takes to create your own success? Because that's what we're doing here. We can put you in front of the right people. We can introduce you to amazing people. Literally, if you had the opportunity to get into Alicia's phone, she has some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry in her phone. But what are you going to do with that? Are you preparing
Let's
yourself?
just say I called the head writer for Saturday Night Live, right? Oh, I want to be a comedian. I want to be an actor. Or I call somebody from America's Next Top Model, or I call one of the people that run Ford Models or IMG or Wilhelmina. Who's actually ready to go on those auditions today? You have your own resume, you have a portfolio. What do you even know how to read sides? And that's why you're here this weekend. Because so many people, Deneen, they want to be an actor or they want to be a model, but they don't even know what it actually takes. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So Annie says, I'm so ready. Maybe with this, right? Your heart, you're ready, but you have a portfolio. You ready to get submitted out for castings? And I want you guys to think about that. So we're going to give you a blueprint this weekend. Okay.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Awesome. All right. So here's my question for you. With the first two presentations, what have you learned today? Like, what are you learn? What are you going to start putting into this? Because everything you want is on the other side of action. And you're going to hear me say that over and over and over again this weekend. Everything you want is on the other side of action. You heard from my talk about Stephanie Courtney, who like, she literally invested so much time into her career to get where she is so that everyone knows her as Flo, right? You heard about some of our success stories. Literally, when we met them, there was no chance that they were going to be able to do any of this. It's getting in the right rooms with the right people. So my question for you again is this: what are you willing to do to make your success happen? It's not going to just happen to you. Mike and Alicia joke around a lot. There's like, they say an overnight success story generally takes 20 years. They did it 2 years early. So what are you willing to do? Are you willing to invest in yourself? Are you willing to be here for 2 days? Are you willing to take notes? Are you willing to do what it takes to climb to the top of the mountain? Do you want a guide who is like, oh, I think I can do this. Let's try. Or do you want a guide who's been there, who's guided multiple people, tens of thousands of people to the top of that mountain? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for people who take this seriously. We're looking for people who are winners. We're not looking for people who are, oh, I'm going to do this, and then you fall off. We're looking for winners. So if you're a winner, type winner in the comments. Nicholas Vineyard, oh my God, hello, how are you? Sorry. He's on every one of our lives. I'm so excited to see you. I'm allowed to get excited. Awesome. All right. So let's see here. All right. Alicia, I'm going to give this to you for 2 seconds. I'll be right with you.
Okay, cool. You mean to tell me I'm in control? Yes. Be fearful, because I'm about to turn your dreams into reality. Hello, everybody. How are you? All right, everybody grow some thick skin. Here we go. Grow it. Let's get thick skin. Okay. Let me ask you guys a question. If I could help you in this industry, what is the one thing you would like me to answer? What is the one thing that's holding you back from success, or an obstacle that you need answered? What is the one thing you want to know? And I'm going to do some rapid fire real quick. Let me look. Help me with connections. Okay, I have them all. Why would I help you? Are you ready to go? My skin issue, I can't help you with that, Danielle. I don't know what the issue is with your skin. I am what an agent wants, or, okay. Hi, Ryan. Be my mentor. Okay. Acknowledge. Stage fright. How can I build a portfolio and resume for acting? You're at the right place. Finances. We'll just get a better job. I mean, there's always a way to find more opportunities. Can I be a star program? I don't even know what that means. Face to face. Okay. Nothing holds me back. Okay. Acting reels. Okay. I'm what an agent wants. Okay. Ryan Clapham. I was like, more coffee. Okay. What type of model would I be? Find connections and the right agent and find a great job. Okay. And work hard. Finances, meeting the right people. Okay. How many of you guys invest in Apple products? Nike. How many of you guys invest in Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, Disney Plus, Starbucks? Think about all of the money that we waste on things that give us immediate gratification. Think about it, right? Like, I love Starbucks. If you know me, I'm like Starbucks junkie, but $7 a pop, really? For what? An instant high that's going to last an hour, maybe 2, and then it's a downward spiral, right? So what if you were able, I was in a modeling agency once, but it was a scam. Okay, Annie, we're going to go through that this weekend. Okay, it's like a bad boyfriend. I'm sorry that happened to you, but breathe. No one wants to go into a new relationship hearing about the past, right? Think about it. So yeah, an hour, try 5 minutes. That's about right. Yeah, as you know me. But if you're really trying to get into show business, it's kind of like Weight Watchers. Like, you're not going to see immediate results. You got to start planting the seeds today for a greater tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay. So you're here, this is the right place. And we've got a lot of amazing things. Like Deneen, one thing I really want to say, and I'm so proud of, especially you, because you work so hard on mindset. I've called Deneen many of times, crying hysterically, right? Who motivates the motivator? Deneen White. She's brilliant, guys, and she needs more credit on this call. Because if you have friends and family that don't think you can do this, at the age of 18, you can go and literally fight for your country and take a bullet. Do you guys understand that? So if you're trying to get into modeling or acting, honestly, I don't give a shit if your friends and family don't believe in you. I care about, do you believe in you? Because if you were to get in front of an agent, you were to get in front of a casting director, you were to get in front of anybody, you have to be able to believe in yourself. So I want you to listen to everything Deneen and Mike are talking about this weekend, because mindset training, this is some Jedi. This is some Jedi shit that you guys are learning this weekend. And it will make you unstoppable. So I really want to share that with you.
And you guys are about to hear from a real life Jedi. Are you guys ready for that?
Woo!
Are you okay? So I'm going to introduce thank you, Alicia.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I appreciate that. So I'm going to introduce you to our next speaker. So I have to tell you, so when I met her last week, we were at an event together in Las Vegas and I saw her and I was like, I like her. She has like purple hair. I was like, Mike, who is that? And he was like, don't worry, you'll get to know her. So I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker to you. So Anissa Acker is our next speaker. Welcome to a captivating session designed especially for the stars of the screen, where the artistry of acting meets the finesse of financial mastery. Please join me in welcoming an extraordinary, visionary, and transformational leader who has profoundly impacted the financial and insurance landscape, Anissa Acker. Over the last 2 decades, Anissa has not just led, she has revolutionized the industry with her innovative approach and unwavering dedication. As the founder and CEO of Anissa Financial Group, she provides more than just financial services. She offers a guiding light for those aspiring to achieve a life of abundance, wisdom, and enduring legacy. Her firm stands as a testament to the belief that the essence of financial planning is not just wealth accumulation, but enriching lives through the profound power of love. With an impressive track record of mentoring and coaching over 10,000 business owners and a leading voice in the Women Gone Wild book and movement, Anissa has been at the forefront of championing financial empowerment and independence. Her distinction as a Tony Robbins leadership graduate infuses her insights with unparalleled depth, reinforcing her impact as a national leadership speaker and the visionary voice behind the game-changing podcast. Anissa's forthcoming book, Born to Rise, is more than a book. It's a manifesto for those aspiring to soar in life and finance, grounded in a commitment to empowerment and legacy. Celebrated for her pivotal contributions to the industry and her philosophy that intertwines well-being with wealth, Anissa's guidance is a compass for those navigating the journey to a fulfilled, affluent life. Today, let Anissa Acker inspire you to reach for the stars with a heart full of love and a spirit geared for monumental achievements. Join us in welcoming a trailblazer whose life and work exemplify the pinnacle of empowerment, love, and enduring legacy. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Anissa Acker.
You're hired. You're absolutely hired.
Okay, I accept. Thank you guys. It's been great working for VIP Ignite. I'll see you.
I don't think so. No. But thank you though.
Guys, I am so happy that we're all here together today. And I'm just here to share some wisdom with you. Y'all are here to win an Oscar in your field. I like to win an Oscar in my field. I work with money. You guys work with creating an experience for people to live through vicariously that is not the way I do art. So today we get to share this different, unique experience of what art looks like. Before I share a little bit about me, because that was like a story, I didn't realize how long it was. I want to get us all playing here together today. Okay, you guys ready? Because we're going to start by playing a game. And what I know is we can play this game. Why? Because y'all are actors and actresses, and all I'm going to do is show a screen and ask you to read it. And it's very simple. Just look for the F's, okay? As you read it, you're gonna look for the Fs, okay? Let me share my screen. Gotta be like Jeopardy, you got about 30 seconds. Look for the Fs. Okay, we're gonna count down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Isn't this fun? See how we get to participate? Okay. I know we got a chat box down there. Put in the number of Fs in there. Who had 3? Who had 4? Who had 5? I'm watching the chat box. Who had 6? 6 it is. There are 6 Fs inside of that. And now you're asking yourself, what did I miss? All right, where did I miss those Fs? Look at those little words of. That tends to be where people miss them. Sometimes the magic of our money can do much more than we know and can see. It's the little things that we miss that get us in trouble. So it's important when we work with money that we equally work with our mindset and our money set. Because right in front of us were the answers and we missed it. I do this at the start almost of every one of my speaking events, and here's why. When I first did it, I only got 3. And so I wanted everybody else to feel as stupid as I did. No, that's not. No, what it is you guys have your job and you do it really damn good, right? You're an actress, you're an actor, you're a speaker, everything you guys do, you do with your heart and your soul. The one thing you don't know what to do with after you get it is your money. And so I guide people with those principles of how your money works, right? There's 2 forms of currency in our life. The first form of currency is our mindset. The second form of currency is our money set. And our mindset with our money set is the only way we get what's called true wealth set. And true wealth set, what the hell does that even mean? Well, it means something to everybody differently. That is everybody's individual story. That is that legacy that you're wishing to leave and live right now. Okay. Wealth means something different for everybody. I'm definitely not just talking about wealth of material. Because what I typically speak about is we are broke. If we are broke in the wallet, it's because we don't have money set skills. If we're broke in the mind, it's because we don't have our mindset skills. We believe somebody else's BS belief systems, and those aren't ours. Okay, so let's talk about heaven on earth. We're going to play another game here really quickly. There's 4 H's. 4 H's, guys. To heaven or hell on earth. Okay. I don't know about y'all, but I like heaven on earth versus hell on earth. So it seems like a really simple equation. It all comes down to your head, your heart, your health, and your habits. And when those are in alignment daily practice, you have heaven. And when they're not, you have hell. I wish I could address all of those today. I don't have the ability. I got 1 hour with y'all. And I want to make certain this is fully engaged, that y'all are learning from me, because I can't do your job. So while I'm here, I need to make sure that I show you what I can do so that you allow me to be of service to you too. Okay? I've helped over 10,000 CEOs, business owners, and individuals build financial blueprints to live tax-free retirements. One of my girlfriends is living in retirement, $25,000 a month with no taxes being paid. Can you imagine having your earnings and how much different your lifestyle would be without paying taxes? I can, and I know how to do that. Okay. These are some of the skill sets when people work with me. I really teach financial literacy. And when we know how our money works, we can inspect how our money works. Okay. 2 thoughts here. Money has merit and we have merit. Ours is called self-worth. Money is called net worth. Okay. The bigger, the better that you believe in yourself and you own your own net worth is the only way, or self-worth is the only way you get your net worth, right? Show of hands, who's an MVP player in their own life? Show of hands. Show of hands. Okay. What area of your life do you play as an MVP player? Is it in all areas? Is it in your personal area? Is it in your professional area? Your spiritual? Your physical? Right? Do you play full out every day in your life as an MVP player? And do we even know what that means? We think most valuable player, and that is true. We typically, though, are the most valuable player when we serve our mission. You guys feel the most alive when you are on set and you bring a story to life that another person lives vicariously through. That's your mission. You feel great doing that when there's a culture of excellence that you get the opportunity to perform in. So you need an environment to be able to succeed. You need that culture, and my culture stands for value. So when I'm working with people in my house that are serving individuals like yourself, or I'm serving individuals directly like you, like me, I know that it stands for family. And what does that mean? Well, first, y'all see my purple hair? Uh-huh. Listen, I like to have fun. If we don't have fun doing it, we should probably find a new playground. Work is hard. Let's have fun doing it. I'll share with you, money is not hard. There's only 6 verticals to it. Someone needs to take the time, though, to share that with you so that it's easy to understand finances, okay? I like to be authentic. I like to be who I am. Whereas y'all like playing a part, I would be working in a diner. That'd be the only part I get, because that is not, I'm not good at acting. I have to be completely authentic, who I am, right? I can't change who I am. So when I show up, I have to be me and be okay being me and love me. Because when I know who I am, I know the value I bring to the stage. When I question who I am, others will recognize a diminished value that I bring to that stage, to their life. When you shine your light completely, others have the ability to no longer live in darkness around you. And that's being authentic and playing the part you need when you're on stage. And know when you're on stage, meaningful, right? The middle of family is me and meaningful. If you remove me from family, there is no family. You guys belong in a family. It's the actors and the actresses. Y'all belong in my family too. I have a skill set that helps you guys understand the process of money and how it works. Anybody here got student loans? Anybody go to college here with student loans? I'll tell you, I did. I'll say I was studying to be an anesthesiologist. And I realized God gave me the gift of gab, and that's probably not a good field to be in. You know, putting people to sleep, the doctors might not have appreciated me doing that. So I had to know where my value was. But equally, know the value of money. And I have a teammate that went to school for 10 years. She was Van Wilder, 8 years, right? She was 10 years in school. The information that I get to share with her, because what I do is very meaningful, of helping people secure their future, helping people utilize the wealth that's in their hands so that they get to leave the legacy, not with just dollars, but they're also cents and their values. I can help you guys with. She paid off $50,000 in student loans last year and made $1,600 working with me last year just by learning. So if you have student loans, there's all kinds of things you can do. I'm not the specialist at it. I'm a wealth doctor. I'm the generalist though. When people come to me, I get the ability to see their entire picture. I'm like the band conductor. I'm like the director in the movie. I see all the stars. I see where they fit. I know what they need. I know how to take care of them. So if someone here has student loan and wants to know how to pay it off, they speak to Sage. She's that wealth doctor. Sage is on my team. She is a retired rocket scientist. We can do anything in life. We don't have to be stuck in life in one position. We just have to be open. Okay? So merit, let me just talk about what merit means as it relates to money as I'm going over values. Merit, money merit, 6 verticals. Write these down, please. Most of our money goes in 6 directions and only 6 directions. Anything out of these 6 directions is called consumerism most of the time. And you're not getting a return on your money. Merit, MERRIT, for money stands for your mortgage. Estate planning, retirement, real estate, insurance, and taxes. Imagine if you knew when you go to get a mortgage, and I'm sure there's many of you on here that have them, that interest rates are the 3rd piece of information you should be inquiring about when you're getting a mortgage. There's 2 positions before that you should inquire about. Okay? I'd love to tell you them, but you're going to have to see me later for that. See? I'm not going to hold you hostage. I'm just going to make sure you start taking some of this prescription I give you today. Now imagine estate planning. For all of y'all on here that have a mortgage, just type in the box mortgage. Type in the box for me if you have a mortgage. Because here's why. If you have a mortgage and it's in your name, Uncle Sam loves you already more. Because you're going to pay taxes and capital gains, and a lot of people will their homes to their family, to their kids. And what that means is they leave a tax consequence to their kids, to their family, to their heirs. You don't know that though, because we're not out there talking about it. It's as easy as putting that into a trust, and the government can't get to it. I'll equally share if it's not in a trust, and God forbid something happened to your family, and you're the only heir, like one of my girlfriends in New York. She's been 10 years in probate, trying to prove she was an only child to her mother and her uncle and the home she lived in. Probate simply means to prove. If you don't take care of your final marching orders before it's your time, the government will put those marching orders in for your family to prove. Okay? So let's make sure we make it easy by just setting up an estate plan. It's really easy. You can even handwrite it. Okay? You can even handwrite it. So I have enough information to support people that are beginning their financial journey and needing to learn to build a budget, to individuals that I serve that do capital raise, and I'm putting millions of dollars to work for them that they're not paying tax dollars on. And it's 1000% legal. There are 33,000 pages of tax codes, people. The government only gives us 2 pages that we have to really obey. The others are opportunities for us to win. Trust me, those scripts are not entertaining to read like y'all get to read. They're boring, they put you to sleep. But for people like me, it's so sexy. Because that's how I get to change lives, are knowing those codes. Knowing how to get people to keep as much as they should get to keep, because you're the one working for it. Okay? And as actors and actresses, holy bejesus, I got all kinds of, I know enough to be dangerous. I'm smart enough to stay out of it, but I got professionals to refer you to help you set up things correctly, to keep all of your money, every last penny. Okay. So let's talk about what else. So me inside of Meaningful and Family means please don't remove yourself from your family. That's the culture that we operate in. I means integrity. It means integrate into greatness. It means being centered upon self, not self-centered. Centered upon self means others can find you. They know what you stand for. They know what you won't fall for. When there's the me and the bullseye, the next ring around that becomes the we. And then when the me becomes the we and we become a community, then we all make money together. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, every person is important in a family. Where do we fit? Well, it's easier to know as long as we stand for what we know we represent. Okay, next one stands for love. Guys, I can just tell you I'm built from love. What I know is I'm love and light, and what I know is we all are. To know thyself, to love thyself, and to step into thy own greatness means nobody is blind anymore, and we all go to the promised land lit together. They say in the Bible, where there's no vision, people perish. I'd like to add to that, because I'd like to believe it's not a matter of vision, it's a matter of direction. We need guidance and support. You guys need directions on how to perform on stage. Y'all need direction on how to get your money to perform, right? Here's what I'll share about retirement that most of you may not have heard before. But retirement to me is not when I stop working. It's when my money starts working. When my money is working for me, I have the lifestyle that I wish to have, right? Unless you know how to get that money to work for you, it'll flow in and out like at a riverbank. And eventually it runs dry. My goal is to help you have a dam there. I'll damn if the US government gets all your money. I'm going to 10x it like Grant Cardone. I'm like the blue pill. I get a rise out of everything I do with money. I spread it like fertilizer, right? So it allows a filled abundance for all of us. That's what's important. And that starts with love, though. We're taught not to love money. We're taught to love everything but money. I'll tell you what, if you don't love and respect money and love and respect yourself, things will go in and out of your life as fast as they come in. Think about anything that you don't love, how long it sticks around. Something tells me it doesn't. So please do yourself a favor and think about loving and appreciating money. Okay? When you work with me, I have people with their mindset and their money set and their wealth set. They write money letters. They write a letter to themselves. Remember that first love letter you got? That just made you feel like you were on top of the world. Somebody saw all of you. Write a letter to yourself. You want to get more opportunities on stage? Let them fill you as much as you love you. You'll have an abundance of opportunities. And money, write a letter to money. What it's done for you, how it makes you feel, how it's changed your life, what it's given you. If you've struggled with it, let this be the breaking point where you make a relationship with it and you mend with it. When you have a good relationship with money, it tends to want to work with you and you tend to get more of it because it knows that you love it and you're going to do something good with it. You guys have skills that you do something good with. That's why you get opportunities. When you love money and you do something good with it, you get more opportunities. Okay? Write those letters. And youthful, holy crap, I'm in my 50s. I know I look like I'm in my 20s. I haven't even had a facelift yet. It could be Zoom too. No, it's because I love all of me. We only age on the outside when we stop loving ourselves on the inside. Okay? So love yourself completely. Why means youthful though. Be on the cutting edge of what you do. Practice every day. If you're an actor or an actress, every day practice it. That's how we get great. Practice every day. Because we never arrive. Okay? I'm like Alcoholics Anonymous, guys. I have 12 steps here. 12 steps to success and wealth that I'm getting ready to share with you. It's another game we're going to play because I'm tired of talking. I need to take a break. Okay. Coda has a question, so I'm happy to answer that and take a break right now and listen before I go into these 12 steps to success and wealth. And that'll be just the beginning of our journey. Okay. Before I share that. So whoever had a question, talk. Was that somebody that raised their hand? I saw it. Maria Williams raised their hand. I don't know how to unmute you. Listen, I was fired from my CTO department, my chief tech department. I've been fired like 4 times. I'm not good at it, so we're just gonna have to say, I can't do that. Okay, so somebody else has to release you. Are we, Deneen, are we allowed to ask questions and answers? And by the way, I'm only here because Deneen invited me. I'm so forever grateful that she saw talent in me to share with y'all.
The first time I saw you, when you walked into the room, Anissa, I was like, I need to know her. Like, I don't say that about a lot of people, but I was like, I definitely need to know her. You just have this magnetic energy that it's electrifying. So thank you for agreeing to be here with us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm opening up for questions. Here's what I'll say. I lived a lifetime before graduating high school. I was married. I was divorced. I had 2 kids. I died and gone to heaven and back. God blessed me to be born again. Don't waste one breath of that life that you've been given. Okay. I'm going to open it up for questions before we go over like Alcoholics Anonymous. You're going to go out there now and say, I met Anissa. She's got a 12-step program.
Awesome. All right. So Marie Williams has a question. Hi, Marie. Introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from, interested in acting, modeling, and then ask your question.
Of course. Hi, my name is Marie Elizabeth Williams. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm interested in acting, modeling, and pursuing a career as a musician. I really love how you talked about money in regards to a relationship with it, because coming from poor backgrounds, you would just look at it as, something that's far-fetched and unattainable. But reworking our relationship with it is so very important. So I'm glad that you highlighted it. And a question that I would have, besides just letters and everything, how do you really continuously attune yourself to the frequency of attracting such money and financial opportunities? Because I'm a hardworking woman, and it has taken me a very long time to have a positive relationship with money, especially when I've not struggled but gotten out of poverty. So that would just be my question. Besides just writing letters to re-solidify our relationship with the money, how else would you recommend someone to better make a stronger relationship with money and more positive than they were born out of?
Well,
Or-
first of all, thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for being the first one to step up. Please, hey, Deneen, for her
Yes.
doing that, will you please do me a favor? I'm gonna put her name in this book and I'll mail it to her, so please get Deneen's. This is one of my books. I'm in here with 22 other women, right? It takes a whole a factory of people, right, to accomplish things. So I want to make certain I share this book for you for being vulnerable.
Oh, thank you so
And
much. I appreciate it.
what's beautiful is I came from the same background, sweetheart. Okay, so let's make that connection first. You heard my high school years, which was 4 years. What you didn't realize is my dad passed away. We went from, my brother and myself went from eating at a dinner table and living in a house and sleeping in a bed to living out of a car and eating out of a trash can. Okay. So we're all in this together. It's how do we, as you just said, and that's where it drops, is change from that mindset, that BS that someone else has given us. The first tool I would give today to anybody, to any single person on this call, and especially you, is any thought that you have, ask yourself first, is that mine or is that another's? And I choose now to release it, because only once you release it in that moment, that of presence, can you rewrite and get a new gift. So being present every single day to your thoughts. If you don't like what's appearing on the outside, stop imagining it on the inside. Your first set of eyes is imagination and intention. If your imagination and intention aren't in alignment, or that's not true, they're in alignment. You might not like what you see from that alignment. What you visually see, these eyes, that's our second set of eyes, not our first. The easiest thing besides that is every morning and every night before I go to bed, I have a 2-minute ritual in the morning and a 2-minute ritual at night. Guys, after you answer Mother Nature's call, and this is for everybody, after you answer Mother Nature in the morning, sit back down. Only 2 minutes. Can you guys do for yourself 2 minutes? And if you can't for yourself, will you do it for me just for 7 days? Not even 7, it won't take that long, but just for 2 minutes. And for 2 minutes, get up, go to the bathroom, sit back down, close your eyes, and simply acknowledge nothing but your breath for 2 minutes. Your breath has your story in it. Your breath has your life in it. Your breath tells you everything you need, but we never listen to it. We listen and seek everybody else's outside guidance. Our breath is our inside guidance. You want to change your life? Stop listening to everybody else's story and listening to your story and broadcast your story. Because when you broadcast your story, people will join your mission. And my mission is to eradicate poverty, not poverty of the material world, poverty of the internal mindset world, because that's only the place where poverty lives. And once it lives there, it shows its ugly face in the world. We've got to stop passing the BS from generation to generation to generation. It is not bullshit, it's belief systems. Okay? Stop passing the belief systems that are unreal. I'm here to tell you, I was born again. I've seen the light. I've touched Jesus. I've spoken to my dad. Money has not left the planet. There's an abundance here. When we see little, we get little. When we know we're worthy of a lot, we get a lot. It's these simple practices. So that's your 2-minute morning. Your 2-minute at night, though. So after you come out of your breath, tell it thank you. It's going to speak to you. Write down anything it says to you. Start writing down what it's saying to you. Some days it might say, ooh, doesn't smell good in here. I've had that before. Ooh, today's it's a short breath. Ooh, oh, might be challenging today. Ooh, God wants me to talk to you about this today. Whoa, where'd that come from? Oh my God, it's because you finally shut the noise off from the outside. And you gave it 2 minutes to give you your wisdom. Don't listen to preachers all the time. With good intentions, they're there, but God still speaks to you too. Give it 2 minutes. So when you come out of that, write down the message. That was your message, your message. After that message, I look for 3 miracles every day. 2 that somebody gave me and 1 that I give another. And at the end of the night, those 3 things are written in my journal. You want to change your life? Direct your life to what's important.
Thank you so much for everything that you just said, because it's in alignment with where I am in my life and how I move forward, and not to get even more personal here. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for sharing your words. Thank you to Deneen for inviting you here to share words with us and me and so many, because it is important, because so many people come from backgrounds where people are used to not, going after their dreams and achieving, simply because it's a belief system that is deeply embedded in a lot of people. But it's so much, life is so much more than just struggles, and it's so much more than what we are just used to. But there's also love on the other side too. And that's what I feel like every human in this experience needs to be aware of and be made aware of, even though it can be hard. So thank you so much. I know I just talked a bunch after you did,
You're
but
welcome.
Julie, thank you so much. I really appreciate your guidance.
The only know we should know is to know to share the knowledge with the next person. Never accept somebody's no if it's not their dream, their vision. That is your vision, your dream. When you have a vision, God gave it to you. Don't let anybody else alter it. Let them join it.
Thank you so very much,
You're welcome.
Julie.
I'll take one more question and then I will go over my 12 principles of success really quickly, but it's normally a very long, Deneen, I'll share it with them, but man, it's something that if you want to break open a nutshell with it, people, it's where it really does those 12, because it's about operating an internal operating system versus an external.
Oh.
So I may not have time to go over all of it. I'll just give you droppings of it. How about that? And then you guys will invite me back.
I think that goes without saying that you're invited back. All right, Darrell, introduce yourself. Oh, hold on. You have to unmute. Sorry. My first time on Zoom today.
Hello, my name is Darrell Radcliffe. I'm 42 years old from Atascadero, California. I'm an actor, model, and currently in college. My one question was the 6 directions of money. I missed one of the R's. I have retirement. What was the other one?
Real estate.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That was all my question was.
Yeah. Guys, let's talk about merit really quick. On merit, Imagine knowing the best deal to do on a mortgage, all the things you look for when you go out there and shop for it versus what you're told to shop for. Imagine setting up your estate planning on by yourself or with multiple people. Did y'all know that you can buy real estate, not just buy real estate, but buy land? Mother Nature, the blue ball, we're not making any more of it. Did y'all know you could buy land? And most of the time we talk about investing in the stock market, mutual funds, all those things. Did y'all know you could buy land that's been accruing at 20% annually year over year, since 2004, which means the eighth miracle wonder of the world is compound interest. Imagine every 3.5 years doubling your money for as little as $15,000 to $20,000 to get in this kind of opportunity. People just don't know what's out there because I don't know what screenwriting scripts things are there. You guys don't know my job. You got to have someone like me that knows my job, that loves my job, right? I don't want to hire an actor or an actress that doesn't love their job. You don't want to hire someone to manage your money that doesn't love their job, that's also broke. So make sure they practice what they preach. Okay? Just because you have a skill set doesn't mean you've made money in it. Make certain they've made money in it. I built a business, $1 million the first year, and this goes back to 2002. So I don't know what the hell the conversion would be today, but $1 million in 2002, $1 million in 2003, 4, 5, 6. So a $5 million business in 5 years. I've done it. I practice what I preach. I take my own prescription for wealth care. Okay. Make sure whoever you work with does too. Make sure when you graduate up, you fire the people that are serving you in that money class. I'm going to give an example. I have a friend that has his taxes done by a tax attorney. I said, that's not right. I know enough to be dangerous. I'm smart enough for you to talk to my tax attorney, my CPA. My CPA, my tax attorney, looked at his taxes and got $42,000 back for him on his personal taxes, where the other one said that he owed 45, and got a return of $27,000 back on his professional taxes, his business taxes, where the other one said he owed $150,000. Make sure if you have professionals that they're playing in your level and on your field. Tom Brady doesn't want to play in the Pee Wee leagues anymore. Okay. Don't play with people out of your league and expect them to still be of service fully to you. And that's your fault if you do. You're not firing them. You're giving them an opportunity to serve somebody so that you can allow another to serve you. But if they're at capacity and you won't fire yourself, they'll never be able to grow either or take care of somebody else. So sometimes fire yourself. Okay. All right. I'm going to show my, I'm going to show my screen on this. No. I'm not going to show my screen. Okay. This is a really freaking fun game. And more importantly than this being a game, these are my 12 principles for success. So when I say MVP, you've already heard my M, my mission is to eradicate poverty of the mind by sharing financial literacy and education that will have people to know their own self-worth and their own net worth then. You know, I do that through a system of values called family, where we have fun doing it. Money is fun, guys. You just don't know how to play with it. If you can play with it like Monopoly money, trust me, you'll like it, okay? I'm authentic. What you see is what you get. I mean something, and what I do is very meaningful. For pennies on the dollar against financial ruins tomorrow, I protect your assets, all of them. And I do it with integrity, because if I violate you, then I've had to violate me first, and I don't love anybody more than I love me. Because if I love somebody more than I love me, I'm looking for them to help complete me, and that's not how it works in this world. And I do it with a youthful attitude. We only grow old because we choose to live in the past, not live for the future, not live for the moment. Now I'm going to give you the principles that go with that. So now you've got my M, my V, and now you're going to get my 12 Ps. My 12 Ps are my governing rules. To get into my culture, you have to have these characteristics. It's like getting on stage. You have to qualify with these. This is my interviewing process. So when someone joins my team to be a wealth doctor like me, this is what I put them through. Not what did they do in the past, but who they are in the moment. Okay? So we're going to play a game. It's only 12 words. And I only have about 12 minutes. I love you, but I can't do one a minute. Okay? That's not true. Let's see how fast we can go. Okay? I got 12 keys here. We're going to play a game. I'm going to say the word. Y'all are going to write down your definition of it. And then you're going to rate yourself on a 1 to 5. 1, just like me. When I see a 1, I look in the mirror and I see me. Or nope, 5, not like me. When I see a 5, I look in the mirror and go, I don't know who in the hell that is. Meaning I need a lot of work on that. I'm a work in progress on that. Okay. You can pick any number in between. You can pick a percentage. You can pick a 2.5, right? Any number. That's the difference. It's like golf. The lower the number, the better. Number 1 is just like me. Number 5 isn't. Make sure you guys understand that. Because that's where people mess up this game. First word is confidence. Please write down your definition of confidence. And give yourself a score. And the minute we get through these 12 principles, then we really get into your wealth care. I don't know about y'all, but I like money. I like everything it gives me. I like my house I live in. I like my 16 rental properties. I like my 2 commercial buildings. I freaking love my Tesla. As long as you give, you will always get. I don't chase money. You don't need to chase money. You need to share your gifts. And if you're given the right gifts, you will get the money. Okay, next word, curiosity. Next word, decisiveness. Decisiveness. Ooh, I love that some people are typing in what it is. That's awesome. I actually get to see. Empathy. I should have shared it. I think I did share at the beginning. This is very interactive. Okay. Flexibility. I'm going to try to give all 12 to you, even though it normally is played like a game. Flexibility. What's it mean to you? And how do you score yourself? By the way, I didn't say this at the beginning. Do not use the word in the definition, like flexibility, like being flexible. Don't do that. Okay. That's not how we play this. Like empathy, but like being empathetic. No, I don't know. Okay. All right. So after flexibility, it's humor. 6th word is humor. Intelligence. And if I'm going too fast, I will share this little assignment with Deneen to get it out to y'all. Okay. Okay, what was my last word? I did intelligence, optimism. Persevere. Boy, every one of y'all know that damn word, being an actor or an actress. Models. I don't leave the models out here. Musicians. There's only 3 types of people in life. I'm teaching a lot of stuff in between here, guys. There's artists, there's managers, and there's entrepreneurs. That's it. 3 types of people. The managers hold the shit together between the entrepreneur and the artist. And the entrepreneur chases the next dollar, and the artist says, I can't let go of that yet. It's not ready for $1. Because that's their craft and it's never perfect enough. So, and we have all of them in us. It's just which one do we have a majority of? Persevere after that is respect. Boy, isn't that a complicated one? We tell everybody to respect us, but you can't use that in the definition. So what's it mean to you? Self-awareness. That's number 11. Self-awareness. And number 12, transparent. The first 11 are all for you. Number 12 is really how you share with the world how they see you. Okay. If you guys realize, if you'll follow along with the words, so I can just go through them fairly quickly, what you'll tend to find out when we do this in a classroom setting, if we wish to come back and kind of play this as a game, is there's a big misunderstanding of this basic language in our world, in our community. Sometimes people, when I say confidence, will say, you know, it's like when I do a good job, then I'm confident I can do it again. And that has nothing to do with confidence. That's extrinsic. These are all intrinsic. Okay. Without confidence, we won't do anything. We won't step up. We won't lean in. It's an unshakable belief in ourselves. Right? That's how we take actions. My definition, an unshakable belief in oneself based on a realistic understanding of one's circumstances and a trait that most admire in others and strive to acquire in themselves. I know you all can think, God, I wish I had that person's, you think, oh man, they're so confident, or they're so confident, or they're, right? Confidence is a choice to own all of you. It's not what you do, it's to own all of you and to be confident that you're here to make a difference. You're here on purpose. Okay. And curiosity, I don't know about you, but without confidence, you'll never be curious because you'll look for certainty. And you never find life living in certainty. You have to be curious about life. You have to be eager about it. You have to get out there and experience it. I think that's why God gave cats 9 lives. Because you got to go out and be curious as a cat, right? We could be as curious as a cat too. I think that's one of those quotes. I mess them up often, but curiosity killed the cat, right? Not this one, because here's why. You get 9 lives of curious, right? Well, we'll do 8, and then the next one's decisiveness. Here's what I'll know though, without being curious and having options, you'll never make decisions in your life. You'll never make progress. You'll never move forward. If there's any word I can give you today, please decide. That's the best advice I can give you today is please decide to make and drive your life today. Do not allow others to drive it. Be the bullseye. Decide what you want today. Broadcast it today. Do not be ashamed of it today. If it's different than another, so what? That difference is why we have electricity, is why we can go to the moon, is why we have electric cars, is why we have everything that's progressive. Is it started out as a thought that was different. And they didn't diminish their thought because someone else said it wouldn't work. Decide to own all of you, right? Arriving at a final conclusion, and decisive means arriving at a final conclusion or making a choice and taking action. Decision means taking action, not a thought. Take action. Making decisions with determination even when you don't have all the information you need. Okay. And I'll end with empathy today. When you decide, sometimes you're going to fall. That's called learning. Just know the more you fall, the more you learn, the more you earn. That's why earn's inside of learn. Without learning, you won't earn anything. And take that learning and turn it into wisdom. And wisdom is where the abundance lives. That's where wealth lives. Right? Without empathy, you'll never be able to mirror and model another and magically move them. Because we have a responsibility to meet somebody where they are before moving them. This I will share. My empathy scale used to be bigger. Now I don't have any space for crybabies. I used to be more empathetic with individuals that like to waller in their mud. And then you know what I realized? When I waller in the mud with them, I get just as dirty. And empathy means mirroring and modeling them for the moment, but not staying there forever. And so I don't have a lot of empathy for them. What I have now, though, and it's not on my list because I created this list back in 2006. It was given to me divine. That's how I know that they work so well. What I have is compassion. And within compassion is the word compass. I will have compassion to where you are, and I will equally show you a compass in a new direction back to your North Star. Okay, that's a wrap. That's all I got today. I have more. I wanted to make certain that I gave as much value as possible. I didn't even talk about seeing me for money. Guys, I retired in 2018. I don't have to work. I traveled the world with Tony Robbins for about 18 months with him and his wife, Sage. I graduated from his leadership academy. In India, Tony Robbins picked me to do an intervention with him in the audience with a lady. I'm very impactful with what I do. If you're ready to change your life, not just personally, but also financially, it's important you see me because they go hand in hand. Otherwise, you live in poverty of the mind or poverty of the wallet, and neither is good. So if you need directions on money merit or you need direction on self-worth, see me. I'll make certain to have that prescription, whether I do it or someone on my team, to uplift you. My license plate says rise high. We all go to the promised land lit together. Not one soul left behind in the dark.
Thank you. That was Anissa. Thank you so much. Tony Robbins' leadership changed my life. It changed Mike's life. That's like of all of Tony Robbins, everything he does, I love leadership so much. And it's just having the opportunity, okay, we need to set up a Zoom call, just the two of us. Having the opportunity to do an intervention with Tony Robbins in India, holy mackerel, that's
It
like,
looks like I'm flying because his not
He's
only
like
is
9
Tony
feet
6
tall.
foot whatever, and then the ding dong has his hand up. I'm 5 foot almost. Can you imagine how high I have to jump to touch his hand? It looks like I got wind beneath my feet, not my wings, but my feet. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it was, and I'm really talented. I had to get her to burp on demand in front of an audience.
oh, wow. Wow. I need, you know what? When we're out your way, we definitely need to hang out and have dinner the next time we're out there. But thank you so much for speaking today. Like, I know you have impacted me so much today. I can't even begin to imagine how much you've impacted everyone else on this call. This was so amazing. So thank you so much, Anissa.
I'm gonna put my contact information in there.
Okay. Or you know what you can also do if you want, I can if anyone wants Anissa's information, why don't you
Perfect.
reach out to me? I'll drop my
I can't hear her. Can y'all hear her?
No, she went frozen. Uh-oh. Improv. All right,
Oh,
so
I'm
for
really good at
anybody,
that. Oh, you guys want a funny joke? I got
Yeah.
good improv. We're talking improv here. I got a funny
Go ahead.
joke. It's about money. It's right on the theme of it. You guys know dimes and quarters and dollars, right? We're gonna keep talking about money. So there's this married couple. And they both know how money works, but they've never had sex together before. And how someone works in the bedroom is how they work in the boardroom. So they're trying to communicate with each other how this works. How do we make this magic happen in this room? Because they work together out of the house. They've come together, they're now married. How do they work together in the house? And they both like money. So the wife came up with a really brilliant idea. Honey, I think I got it. It's all in the hips. It's all in the hips. Here's what it is. Honey, here's what you need to do. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. Okay? Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. I think that's how it works, honey. Let's give it a try. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. It's working. It's working. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. Dime, dime, quarter, dollar. The wife kept saying faster and faster and faster. The only thing the husband could think of was, fuck it, $1.45.
That's
It
hilarious.
just had to be funny. So, guys, money is funny too. It doesn't have to be serious. Let's just have fun with it, right? And just so y'all know, to make 1 penny now, 1 penny, it costs 2.3 cents.
Oh, wow.
2.3 cents to make 1 penny. And that's the government telling you what to do with your money. At least now you know your 2 cents matters.
That was great. Thank you so much.
You're
Denise's
welcome.
internet just went out. I guess they're having a storm in the Northeast. So thank you so much. It was
Thank
so
you
nice
for
meeting
inviting
you.
me too. Thank you for
Oh, thank
allowing
you.
me to be on this stage. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm forever grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I can't wait to meet you live and in person. That's amazing.
Thank you. Bye,
Bye.
guys.
Bye. Thank you. All right, everybody. So we are back. Scale 1 to 10. How much did you love that? Scale 1 to 10. How much did you love that? Right? What was your biggest takeaway? Somebody give me a word or a phrase. What was your biggest takeaway today from that? What was your biggest aha moment?
for me,
About
it was all of it.
45. Yeah. Hi, Denise.
Hi. My biggest
You're
takeaway is
back.
always make sure you have 2 people connecting to internet that are hosting a Zoom call.
Are you
No,
guys getting snow up there today?
No, we're having a major nor'easter though, like literally like the power
Come
went
back to
out for-
Florida. We don't have those. I mean, we do have hurricanes, but not
Yeah.
yet. Okay.
No. For me, for me, everything that Anissa said was my biggest takeaway. Like she's so impactful and she's, you know what the thing is, she's so successful, but she loves serving people. And I hope that you guys got as much out of that as I did. Let me ask you guys a question, and then we're going to introduce our next guest. Okay. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Anissa on a regular basis and have her coach you on money, on creating a money blueprint, on becoming even more successful? If that sounds like you, type money in the comments. Type money in the comments. I love that. Because she pretty much said, hey, you're inviting me back, right? So someone who works directly with Tony Robbins, who am I to say no?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So that was amazing. How many of your mindsets have been completely shifted in the last hour? Awesome. All right. So, Alicia, do you want to introduce our next guest or do you want me to?
You can.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'm really excited to she's laughing at me. I'm really excited to introduce our next guest to you. So I have been working with him now for about 6 years, and I had the opportunity to finally meet him face to face, live in person in San Diego. So it is my great pleasure to introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest is Mark Christopher Lawrence. So he has been nominated for 2 Emmy Awards for his work on the short film The Flourish and on his co-produced short Stacks. Mark.
Uh-oh, and she's frozen. Hello, Mark. How are you? So I'm gonna unfreeze you. Unmute you. Hello.
Hey.
So your bio is that good, it broke the internet. That's all I'm gonna say. But it's so nice to see you live on Zoom. We got to see each other live and in person in San Diego like 2 weeks ago.
I know, that was so good.
Oh
been a
my
long
goodness.
time.
And yeah, well, long time for Deneen because you and I know each other, but that was the first time Deneen met you in person. And I actually
Right.
have the picture of the infamous hug. She was just like, guys, Mark Christopher Lawrence, most known for a hit TV series that I love called Chuck. How many of you guys have ever seen Chuck with Zachary Levi? So he played Big Mike. He was also in Terminator, Pursuit of Happiness. Oh my goodness, Seinfeld, literally a million different things, but 2-time Emmy nominated. He's also one of our coaches here at VIP Ignite. I don't know about you, but if you're looking to become an actor, why don't we work with someone who's been nominated for 2 Emmy Awards? So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to you and try to get Deneen unfrozen. Okay.
Coolio, thanks for having me. Good morning, everyone. I guess it's afternoon for you guys, but it's morning for me, and I'm a little groggy because I had a long night. I guess today we're just going to jump right in. We're going to talk about being a sponge. It's like as performers, we need to be able to soak up stuff. Being a sponge. What does that mean to you? Sometimes being a sponge is not just sitting back and letting the world come at us and hit us. Sometimes we have to go out and find those things that feed into us, and then we absorb it like a sponge. I years ago I had an acting student that I taught one-on-one, and I told her, I said, hey, you need to see some good actors. You need to start seeing some good actors. And I took her to see a play that Ted Lange wrote and starred in with my ex-roommate, Shabaka Barry Henley, who was a brilliant actor. And, Ted is okay. He was Isaac on Love Boat. And so while we're at the play, Shabaka in true form was brilliant. He played the devil in this play. And at the end of the play, my student said to me, she says, so did you think that was a great play? I said, no. I said, I brought you here to see a good actor. She says, so you think Ted Lange is a great actor? I said, I brought you here to see Shabaka. She goes, oh yeah, he was great. She says, I was looking at Ted thinking, oh, no wonder they kept him behind that bar, which which killed me, which is really funny. But the thing is, she was able to glean some technique from watching Shabaka. So when we watch people, whether they're good or bad, we learn something. We soak that up. It's like at the very least, when you watch somebody that's not a good actor, that's not doing a good job at it, and sometimes it may be just an off night. But when you watch somebody who's not perfection, we can look at that and go, okay, well, that's probably not the way to do it. And that's part of being a sponge. It's like sometimes you soak stuff up and sometimes you squeeze stuff out, right? So in our pursuit of this entertainment career, we want to be a sponge. We want to be able to soak things up so that we can understand and grow. The key to this business is grow. If you are at one level today, and 10 years from now, you're still at that same level, you're not growing. You're not taking on those life lessons that come with it. You're not absorbing, you're not being a sponge. So how do we be a sponge? I mean, there's that part of it by going out and seeking and absorbing. And then there's other things that impact us in ways that helps us to be a sponge. And the first thing I'm going to talk to you about in that regard is faith. We have to have faith. And faith is an intangible belief system, something that we can't touch, something that is not easily taken on. Sometimes, somebody will say, well, you got to have faith. And we go, well, that's not going to pay the bill today. But faith is what lends us the opportunity to be in this business a long time. Longevity. Martin Luther King says longevity has its place. I've been doing this since 1986 was my first audition for TV and film. And probably 2 years before that, I did my first professional play at the Los Angeles Theater Center. And we as performers, if this is where your heart is, you want that longevity, and you have to have faith. You have to have that intangible belief system that you can do it. You got to trust it. A lot of people will poo-poo your faith in what you do. And let me tell you this, faith for you should look something like this. You have to have faith in yourself, first and foremost, regardless of what anybody else is telling you. You have to believe in yourself. You have to trust it. You have to trust that that what you're doing is going to come to fruit. Also, I'm a Christian, and a lot of my faith is starts there. It starts on my knees in the morning when I wake up, at night before I go to bed. Throughout the day, I'm praying about different things. Before I do an audition, I pray about it. Before I start a job, I pray about it. Before I go on to the set, I pray about it. And to be able to have that kind of faith will strengthen you. And I know that that's not everybody's cup of tea. I don't know what your beliefs are, but whatever it is, you have to have some sort of faith in that intangible belief system. In order to build that faith in yourself, you got to think in terms of what's around me, what's impacting my belief system. Who are those people that impact me in a positive way, that impact me in a negative way? And that takes us over to family. And when I say family, I don't necessarily mean your family that you live with or your family that you grew up with. Your family could be your circle of friends. it's important that you keep negativity out of your circle. Keep negativity out of your family of friends. And I'm just going to refer to it as a circle. It's like my circle is tight. There are 9 of us that we would do anything for each other. I was working on Chuck one week, and someone tried to break into my house, and the glass break system sounded the alarm, and so they didn't get in. But 2 people in my circle, my very tight circle of friends, went to my house and installed cameras and a computer system so that I can see on my phone what was going on at my house during the day. And when I came back home, at the end of the week, I said, okay, what do I owe you? And they were like, nothing. Who does that? These are people in your circle that love you for you. In my circle, there are no other actors in this tight little circle. There's a master diver, there's a Navy Special Warfare comms officer, there's a Navy SEAL, there's an IT guy, there's an educator, there's a chemist, and we all have, there's a financial planner. So we all have very different walks of life and the way we carry ourselves in life. But when we get together, we use those different skills to help each other. One of our friends had a stroke, and while he was in the hospital, we went to his house and retrofitted his house for him, so that when he came home, his house was safe for him with his limited ability at that time. We built an area in his backyard where he could just go and chill. And to have this kind of love for people in your life, and to have this kind of trust for people in your life, and to have this kind of belief that everybody in your circle is for you. Everybody in your circle wants you to win, and when we get together, nobody cares that I'm an actor. They just care that I'm a brother, that I'm a friend, that we are family. Sometimes people in our own family are not good for us in terms of what we're trying to do. They'll tell you that, how old are you? Are you still trying to do that? These are the people that you got to get away from. You got to love them from afar sometimes. Negativity does not help you in this business. This business is at the very root level. It's grinding. This business will chew you up and spit you out. I'm going to tell you a story about the Three Stooges. The Three Stooges at one point was the hottest ticket in Hollywood. They did so many great films that were so much funny, made so much money for the studios. But when the studios were done with them, they didn't even allow them to come to the studio to get their stuff. They put it out on the street for them to come out and pick it up. Did you get that? The studios do not care about you. So you got to have this circle of friends, this family around you, surrounding you, who lift you up, who cheer you on, who show up when you're doing things. People that want you to win. And if you sit down today and write a list of who those people are, who are my friends that really believe in me and really want me to do well, make a list of those people and make an active effort to stay in touch, to reach out, to spend time with. And early in your career, you're busy because you're grinding, you're trying to get out there and get your face known and get stuff done. But you need that support system. That support system is important for you. Because we are in a business of high highs and low lows. And when we're in those low points, who can we turn to and talk to, and that will help dig you out of that depression? Mental health is very important. You know, you have to take care of yourself, take care of your mental health. And part of that is having a circle of friends, a family of friends surrounding you that help you in those down times and celebrate you in those up times. And you need to be reciprocal so that it continues. The other part of being a sponge is education. You know, you got to learn. You have to figure out a way to be better at what you do. Deneen said earlier that I'm most recognized from Chuck. And then the second thing is Fear of a Black Hat, which is a little tiny movie that I did when I was in my 20s. And it's a funny movie. It's the only thing I've ever done that I just look at and laugh. And at the time, you know, when I watch it now, it's like I look at it and I go, you know, wow, I was not the actor that I am today. I wasn't a very good actor, but I was funny, and it worked for the movie. And as I look back on my career, I realized that I have grown to be a phenomenal actor. It's like, you know, when I'm on the stage, I'm riveting. Is what one of the reviews said. I had a review that said I was a tour of force, and those things come as you grow, as you grow, as you grow. And how do you grow? It's like you got to get trained. You got to get trained. Like if you walk into a room and we're auditioning for the same part and you aren't trained, you're not going to get the job. There's so many actors. When I started, there were just over 1 million professional actors in the Screen Actors Guild. And they said that 3% of those million plus actors were making a living, and 1% of the 3 were making a killing. And part of that is that training. If you are going to be an actor, I highly recommend that you stay in a room learning. Continue your education as an actor. I continue to take improv classes because I think that for me, at this point in my career, that helps me most. It gives me that ability to be spontaneous. Sometimes I'll go and sit in on friends when they're teaching or doing workshops, you know, because sometimes we forget. You know, we forget technique. We forget how to do things, but the more you do it, the more it becomes ingrained in you. So stay in a pattern of education. Get trained. And the fact that you're here on this call today shows me that that this is important to you, that you want to be good at this. And Russell Hornsby, who's really a fantastic actor, he was doing a podcast and he said that he doesn't chase the bag. And I think if we think in terms of just being good at this, you don't have to chase the bag because the bag will chase you. And over the years, as I've worked, I've realized that the better I got, the better I got paid. So you have to continue to train, continue to get better, continue to push yourself, continue to push the envelope of what you're doing. If you just phone it in the same way every time, eventually somebody's going to go, yeah, every time I see him, it's the same. And so I don't want to hire him this time. And I don't think I have one producer that I've worked with that isn't happy with what I did. And that's where we want to be. We want to be in that pocket where people love to have you around because they know they're going to get your best every time. And how do you get to your best? You have to train. You have to train. You have to train. Do the work. Nobody's going to do it for you. Do the work. It's important that you do the work. The industry has changed since I started. There was no internet when I started. People talk about my IMDb and they say, man, you got a lot of stuff on your IMDb. And I said, well, there's stuff on my IMDb that's not on my IMDb because there was no internet when I started. And some of those producers are no longer around, so they never put it on there when IMDb became a thing. But if you could see some of my early work and then move forward and see my work as I progressed, as I got better as an actor, as I trained, as I continued to train, you can see that my work gets better as I go. And that's where we want to be. We want to continue to work. We want to continue to get that work done. We want to continue to be the best that we can be. Think about the last time you did a monologue. When was the last time you actually just did a monologue just for you? I do not go to sleep without doing a Shakespeare monologue because we don't talk like that every day. And if all of a sudden I have an audition for a Shakespeare play or a role in a movie that is set in that time period, if you're not talking like that, you have a struggle learning it, understanding it, making people understand what you're saying. So every night before I go to sleep, that's usually the last thing I do, is I go through a Shakespeare monologue just in case. But you can do that with any monologue, especially early in your career. What are the things, what are the monologues that you're working on? Put them in your head, get them in there tight. So when somebody calls you and say, hey, okay, let's see a monologue, it doesn't catch you off guard. And that's part of your education. Part of your education is continuing to do the work. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. If that makes any sense. Do the work. When you guys are doing these workshops and they give you assignments to do, get it done. If they say, here's a challenge for today, get it done. We make time for everything else that we want to do. Everything that we want to do, we make time for it. During COVID, I gained like 30 pounds, right? And I was having a hard time dropping the weight. And one reason is I push myself like I'm still an athlete at 60. And when I'm in the gym, it's like I only know one speed. And so I was like, okay, I got to get with somebody who's going to help me regulate that so that I can be consistent. I don't burn myself out after the first 2 weeks. And so I started working out with a friend who is a personal trainer. And one thing that he said to me is he's like, Mark, every day that you work out doesn't have to be winning the game. He says, but it has to be that you show up. So show up. And just last week, he said to me, he says, what I love most about you is that even when you go on the road to do comedy or go on the road to work on a movie and you're going to miss some days, you always send me a text that says, hey, send me a workout that I can do today. And so he'll send me a workout for every day that I'm not going to be working out with him. And even though, my call time may be 5 a.m, before that day is over, I get that workout in. I get it done. So show up for yourself. You're doing it for yourself, not for anybody else. Nobody's going to do this work for you. You have to do the work. When they give you those assignments, for at VIP, get it done. It's not just random. It's for a reason. You're building the framework of your career. With this education. This education is important. Education is the basis of strengthening your talent. Talent is not enough in this industry. You can be talented and not get a job. It's like you walk into a room and some of these actors have been doing this for 30, 40, 50 years and they're good at it. And that's where you want to be. You want to be good at it. I did the last play I did 2 plays back to back in 2012, and I won the San Diego Critics Circle Craig Noll Award for Outstanding Actor of the Year. And one of the plays was A Raisin in the Sun. The other one was Top Dog Underdog. And A Raisin in the Sun, one afternoon, this lady comes up to me, and she's probably in her 70s, and she's crying, literally sobbing after the play. And I just give her a hug, and she grabs both of my hands, and she looks me in the face with tears running down, and she said, "We just didn't get it right, did we?" The performance affected her so much that it tapped into something that was in her life from her past. See, what we do is, although it's not brain surgery, we affect people in real time, especially during the live stuff. We affect people in real time. Film and TV, you have to wait and see how they edit it and how it works out. And sometimes you still affect people. I did a voiceover of a book. It was based on a book called Driven by Eternity, and it was called Affabel. And my character was called Selfish. And Selfish thought he was going to hell. He was in front of the throne of judgment, and the guy before him, Selfish, knew that this guy, or he thought that this guy was a better person than he was. And so that guy got sent to hell, and Selfish thought, I'm going to hell because if he can't get into heaven, how can I? And when Selfish finally gets his turn in front of the judgment seat, he ended up not going. So sometimes it's like the way we conduct our lives, although it seems like we are doing the right thing, maybe we're falling short somewhere, and the guy in front of him fell short and fell to hell. I got an email through my website. Somebody went to my website and sent me an email, and she said, I just wanted to reach out to you and let you know that I had walked away from God and the church. She says, I felt like, there was a series of things that happened in my life, and I felt like God had abandoned me. And a friend of mine, a couple of years later, gave me this 4-CD set, or 4-disc set of Affabel. And when it got to your part where you didn't go to hell, she said, I had to pull over. I was in my car listening to it driving, and I had to pull over because I realized that God doesn't walk away from us. We walk away from him. God is steady. She says, but I just wanted you to know that your performance was so powerful and affected me so deeply that it drove me back to church. We as artists have a profound ability to affect people emotionally, mentally, physically. So we have to take it serious. We have to take our education serious. And don't just chase the bad, chase excellence. And the way to be excellent is to get that training, get it in, man. There's going to be days where you're going to go, oh, God, I don't want to do another monologue. Do it anyway. How can you perform when you're tired, when you're dragging, when you were up all night last night because the kid was sick or something, and you still got to do this performance? So it's important that you rehearse even when you're tired, so that you can fight through it on the days that you have to perform. That helps you. I do a lot of comedy. In fact, I have a show tonight, and I'm tired. I'm really tired right now. You probably hear it in my voice. It's just, I'm exhausted. And the people that pay to get in, they deserve a performance. So regardless of how I feel, I'm bringing my A game. That's where we have to be. We have to be in that mindset of bringing our A game every time. And how do we do there? How do we get that? You know, there's techniques that help you pump that energy up. And how do you find that? Education. You have to learn it. You know, what we do, part of it is natural and part of it is technique. I'm going to tell you a story that hurts me every time I tell it. I lost my brother in '95. You know, my brother was my hero. So when I was a kid, he was like, I wanted to do what my brother did. You know, he was a superstar athlete. And he was working on his brother-in-law's car, and the jack slipped, and the car slowly suffocated him. And when I was doing A Raisin in the Sun, we were in the middle of, we were just finishing up our tech rehearsal. We're at our last dress rehearsal before we had our opening night. And I'm exhausted. And I leave the dressing room and I go and find a little dark corner right behind the stage. It's this little offshoot of the set, one of the panels, and there was like a little corner that I could just tuck away into, and it's dark. And I just went into that corner, and at the end of not A Raisin in the Sun, it's Fences. At the end of Fences, I was playing the character Gabriel, and Gabriel goes to his brother's funeral. He's on his way. He gets to Rose's house, and he tells Rose that he wants to play his trumpet so that St. Peter can open the gates to let his brother into heaven. And that night I was so tired, and because there's grueling tech rehearsals. So I get in that corner, and there's a technique called sensory recall. And that's where you dig into your own life and find things that help you get to an emotional state that you need to be in. And so I get in the corner and I start thinking about my brother's funeral. Everything that I could think of from the moment I woke up that morning, all the way to the repast. And moment by moment, every little detail I could think of: shower, dressing, limo ride, gravesite, church, all of that. All these things are just thinking about all those things, just trying to get into that feeling that Gabriel needed to be in. And I knew it because I had that experience with my own brother. And as I start putting these little pieces together, building this foundation for this last piece of this performance, I finally get to that spot where I'm feeling like, okay. And then I hear my cue to hit the stage. And I run out onto stage as Gabriel. And the line is, "Hey, Rose." And I said, "Hey, Rose," and there was a quiver in my voice. And Rose, who was played by a fantastic actor in San Diego, Laffy Thompson, Sylvia Laffy Thompson, brilliant actor. She says, "Gabe," and in her voice cracked. And I said, I'm going to open the gates." And she starts crying. And then I started hearing sniffles in the audience. And no matter how tired I was, that technique helped me get through that moment. And we affected people in a real way. Toward the end of that scene, the whole cast is on stage, and you can hear sniffles coming from behind me. And Gabriel is trying to play his trumpet. It doesn't even have a mouthpiece on it. He's just blowing air through it. And the audience is moved and the actors are moved. And how do we get to that place? It's because of the education that I had many years ago that taught me that one technique that helped me through this time of fatigue. Your education is the most important thing that you can do for your career. get trained, do the work. Do the work. Because when you need it, you can fall back on it. You can fall back on the technique that helps you get over the hump to where you need to be in that moment. I'm just going to sort of lay out like, which is what we're doing right now, which is sort of laying out like the framework for your career. You know, it starts with faith, that belief in yourself that you can do this, that you can do it at a high level, that you can do it for a long time. You can do it. Like I always tell people, I'm probably going to die on stage sometime. I'm going to be in the middle of a joke. I'm going to drop dead, and then I'm going to wake up and tell a punchline and go. You know, I started doing comedy in 1981. I was in 11th grade. And there was a period where I was on stage every single night trying to grow. And I worked with comics, opened for a bunch of comics that always taught me something. I learned something from them. And little did I know back then, these comics that I was going on the road with, the things that I was learning from them. And like sometimes they give me notes after the show. Hey, if you did this like this, or if you said this like this, or if you slowed down right here, you know, all these little nuggets was still part of my education as a comedian. Bill Cosby, I was working on Ghost Dad with Bill Cosby, and I was watching my first 7-minute set. It was from the Ice House, and he was passing by with Sidney Poitier, passed by my trailer, and he says, stepped up on the steps. He says, "How long is it?" I said, 7 minutes. He said, "Rewind it." He watched my whole 7 minutes, and he said, "It's as if you're afraid of the silence." He says, "You're telling so many jokes so fast, you're not giving them a chance to laugh." He says, "If you look around the audience, you know, when the camera hits the audience, you can see that they want to laugh." He says, "But you're stepping on the laughter." He said, "Don't move after you tell the joke and the laugh crescendos. Don't move until it starts to come down. Don't talk until it starts to come down." And I went from 7 minutes to almost 30 minutes overnight just by taking that note. That was part of my education. And now when you see me on stage, you'll see me pause and wait, and then go. And that helped start building that part of the foundation of my career. Your faith in what you do, that circle of family, friends, that education, that's all foundation for what you do. When you have that foundation built solidly, when you need it, it's there for you. A lot of times you'll get a role that you look at and you go, "Okay, I know exactly who this is," and it's easy to play that role. And then sometimes you'll get a role and you go, "I know nothing about what this guy does. I know nothing about that industry. I know nothing about that lifestyle. I know nothing about anything that this character has. So I got to create to make him real." And truly, that's what we're doing when we're acting. We're creating a character based on what the author gives you. And in real life, you know, we're not just one dimensional. We are multifaceted. We're like onions. We peel away layers of ourselves. You know, like the other night I did comedy at this place, and they had karaoke and poetry. And when I went up, the first thing I did was I started with a poem, and nobody knew I did poetry or that I even had a poem. And then in the middle of my act, I sang part of a song, and nobody knew that I sang. And that's where we want to be. We want to be able to take all that stuff that we can do and we put it on a character, right? how does this thing that I can do work with this character? And sometimes the writer will give you exactly what the character is, and sometimes it's vague because let's face it, sometimes there's bad writing, and so you as an actor, you have to take all of yourself and pour it into this character so that the character can be believable and not one-dimensional. So your faith and your family of friends and your education, all that stuff ties in together. It's a nice weave of things in your life that help you to be the best actor you can be. It's the framework, the foundation that builds your career. I always tell people that I've been doing this professionally since 1986. 84 as a stage actor, 86 as a TV and film actor. And when I look back on my career, I go, wow, it's been a great career. And still, I'm not where I want to be. But I've had a great body of work. I have a friend who's a very successful voiceover actor. You always hear his voice. He's that guy that talks like that. And he's always villains in cartoons. And he said to me one time, he says, man, I would love to have your career. And I said to him, I'd love to have 2 or 3 of those cartoons that you do. But it's like, we look at what we're doing and what we've done, and we kind of dismiss it as if because I'm not where I want to be. It's not, I'm not successful. Sometimes I'll put that in my own head, and that's not the truth. The truth is I'm very successful. I'm a very successful actor. It's like, how often do you book? I expect to get the job every time I audition. And now I'm at a point where I don't audition as much anymore. I get offers. And that's because I have that foundation that helps to build the framework of our career. Your faith, your family, your education, all those things come together, come into play to help you be the best that you can be at what you're trying to do as an actor. And if you want to be a successful actor, you have to do the work. You have to build that foundation. You have to have those techniques that you can go back and pull from when you need to. How do you analyze a script? Can I do that? We have to look at a script from a character's point of view. When the first line of the action in the film says, "It's a hot day. The sun is beating down. It's 113 degrees." So when you step outside as the character, what does that feel like, that 113 degrees? You have to show me, because I'm sitting in the air-conditioned theater, with popcorn and an icy. I'm not hot. So you need to show me that you're hot, right? That foundation, that technique, that education, all those things, you got to put that into your acting. Get that education, do the work, set the groundwork for it. And I want to go back to what Russell Hornsby said. Don't chase the bag. Don't chase it. Don't chase the bag. The money will come if you continue to do the work and be the best that you can be. It'll come. I remember the first time I worked for a week on a film. Early in the industry, you would get quotes, and quotes don't mean anything anymore. Like back in the old days, let's say you go out, you do a film, you work for scale. In your next job, your agent is able to negotiate you a little bit above scale, and it grows every time you work. And that is not the way it works today. But back then, that's the way it worked. And I did Terminator 2, and I hadn't worked on a job. I was always a day player. And so now they said, well, it's going to be 2 days, possibly 3. So we're going to book him for a week. So my daily rate, I had a really good daily rate at the time. Didn't have a quote for weekly. So I got scale for a week, which was nothing to sneeze at. It was decent money, right? And they said it's going to be 2 or 3 days. So I was cool with that, right? At the end of the week, I'm still there on Terminator 2. And so I called my agent. I said, man, I'm still here. And so it's not 2 or 3 days, it's a whole week. I said, and I'm still here. And I said, and it looks like I'm going to be there on Monday too. And before it was over, I was there for 6 weeks. So now it's the most money I've ever made on a film. And then I go back after the film was finished with principal photography. I go back and do 2 weeks of pickup shots. And then I go back and do a week of looping. Looping is when you go in and you fix words that you said, or if they change words, you fix it in post. So now I've worked 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks on this film that I was supposed to work 2 days. And part of it was James Cameron would come to me, he'd say, hey, what would you say right here? And I'd say something, he goes, oh yeah, come on. And then he just starts sticking me in scenes that I wasn't even in. But part of it is that because of my education, whenever he would ask me something, I had something to come back with. And I brought some levels to this character that wasn't there. I did Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith. And I remember at the audition, the first audition, I go in, Will's people are there. They're the producers on it. The director is Gabriele Muccino, and he's an Italian director, but he was in Italy, so he wasn't at the first audition. And although this was a call straight to producers, I had to go back in 2 months when he came in because he wanted to see everybody. So I go back and Will's people, after the first read, they were like, oh yeah, that's fantastic. And then laughing and joking and patting me on the back as I left. And I was like, okay, cool. So I called my agents. I said, I think we got this. And then so the agent said, well, you're going to have to go back. And, casting is called and said, Gabriele wasn't there. So you're going to have to go back in 2 months when he gets back and read again. I was like, okay, cool. I said, I'll just do what I did today. It's going to be fine. And I go in, I did what I did today. And he's looking at me like I'm an alien. He's got this look on his face like it was stank. And he said, no. He says, it's not funny. He says, this is not a funny movie. I said, yeah, but, and this is the scene where Will is trying to remember the phone number and he passes by me and I walk into the liquor store with him and I'm talking about a gang and I'm throwing numbers at him. He can't remember this phone number that he had to write down. And so he says, okay, he says, it's not funny. He says, let's do it again, but don't be funny. I said, Black people are going to laugh at that. I said, that's a fact. I said, it's going to be funny to people no matter how I do it. And so he finally hires me. And I go to San Francisco to do the movie. And he had a party for Halloween. And I get there and I'm a little early. And he says, oh, I'm glad you're here. He said, I didn't want to hire you. He said, I thought you were too funny. He said, and I didn't see it as a funny movie. He said, but I'm glad I hired you because I knew the part needed a rewrite. He says, and as we're on set, I see that you're bringing stuff to the character that isn't there. And that's all about education. That's all about being able to see what this character is and who he is and what he's trying to do. Because every character has their own story arc. Every character has their own thing where they're trying to do what they're doing, regardless of what the lead character is doing. And you have to be educated enough to see what that character's objective is. Acting 101, what do I want? And the only way you know about Acting 101 is if you get trained. Get your training, do the work. Have faith in yourself. First and foremost. If you have a belief system that's higher than yourself, believe in that and trust that. I always tell people that God never says no. He says yes. He says not now. And he says, I have something better in mind. So sometimes you might not get a role and you go, man, I really want that role. And then next thing you know, you got a role that's so much better. You know, last year I had a film come out called Bringing Back Christmas. And I was exhausted. I'd been on the road for about 14 days. And I come home, and I turn my phone off and I go to sleep. And I wake up at about 11 and there's about 5 voice messages from a casting director and probably 10 text messages. And so I get up, I brush my teeth, wash my face, and then I start listening to the messages. And then I call her. And she says, hey, there's a film. They want you for the lead. And there was a film that I had read for before I went on the road that was only like, you know, maybe a week on set. But I really liked it and I wanted to do it and I didn't get it. And then all of a sudden, here's this film, they're making an offer and they're saying, you know, but they want to do a chemistry read. Can you hop on Zoom and read? And so I hopped on Zoom and read with the lady who was going to play my wife and ended up getting the lead in this film. And from that, I'm slated to do their next 4 films. And I'm doing the lead in 2, possibly 3 of those 4. And they just want me in the 4th one just because they want me around. And one of the things that the writer said was that, you know, we think we write a good film, but the stuff that you bring to it makes it better. So your education is important, your faith, your education, that circle of friends that you have that support you in all that you do and that you give that love back to them. All those things make up the framework for your career, your acting career, for you as an actor, for you as a person. And I think it's more important to be a great person than it is to be a great actor. But the two go hand in hand. If you get your education and you do the work, you will be a great actor. Trust me. Keep that circle tight. Keep that faith true. Keep educating yourself. And that's going to be the basis, the foundation for the framework of your acting career.
That is awesome. Mike's downstairs clapping and cheering you on. Thank you. That's amazing. I love that so much. How many of you have the foundation now? How many of you have that foundation that you need? Everyone give it up for Mark Christopher Lawrence. Like,
Yay!
he's like one of the foundational members of our coaching staff, our coaching team here at VIP Ignite. And this morning when I was telling you guys my story, I would attribute at least 50 to 75% of what I know about acting to being on calls with this man here. Like,
I have a
hope
question.
you guys
I have a
What?
question really quick. Mark, when did you get an agent? When did you know it was time for an agent?
Well, I was in college and I went to USC on a debate scholarship. And while I was there, after my first year, I took a voice class for speaking and centering, and the instructor said, hey, you should audition for the Bachelor of Fine Arts Acting program. And he coached me for the audition. I auditioned. I was already a junior. They put me in the program as a sophomore because it's a 4-year program. And the first play that I was in there, one of my debate coaches brought an agent to see me in the play. You know, she was one of his best friends. And after the play, she gave me her card and she says, hey, I want to talk to you about representation. And so she says, call me on Monday. So I called her on Monday. We made an appointment for me to go and meet her on Tuesday. And we talked and she says, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, I want to sign you. She says, what I saw in the play was fantastic. She says, and I think you're only going to get better from here. And so that was my first agent. And then I was doing a play at the Los Angeles Theater Center 3 years later. I think I was a senior at that point. And I'm playing the lead in a play at Los Angeles Theater Center. You know,
So you
major
had training. Like your agent, I think a lot of people are under the impression if they're looking to get into acting, that they get an agent first and then they go from there. And that's not the case.
Yeah, you got to know what you're doing. You got to know how to audition. You got to know how to conduct yourself on set. You got to know how to actually create a role. You got to be able to do the work, and when you get the job, to do the work. And if you don't know how to do those things, they will happily fire you. Bill Duke said to me one time. He says, sometimes I see your technique. He says, so trust that you're going to be good at it. He says, and just let the technique smolder in the bottom of it. He says, but your instincts are great. He says, but know this, that when you get to set, if you need to cry, you're going to have to cry. If you need to laugh, you got to laugh. He says, you got to get through those things that they're asking you to do, or they will get somebody else. He says, and the way you get to there is you continue your training.
How many of you guys on this call are willing to put in the work? Because, and I want to just emphasize this. You need to be somebody that an agent knows can handle your stuff. Agents don't teach you how to act, guys. So they're looking to sign actors that are ready to go out on auditions.
Right.
So
and directors don't
Yeah.
teach you to act. Like I have a director that I work with a lot, on stage, and I ask her a question. She goes, "Oh, that's acting shit." She said, "I don't know anything about that." She says, "I just paint a pretty picture." And so sometimes you'll be working, and the director will give you nothing to help you as an actor. So you have to do the work.
Yeah, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. Who's ready to kick butt? Type, I'm ready. Let's see. He lit the fire in me. Good. That's what he does. Perfect. Well, it was nice seeing you. I just wanted to know, like, when you got an agent, because there's so many people on here. I want an agent. I want an agent. That's not, the question is, does an agent want you? So
that part. Well, and I'll tell you this story. After my first agent, I ended up going to a really big agency. And when I went in to meet them, every agent in that room wanted to sign me. Sometimes there may be one that doesn't. When you go into a room, it's like, everybody loves you except that one. And if you have to convince them, you don't want to be there. You want them to love you, because then now you know and trust that they're going to do right by you. The agency that I have now, they don't just see me as funny. They know that I can act, and they send me out for everything. It's like I'm going in for parts that I look at and go, well, one, I'm the only Black guy here, and I'm the only guy here. So they'll pitch me into a room that, on paper looks like I'm not right for, and 9 times out of 10 I get the job.
awesome. Let me ask you a question. Do you ever get starstruck? Terminator, Seinfeld, Pursuit of Happiness. Do you do you ever get starstruck? Or
Only
think yourself
once.
Going, holy crap.
Only once, and it was I love the movie Terms of Endearment, and I was in high school, I think, when that came out, and John Lithgow in that movie I thought was so good. He was so believable to me.
Yeah.
And I worked with him on Third Rock from the Sun, and at the table read, I'm sitting right across from him, and I was like looking at my script and kind of peeking over at him like, oh my God, that's John Lithgow. But I've worked with Burt Reynolds, I've worked with Will Smith, I've worked with Arnold, I've worked with Seinfeld, I've worked with Cosby, I've worked with Sidney Poitier, and none of them made me feel like that, because I wasn't an actor when I noticed John Lithgow as an actor and how good he was.
Yeah.
And so when I saw him, it's like I was like, I want to be that good. I want people to watch me and make them feel some kind of way. So that was the only starstruck
kind of way right now.
Yeah.
I've never heard that story before. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Man, this amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And good luck to everybody with your career. Do the work. Do the work. Nobody's going to do it for you.
That's true. And VIP Ignite can help you get there. If you want help, type help me. How many of you guys love Mark? Scale 1 to 10. How amazing was this for you today?
Well, if you love me, follow me on Instagram.
And Angel Bullard is a huge Chuck fan and Zachary Levi. So
Cool beans.
yeah, I was just watching you on TV actually earlier today.
No way.
Yeah,
On
I was
Chuck?
watching Chuck.
Ah,
Yeah.
I still haven't seen the last one. I can't bring
Oh.
myself to watch it.
Okay, well then we should have a watching party, a viewer party.
Oh, that'd be
I
great.
won't tell you what happened. I'm just kidding. You know.
Well, I didn't even read the script. I just read my part.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
I wanted to
wow.
eat a sandwich. That was it. I didn't
I
want it
can
to
do that.
end. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't want it to end because it was so much fun.
that was a good show. No chance
Yeah.
of it coming back yet, right? No movie. Come
No
on,
movement.
breaking news. Come on,
No
you can say it
movement.
here.
No movement. Zach wants it. Wants at least a movie, so
You hear that,
he's
Angel?
pushing for it. So we'll see.
All
I think
right,
we
well,
should start a
us
writing
know how we
campaign.
can
Who
help.
should we write? Who should we
Yeah.
solicit for this?
What do we have to do to make that happen?
Well, it's Warner Brothers' decision, so
Okay,
All
well,
they
right,
gotta
well, we know some people.
because they own it.
All
we
right,
got you.
all right, we got this. All right,
All right,
All right.
thank you so much.
Thank
This was
you.
so amazing.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Love y'all.
love
Love
you.
See you soon.
Bye.
All right. Take care.
How fun was that?
Oh my gosh. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Like, how many takeaways did you have from that? And that John Lithgow story, that was the first time we ever heard that story too.
Yeah. And you know what's kind of crazy? So obviously, yeah, Deneen and I love the TV show Chuck. And, you know, when you're working on this type of level, and, you know, Mike and I were out in LA, we were producing Broadway, and we had won the Tony with Sigourney Weaver. So we were out there, and I'll never forget, I went onto Facebook or Instagram and I wrote him, and I was like, oh, there's no way he's going to write me back. But I invited him to come out to one of our LA events, and he saw who we'd had been working with. He saw we were just with Sigourney Weaver, and he's like, oh, I would love to do it. And it was just like, not as a fan, but for somebody in the business, I fangirled, because when I met him, I was like, it's Big Mike from my favorite show. This is crazy. And now I know that Zachary Levi is in for another, like a movie. And I know Angel Bullard's on here. Hi, Angel. And she's a huge fan. She's like Zachary Levi's like #1 fan.
You're
How
like,
cool
she
is
went
it
to-
that like we're hearing this live on this boot camp?
And she
And,
went
like,
to
we
South
could
by
be a part of it.
Southwest just so she could be in a room with Zachary Levi. So
That's true. That's
it's
true.
awesome.
Super fun.
And I'm not gonna, I low key fangirled too when I met him in San Diego, even though I've been talking to him for like 5 years. I was like, you're real. I tried not to do that because I've embarrassed myself more than once, but it was amazing to
You
have
did
him
great.
be.
You did great.
No, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Mark Christopher Lawrence on a regular basis? How awesome would that be for your career? Do you think, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think that would elevate your career? Yeah, right. He's absolutely, he's a wealth of knowledge. And the thing I love about him, I mean, most 99.999% of the people that we work with, they're heart people, because this industry is about heart, right? Like, yeah, there's grit involved, but if you don't love what you're doing, like, why are you even here? So that's why I love working with Mark Christopher Lawrence. So what I would love to do now, if I have your permission, I would love to share with you guys something that we're working on, a project that I'm really excited about. So being on these calls is awesome, right? Because, you know, we're in the comments, we're encouraging each other. It's all really well and good. But how many of you have a community of people that you can really fall on? Like, that if you're having a bad day, they'll lift you up. Or if you're having a good day, they'll lift you even higher and celebrate with you. How many of you guys have a community like that? Because
Okay.
that's something that, oh God, that photo. I was going to share that in school.
Aw. I had to
It's
just show
just-
it because it was the first time you met him live.
And you know what the thing for me is like, I really love what I do. I don't know if you guys can tell that or not, but I love what I do. And for me, it's not so much about the celebrity, because you know what? Celebrities put their pants on one leg at a time, right? But for me, it's the heart. For me, it's working with people that love. Was I crying in that picture? Pretty much.
But it was such a happy moment.
I know, no, it was, but like I'm that person who cries when she's happy. I cry when I'm sad. I cry when I'm mad.
She does.
Like, crying is my like fallback emotion, or my fallback eye thing. But the thing that I love so much is like the people that we work with, they work with heart, and our community is amazing. And I'm really proud of the community that we've cultivated here at VIP Ignite. So what I would love to do is I would love to show you guys something that we've been working on. A lot of our talent are already a part of this, and this is something that's growing and expanding. Because the thing is like this industry is for some people and it's not for other people. So what I'm going to do is I want to share with you something that we're working on that's really cool. And then I want to ask you guys some questions. I want you to start doing a little introspection. Would that be okay with you guys? Okay, good, because I'm hosting the event. So here we go. Just kidding. All right. So something that we just launched with VIP Ignite is our platform called School. Okay. And so before we used to do everything on Facebook, and Mark Zuckerberg, I love you and I love Facebook because it helps keep me connected with my friends from high school. But holy Moses, is it like so complicated to use? So something we're doing right now is School. So how many of you are getting a lot of value already out of this weekend? Like, have you learned something? Have you grown? Do you have any takeaways from this weekend? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Like, I want you to imagine having that on an ongoing, regular basis. Okay. Imagine every day having the opportunity to work with people in a community and learn and grow. Because so many times people are like, oh my God, I want to be in the entertainment industry, but they're doing it alone. So this is the way that we are cultivating so that you don't have to do it alone. Okay. So first of all, we have this amazing community, and I want to highlight something. I didn't see this until late last night. Okay. But Solange, she's one of our inner circle members. She wrote this post last night and it really struck me. And then the comments, this isn't me like telling people, hey, I need you to write something nice. This is literally unsolicited comments from people in our community, right? So happy Friday, everyone. So many resources in School, and I'm going to show you the resources in just a moment. I love that we're able to learn, stay up to date with announcements, access past trainings and inspirational clips, also valuable. And it's awesome that we can encourage each other all of this in the same spot, loving this platform, right? Yeah, it's awesome to gain valuable knowledge and meet and chat with people. This platform is amazing. We are all inspiring in some way. This is the best decision they have made. I know there's more to come. You have no idea, Monique Jennings, what's to come. I'm so happy to see everyone embracing the app, because you know what the thing is our community is awesome, and we have so many amazing people. I mean, we're giving out how to increase your social media. We're talking about like our dreams. Like even one thing I'm working on is I'm launching a brand pretty much, right? So it's something we're able to share with everyone, and everyone is so encouraging and so just engaged. And I love what we're doing here on School. So not only is there an amazing community, okay, but we offer a lot of resources. How many of you are loving boot camp so much that you would love to be able to come back and watch the replays? If that sounds like you, type replay in the comments. Because something we're doing is with all of our content that we're doing, like we're doing live training. We have a 6-month acting intensive going on with Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. We have production assistant training. We have an event coming up in Hollywood. We have an event coming up in Tampa. We did a whole course on photography and videography, right? And I don't know, you guys can see this. What we're going to do, just so you guys know, is by Tuesday morning, all of the replays from this event are going to be available right here in Boot Camps 2024. So how many of you would love to go back and listen to what Anissa said? Would love to go back and hear what Mark Christopher Lawrence said, right? Like, I know for me, I'm going to go back and listen to those replays myself. Okay. So that's something that we're offering. And the thing I love too is let me just show you. So we have what's called the Rising Stars Academy. And hold on, I lost it. Okay. The live recordings, right? So this week we had 3 calls. Well, this week we had 2 calls, right? So as soon as the calls are done, the next morning they're up here. So you can watch the replay, right? This is Ryan Colby. You'll meet him tomorrow, former art director of Vogue. Okay. We even give you we even give you resources on how do I attend the next workshop? The thing I love too about this is all of the calls. It's right here. For a lot of you who are here on this call, you probably went into School, you clicked on this link here and you got the link for Zoom for this call. So we also have, this is what we have coming up this week. I do an accountability call once a week where I hold you account. How many of you need more accountability in your life? How many of you need someone to hold your foot to the fire to make sure that you're doing what you need? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. we're doing that. We have the former art director of Vogue who's going to be doing a call on Thursday. Bobby Finara from The Sopranos. So how many of you are Sopranos fans? Again, this is another one. When I met him face to face, I was like, hi, even though I'd been working with him a couple years. But imagine having the opportunity to work with someone who's classically trained, right? Yeah, how cool is that? It's so awesome. And something else we have coming up, which this is my first announcement for my Rising Stars for my VIP Ignite Fearless Rebels. But something else we're going to be doing is, how many of you would love the opportunity to work in a small group with Mark Christopher Lawrence? Like, we're thinking like 5, 6 people, 10 tops. Okay, doing script analysis. So we're covering scene study, we're covering voiceover, we're covering like acting techniques. But how many of you know that in order for you to like truly be an actor, you have to be able to do the beats, do all of those things? Well, next Saturday, we're having an audition, which I'm just announcing right now, for people to work with Mark Christopher Lawrence for 6 months, an acting intensive. Okay, but how many of you think it would be really easy to be able to get on the calls and find out like exactly what's going on with this? Something else I love about school is, how many of you are competitive? If you're competitive, type me in the comments. I'm very competitive. I may not seem like it. I may seem like, hey, what's going on? Let's go with the flow. You put me in a sports arena, holy moly, it's crazy. So something else that I love that we have here is called a leaderboard, okay? So we literally are incentivizing people to be nice to one another, to encourage, to like post, to like other people's stuff, to comment on other people's stuff. And when I originally started this, I feel like I have to reshoot the welcome video because it was like me. I was like the only person on the leaderboard. Hey guys, you guys are awesome, right? But now, Ryan Clapham, I hate to say this to you, but you dropped the ball. Monique Jennings is beating you now. Ryan Clapham came out strong, like being in the top, right? Yeah, it is. It is kind of like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok combined, right? But the thing is how many of you would love to be incentivized to be supportive, like to be a good human? I know it sounds, for me, I love this so much. Wait, hold on. I'm not competitive, but I enjoy winning. I love that. That's my new line. I'm going to get a t-shirt made. I'm not competitive, but I love to win. But what I want you to understand is like, this is something that we're working on, and this has been a long time coming. Okay. We're so excited about school because it's really streamlining everything. So here's the question I have for you. Okay. So many people want to get into the industry. You want to get an agent. Let me ask you a question. Are you someone who's willing to put in the work? Like, would you be willing to give 1 hour a day to go through some training so that you can learn more about the industry? Yes or yes in the comments, if that sounds like you. Yes or yes in the comments. Literally, something that we have here is we literally go through everything that you need to get started in the industry. We talk about having a vision. We talk about taking action. We do some mindset, because you know what? 80% of success in life is not the tactics, it's the mindset. If you think whether or not you think you can, you are right. How many of you have ever heard that? Whether or not you think you can, you are right. So we go through mindset. We talk about monologues. You'll be writing and creating your own monologue. We talk about modeling too, right? We talk about like insiders tips for thriving and not surviving. We don't want you to survive. We want you to thrive. We talk about like modeling. We talk about taking digitals. We talk about like just acing casting calls. We go further. We talk about like how to juggle fame and chill like a pro. Like, how many of you are like, you know, when I get famous, I'm going to be so chill? Well, we actually walk you through how to do that. We walk you through self-taping. I told you guys earlier about Margot Bingham, who starred in the last season of The Walking Dead. She does self-tapes. We talk about taking digitals, right? How many of you would love access to this? How many of you would love to have access to a course that could totally lay down the industry for you? So when you come out of it, you can have a pretty strong conversation with most people in the industry, right? Then after that, we take you even further. We have what's called the 30 and 30. So the 21-day challenge is the foundation. Like today is foundation day, right? So today we're laying the foundation. Tomorrow we're going to elevate you. Tomorrow is transformation day. So the 30 and 30 is the transformation, right? So we talk about like Dream 100, like how do you develop the people? How do you develop the community that you want, the network that you want? Alicia and Mike for the past 18 years have been developing network and network and network. And for the past 6 years, I've had the opportunity to be under them and to really learn how do you create a network, right? So what we do is in the 30 and 30, we break everything down for you. How many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of that? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And you know what's even better about this? How many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of something like this for less than $25 a week? How many of you think you could do that? Because you know what? We're here to talk about you becoming the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. We're here to talk about you becoming a part of the industry. Because you know what? There are people that this industry is meant for, and there are people that this industry is not meant for. And I want to ask you a question. You heard from Mark Christopher Lawrence. Do you think he puts in work every day? Yes or yes in the comments. If you think he puts in work every day, yes or yes in the comments. How many of you are willing to do that? How many of you are willing to put in that work and show up for yourself? Show up for a live call where you get to network with the former art director of Vogue, where you get to learn from him. Because that's yeah, he said that. He said, I put in the work every day.
And now that this business is done on Zoom, I'm going to say this, like, we grew up, you know, some thick skin, but the competition now is more fierce than ever. Back in the day, you had to live in New York City. You had to live in LA. You physically went into the offices. Now that it's on Zoom, it's accessible to the entire world for one role. And, you know, I was watching Cooking with Bobby Flay last night. How many of you guys love Bobby Flay? Oh, right? Yeah. And you hear people, get the skillet, get this, get that. If you didn't know how to cook, you're never going to beat Bobby Flay. Like, we know this. It's a technique. So as you were going through some of the people like Margot Bingham, she wasn't an extra on The Walking Dead. She played Stephanie like 7 seasons. She starred in New Amsterdam. She starred in Barbershop. We have models from America's Next Top Model that are part of our company. We have Jim Benzing, the head of casting for L'Oreal, J. Crew, The Gap, Banana Republic, Nike. He chooses the covers of Vogue with Anna Wintour. These are the people you're learning from, so that when you get an agent or an agent's interested in submitting you and they're like, I need digitals now. Oh shit, what's a digital? Hey, we just submitted you out for the new Stranger Things, you know, spinoff. Perfect. I'm going to send you some sides. What the hell is a side? Oh, do you know how to do a proper self-tape? Do you know how to do proper lighting? That's why we offer that photography course in there. If you see the formula, type blueprint, because that's what you need to understand. It's not just, I want to be an actor, I want to be a model. Okay, great. Do you even know how to do proper measurements? Do you know how to do digitals? Do you know how to, do you know how to read sides? Do you know how to do a slate? Because if you don't know how to do this, why would anybody hire you? Because you're holding your hand out. I want to get paid as an actor or model. I know they make some cash. They do. Are you ready to memorize 20 pages of dialogue? Do you know how to, handle stage directions? Because all these things are so important. Again, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. And great job, Monique Jennings, man. That is phenomenal. Because Deneen, so often I hear these are the most common, reasons why talent tell me that they can't achieve great success in this business. 1, they don't have training. Okay. Even if you went and got training, who are you getting training with? Imagine adding one of the cast members from The Sopranos on your resume, one of the cast members, 2-time Emmy, Mark Christopher Lawrence, learning from top people, not just learning the act of acting, but also learning what agents and casting directors and screenwriters do. That's why we're here. Yeah. 2nd, I don't live in the right location. Okay, hi, we're on Zoom. I don't live in the right location. I'm currently in Florida. I'm no longer New York or LA. I'm in Florida. So you could literally do this from anywhere. We've had calls like this, Deneen, from Mexico, right? Yes, from Las Vegas. Have. It doesn't matter where you are. As long as you have Wi-Fi and VIP Ignite, of course, you're golden. Your friends and family don't believe in you. Okay, well, that's awesome. I wouldn't believe in myself either if I 100% relied on friends and family. If you know you're meant for greatness, you're the only one that matters. Yep. Type it. I'm the only one. Because that's all that matters. If you're taking advice from your friends and family that have never had true success in this business, you're getting opinions, not fact. So why reinvent the wheel? Learn from people on The Walking Dead, Stranger Things, You know, High School Musical, Monique Coleman is part of our network. The Phantom of the Opera himself from New York City, part of our network, right? You are the only one that matters.
Yeah.
Your passion, that's like me saying, oh, well, my favorite food is Italian. I'm not here to change it. Mexican, Japanese, Indian. I can't change it based on your preference. This is my preference. I chose it because if
Yeah.
you're not 100% solidified as to why you want to get into show business, when somebody asks you, what is your why? I would start practicing that now because it's going to come up. It's going to come up a lot. So location, your age no longer matters, your height, your weight, none of those things matter anymore.
Yep.
Those are excuses you tell yourself as to why you can't achieve success. Look in the mirror, look at yourself, take a selfie and go, you're gonna do this. You have the right team. It doesn't matter where you live. You have the right assets for training now. You have all the tools you need. It's up to you to be here.
Can I add
that's
something
the
to what you
truth.
just said?
What?
Can I add something to what you
Yeah,
just
of
said?
course.
Okay, so I was at an event in Las Vegas. I was at a bunch of events, but someone said something that really struck me, and I want all of you to think about this, and I want you to write this down. Okay. When you are seeking advice for your career, if you want opinions, ask your friends and family. If you want counsel, ask people who have done what you want to do. So here's my question for you. This goes back to the mountain climber story earlier in the day. Do you want a Sherpa who lives on the mountain who knows what they're doing to give you counsel? Or do you want that person? Oh, maybe I could do this. Yes.
I've watched a YouTube video once about it. I got this.
Yeah, I
I
got
don't
this.
got
No,
this.
you can't get this education on Google University. So what you're seeking is you're not seeking the opinions of everyone. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has one. Everyone's going to be able to give you their opinion. I know that was crass. I apologize. Especially the day before Palm Sunday, but go with it. Okay. Everyone's going to have an opinion. When you're talking to your friends and family, you have two hands. Okay. Your friends and family, when they're giving you advice, when they're giving you their opinion, it's because they want you to be safe and they want to be safe themselves. Okay. When you're getting counsel from someone who's done what you want to do, they're going to tell you, listen, this is what you need to do. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Everything is a framework. Everything is a blueprint. So can we all I want you guys to make me a promise. I want you to stop asking your friends and your family their opinion. And I want you to start seeking counsel from people like Alicia, from Mike, from Mark Christopher Lawrence, from Anissa, from the people that you're going to meet over the next 2 days. Start seeking counsel. Stop asking for opinions, because when you ask for an opinion, they're going to give you what you want. So if you go to the most negative person in your life, you're like, hey, do you think I can do this? And they're like,
That's
no.
like asking your
duh.
best friend who's going through a divorce love advice.
Yeah.
How many of you guys have ever been there? Trying to convince you to break up with
Yep.
your loved one during Valentine's Day? Let's be single together. Let's not.
Yeah.
Misery loves company.
Valentine's Day, not cool. But okay. So make sure that you're seeking counsel. You're not seeking opinions.
True.
Okay. It's kind of like if you Google whatever you Google, you're going to get the answer you're looking for. You're not actually getting the truth. You're getting what you're looking for. So stop asking people for their
But
opinion.
here's the reason why people ask for opinions, because they're unsure about themselves. So it's almost like they want somebody else to tell them not to do it.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
it's easier to say, well, I could have been an actor. I could have been a model. Well, why weren't you? Oh, I didn't even try. Because it's safe. What do they
Well-
say? A safe ship stays in the port, right?
A ship is not meant to
Yep.
a ship is not meant to stay in the port. A ship is meant to sail.
True.
Okay.
That's the
And
only
I'm
way
going to give
have
you
the
one
best
more thing.
stories.
I'm
Yeah.
going to give you one more thing, and then we're going to get into some script analysis. How many of you want to get into the nitty gritty of how you can read a script so that when you go into an audition, you don't just do okay, you freaking nail it. How many of you guys want that? If you want that, type yes in the comments.
Like, nailed it.
Nailed it. All right. So
It's like
what I want you guys to
Christmas
do is I want you to stop taking advice from people that that may think they have your best interest at heart, but you want counsel. No more asking your friends and family their opinion. And the other thing I want to talk about really quickly, and then we're going to get into script analysis, is be positive. Okay. The industry wants to work with people who are positive, who believe in themselves. Okay. Let's stop with the negativity. If you have self-doubt, you know what? The only way you're going to overcome self-doubt is by mastering something. If you want negativity, go turn on the news. CNN's got you covered, constantly negative news. But if you want positivity and you want to start believing in yourself even more, start taking steps forward. I'm going to tell one more story, then we're going to bring Mike on. So the coffee's kicking in, okay? I told you guys I was going to have some espresso. So something I'm deathly afraid of is heights, okay? I'm like petrified of heights. And I'll tell you more about this story later because we're going to do an exercise at the end of the day that is going to change your lives. But something I'm afraid of is heights. And a couple months ago, we were in Orlando and Mike was like, we pulled in and we went by this obnoxious contraption called the slingshot. And Mike was like, hey, Deneen, I think I want you to go on that. I was like, you know what? I'm tired. Not tonight. Let's just go get dinner. He was like, okay. Then the second day we went by it. And he was like, Deneen, I think it's time. I was like, Mike, no, I can't do
Mike
that.
is always good at pushing the boundaries.
Oh
and
my
doing
gosh.
the videos, watching you face your fears. That's
Watching
what
you
he
face your
loves.
fear. So the second day I was like, nah, I don't think so. No. And then the day 3, it was like, okay, this is like, we're leaving tomorrow. Deneen, do you want to do this? I was like,
I
let's
was
just
with
do it.
you.
Yeah, you were with me. I was like, let's just do it. So we pull up and I go and I buy the ticket. And the lady's like, are you ready to go? I was like, no, I need a drink. I need a cocktail, right? I was like, I'm not doing this sober. And she was like, okay, well, you can go get a drink over there. I was like, no, you know what? I need to do this right now. And she was like, okay. So I went and stood in line. These two are taking videos. Ha ha ha. Isn't this cool? I get
didn't go
strapped
with
into
her.
this metal bucket. I don't even know what like a metal seat. I got flung 390 feet into the air.
It was scary as shit.
Course. Well,
I sat there drinking for you.
yeah, these two are filming me and all this. And you know what? I was petrified. When I sat in that seat, I was like,
They tied her down. Shot
I
her
was
up
like,
into
dear Lord
space.
Jesus, why am I doing this? Why have I agreed to this?
It makes for a good
Like,
video.
I was like, what the fluff is wrong with me? Like, why am I doing this? But you know what? I do have the video. You can go on my TikTok or my Instagram. You can see it. I'll share
Repost it just for fun.
I'll share it in. Oh, Reginald, do you think it's funny? Wait, I'm going to do something to you. You just wait, sir.
Reginald, I hope you're not going to our Vegas event because Michael's notorious for going to the stratosphere. Not him, but doing the video, watching everybody jump off.
Yeah,
So
well, we'll talk about that later. Yeah, we have a lot of fun planned for Vegas. But anyway, so the point is that I'm trying to make to you guys is this. I was petrified of something that I knew nothing about, but something happened when I got to the top the first time. I was like, oh my God. Oh, I was like, oh, wow. Okay. I lived. And you know what happened after that? I've had so much less fear. The next day, Alicia broke the circle of trust. We went on a roller coaster that went upside down. I was like,
that's
I need
true.
a break. No more adrenaline. But the thing is this. Everything you want is on the other side of that thing that you fear. Some of you are fearing taking action. Some of you are like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this. But. Let's stop butting and let's start taking action. Type action in the comments. Type action in the comments.
Oh, I have the picture of us on the roller coaster. I forgot to tell her it went upside down and she was real
No,
pissed
hold on.
that
This
day.
is how it really went down. And then we're going to have Mike come on and do script analysis. How it really went down is we were standing in line.
We're at Hollywood Studios.
At Hollywood Studios. And we're like halfway through this obnoxiously long line. And I looked at her, I was like, Alicia,
You guys see
this
it?
is upside down. And she was like, yes. I was like, you broke the circle of trust. But you know what? I think I'd probably go on that roller coaster again. Don't tell anyone I said that. Strike this from the record.
It's okay. This now is going on school. I will then have somebody from our team take that little snippet and post it. Date timestamp. Great.
Yep.
I will book Disney tickets now.
Okay. Maybe maybe
soon.
Epcot or something. I don't know. All right. So the point I'm trying to make to you is everything you want is on the other side of action. Stop taking advice. Stop taking people's opinions as gospel. You are the only one that can do this. You are the only one that can do this. And you have to take counsel from people who have your best interest at heart. Because like I told you earlier, mentors see in you something that you can't yet see in yourself.
How many of you guys had friends and family that were COVID experts? Wasn't that fun? Where'd you get
Yeah.
your degree? Google.
Yep, Dr. Google, Dr. CNN.
Dr. Google. Dr.
All right.
Google. Doctor.
Are you guys inspired to take action? If you are, type action in the comments. This was meant to be inspiring because you know what? I'm tired of seeing people play small. I want you guys to start playing big. I want you to take action. I want you to bet on yourself. Go all in on you. Go all in on Adam. Go all in on Aixa. Go all in on Amira. Go all in on Andrea. Go all in on yourself. Type I'm all in the comments. Type I'm
Well,
all in.
Yeah. If you do the same things you've always done, you're always going to get the same results.
Yep. That's the definition of insanity. We're
True.
stopping the insanity and we're taking action. All right. With that thought in mind, I've taken up too much of Mike's time already.
That roller coaster story was so good.
Circle of trust broken.
It's okay. How many of you guys want to go on a roller coaster with us next? Type roller coaster because Mike's about to come on and boy, this is going to be amazing.
You guys
Nah.
are okay. How many
Notch
of you
is
are
all
ready
in.
to have the way that you watch movies absolutely destroyed in the best way? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Yes.
All right. Okay, everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin with his script analysis.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Hi.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, what an incredible day. Tomorrow's going to even be better. Right after I do my presentation, we got a really amazing speaker coming on next. He's actually spending the next year traveling around the world. He's going to be going to 12 different countries, living there for 30 days at a time. He's an author, an amazing individual. So I'm bringing him on because I want you guys just to see, like, when you reach a certain level of success, what you can do with your life, and you know how much possibility is out there. And as far as Vegas, I was thinking maybe a firing range. They have a really cool firing range, like action hero kind of stuff. Learning about all that might be something that might be fun. So let me see what I can work my magic on that. But let me pull up my next presentation. That way I stay on time. All right, so it's kind of like a little bit of an overview. Just to kind of give you guys a head start. I know for a lot of you guys are interested in auditioning next Saturday, I believe it is, for being able to work with Bob Christopher Lawrence, which he's just phenomenal to be able to work with. The multi-Emmy award-winning actors, just work with some of the greatest people ever. So just a whole lifetime of experience being able to work with him. As far as school is concerned, that's the software, that whole program is just absolutely amazing. Probably within the next few weeks, we're going to have, probably by the end of the month, we're going to have close to over 3,000 hours of content available. And then obviously it's updated daily. So it's just literally like an entire, just literally going to be absolutely amazing. So this is going to be, what we're going to talk about is discover the secret acting DNA, transform from actor to detective, seeking truths hiding in plain sight. So we're going to talk about script analysis a little bit. I'm also going to give you guys at the end of the presentation, for those of you who've never seen this before, I'll give you the link where you can actually go and download scripts so you can kind of do this on your own. Another recommendation that I want to give you guys today is, you know, think about like some of your favorite movies and be able to like have access to not only the scripts and then kind of literally understanding the scripts, but also I want you guys to start thinking about, like, you know, imagine you got booked for a role for a movie. All right, let's just say right now I'm watching Shogun, which is absolutely phenomenal series. If you haven't watched the original or the new one, they're just absolutely incredible. Definitely check it out. But what I always recommend for actors, and a lot of actors will do, is when they book a role, the first thing they do is they read the book. So a lot of times movies are based upon a book. The book becomes a screenplay, then the screenplay becomes a script. So as an actor, you know, even as you're you know, elevating your career, right? Because you already are actors, you already are models, right? The difference between a professional and a pro is just a pro's getting paid, but that's just a short jump. Once you surround yourself with the right people and you have the right training and the right tools and the right resources, your life will change in so many ways so quickly. But definitely, you know, start thinking about that. Thinking about the movies you could, you know, you want to be in, right? Think about getting the books. Think about understanding the scripts and so forth. Like that's just, it's a great way to submerge yourself in understanding stories, right? You know, I've been working a lot now on creation of stories and storytelling and the hero's journey for our other company, VisionCraft. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow, because I'm going to be doing a State of the Union, kind of going over everything where the company is headed. Tomorrow, we're also going to be, we also have a really great person who's going to be coming on talking about finances again tomorrow. So if you enjoyed today, tomorrow we're actually going to be elevating it. We're going to be talking a lot about social media, artificial intelligence. We have an expert coming on for that. We have a SAG franchise agent, Ryan Colby will be here. We are going to be playing Model Garage. So tomorrow's going to be a jam-packed day. But today we're concentrating right now for the moment on script analysis. So script analysis is a key step in any actor's process. A close examination of the text can help you develop your character's motivations and backstory. So what is the character literally doing? So Mark talked about this acting 101, right? What is your action? What is it that you're actually doing? Are you going to get the mail? Are you, pouring yourself a drink? Are you opening up the refrigerator? So as you're reading the script in that scene, what is the character literally doing? What is he attempting to do? Is he picking up the mail? Is he moving a package? Is he contemplating some thought, right? What is the character literally doing? So what does the character want the other characters in the scene to do? So is it the character? So in every scene, there's an interaction that's going on. So when we get a little bit further into this, you'll understand like how to do this to understand what the writer meant, right? The writer is going to give you clues in the script. So any actor, once you understand this, you'll be able to read any script and understand the writer's process, understand the writer's thoughts. But in every scene, it's normally two characters. The one character is trying to get the other character to do something. So let's just pretend it's an argument between a couple. The one character is trying to prove a point, right? He's trying to get the other person angry. Just try to get the other person to break down. They're trying to do something. So you have to understand, you have to look past the words and understand exactly what the two characters are trying to do, right? So you have to be able to use visualization and recognize the patterns within the script. So what is my action? That's the first thing. So when you do script analysis, the first thing you're going to ask yourself is, what is my action? As you're going through each scene and each page, that's the first question. That's the question that's always going to come up was, what is my action? What is that action like to me, right? It's as if. So what does the action mean to me? What is the goal of the action, right? The goal is to get the mail. The goal is to be angry. Am I projecting my voice? Am I sad? Am I happy? You start understanding the character, right? Mark talked a little bit about this, understanding who the character is, what is his backstory, and so forth. If you're from the South, your mannerisms, the way you would hold your hand, the way you would speak, the way you might move, and so forth. So again, it's understanding all of this. This is a part of script analysis. It's not just being given lines. So many times new actors just think, well, I got my lines, let me just memorize them and off I go. It's not. You really have to analyze the script and understand the character. That's what makes a great actor, right? That's the actor who will continuously get booked. That's the actor who will go on to win Emmys. That's the actor who works with Martin Scorsese, works with Leonardo DiCaprio, works with all these, Robert De Niro's and Al Pacino's and Denzel Washington's. That's why, within school in our programs, we bring in that level type of coaches, people who are currently working in the industry, because we want you guys always at the forefront to become as great as you possibly can be. So this analysis keeps the actor on steady course with the writer's intention. So the actor can boil down the scene into a playable objective, an essential action, a goal he or she can attempt to accomplish night after night, take after take. So very happy is different from happy, right? So every word inside of a script has meaning. So if the script says you're happy, then you're happy. But if it says you're very happy, you're very happy. So it's understanding as we go through this to understand that every single word has meaning. The writers are very specific. Okay. Your job as an actor is to interpret what the actor what the writer meant, and be able to bring that emotion, that character to life. Now, when given a script under normal circumstances, whether you're doing a daytime drama, a TV scripted series, a movie, you're going to be sitting down in what's called the reading room. So the reading room is the first time you get to read the lines off of with the other actors. So you're sitting around at a big table and everyone's kind of bouncing the lines off each other. So you're not actually on set yet. You're in what's called the reading room. And it gives you a chance to kind of see, timing and so forth, right? There are going to be times where an actor will step on the last word of your sentence, right? You're in an argument. It is not a pause, right? Then they're going right after you back and forth. So it's really that the reading room is really important to understand that. As we go through this, we're going to talk about what's called beats. Beats is a very important part of script analysis, understanding the beats of a script. So we're going to take the Joker movie, right? So not the most recent one, not the new one that's coming out, but the one that was just out a few years ago. So this is the basic script. So let's read at the very beginning. And Mark talked about this, right? It being a hot day, right? A very hot day. So here is the script for the Joker. So the story takes place in its own universe. So right off the bat, the writer's telling you, right? He's saying, hey, whatever you know about the DC universe, throw it out the window. This takes place in its own universe. This is a separate storyline from any of the other movies. This is not connected to the Batman movies. This is a separate entity. It has no connection to any of the DC films that have come before it. We see it as a classic Warner Brothers movie, gritty, intimate, and oddly funny, right? So it's the Joker. So right there, that's a clue. So it's not funny, it's oddly funny. The characters live in the real world, so it's not based upon a world of physics where it's like the Avengers, right? Where they can have superhuman powers or magic. It's based in the real world. So there's no magic here. There's no superhuman powers. Batman is a human. He uses technology to his advantage, right? He uses his gizmos and his gadgets. He doesn't have superpowers per se, right? He's trained in martial arts, right? They're all based upon the physical universe that we live in. And the stakes are personal. Again, very important clue. So that means that everything in here, the people who are acting out, right, the actors here, everything's personal for them. So as you're reading the lines, as you're interacting, as you're going into character, as you're using your emotions and your beats and your timing, it's personal, right? There's a grittiness there. Although it's never mentioned in the film, this story takes place in the past. Let's call it 1981. They're not saying let's call it the 70s, the 90s. They're saying let's call it 1981. The story takes place in the past. It's a troubled time. The crime rate in Gotham is at a record highs. A garbage strike has crippled the city for the past 6 weeks, and the divide between the haves and the have-nots is palpable. Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions. So again, looking in these few sentences, how few sentences there are, but we're getting the entire structure of how you would play your role, right? Whatever character you would play, you would now have a deeper understanding of this, right? So a garbage strike, right? They're placing that in there. That means the city stinks. There's a smell. This is not a happy place, right? There's just contrast going on, right? And we talk about that. The stakes are personal. Now they're hitting it again, right? The divide between the haves and the have-nots. And then the most important line is slipping into delusions, right? Obviously, the Joker is delusional, right? He's on that borderline of madness, right? So now we cut to a black screen, and now you hear laughter, the sound of a man totally cracking up, right? So as you're familiar with the Joker, right? The Joker is somebody he's in this constant pain in the movie, right? He suffers from a mental illness where he just can't stop laughing, right? So close on the Joker, he's in his 30s. You're inside, so the scene's taking place at the Department of Health office. It's the morning, right? Tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control. His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old, faded, red hooded, zipped up sweatshirt. A threadbare gray scarf, thin from years of use, hang loosely around his neck, right? We notice 2 faded old scars cut at the corners of his mouth, almost forming a smile. So right there as an actor, you can read into that like he's never going to actually quite smile. So even in his laughter, if you go back and watch the film, you don't see him smiling. I think there's like one scene in the entire movie where he smiles. It's near the end where he sees all the other Jokers kind of taking over the city, right? So like look at the cues that they're giving you, right? So he's in this pain. He can't stop laughing. So like right off the bat, the scarf, right, is threadbare, which means as an actor, it's giving you a clue that part of that scene of you laughing could be holding on and pulling on to that scarf, right? So now you have to start seeing yourself as that character. He's sitting across from an overworked, so again, overworked. So if you're playing the role of the social worker, she's in her 50s, African American, she's overworked. Her office is cramped and run down in a cramped and run down building. Stacks of folders piled high in front of her. She just sits behind her desk, waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before. Finally, it subsides. Joker takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, and then now it's beat. So a beat, when you see the word beat, so now we'll look at the female, right? We'll look at the social worker. So we understand like it's a gritty world, right? Stakes are personal. Here she is, she's in this miserable life. She's, not happy. It's cramped, it's run down. So that's going to reflect in the tonality of how she speaks. It's going to affect how she moves and so forth. Now, when you see the word beat, right, what that means is the Joker, the character, right, in this scene, it's the Joker, he's in one emotional state, right? So beat means that the tonality, right? So he may be in this pain, but then beat, and now all of a sudden he said, is it just me? Or is it getting crazier out there? So the beat is giving you a clue as an actor that the tonality or the emotion of the scene is changing, right? So now you're using your voice, your actions, your movements, your facial structures to now change the feeling of the scene. This is what draws the viewers in. This is what creates a movie, creates the emotion that the viewer sitting in the theater is watching this, okay? So when you see a beat, there's a tonality, there's a change in the scene. So like all stories, movies, and TV shows are made up of moments that build upon each other to create a cohesive whole, right? So when you think about any movie, it's usually based upon two characters. There's usually 7 pivotal scenes that move the storyline along. Everything else in the movie is built around those scenes. It's to give the movie movement, okay? In any given scene, there are a number of individual beats where one emotion shifts to another and the dramatic action shifts in response. What is a beat? In a screenplay or teleplay, a beat is a moment that propels the story forward and compels the viewer to take stock of what could happen next. Each scene may be comprised of several different beats. Some story beats are subtle, while others are obvious. So, 4 types of story beats. Beats can refer to several different kinds of emotional moments or plot points. Examples of beats you might find in a screenplay include events, from graduation parties and proms to battles and boxing matches, large social gatherings and events, or for many opportunities for characters to express their views or desires, interact with secondary characters, and advance plot development both within the main story and outside of it. Realizations. Realizations are often small, subtle, and quiet moments that occur after some buildup. Perhaps a character witnesses a gesture or glance that reveals their best friend's betrayal, or discovers that there's a reason she keeps getting passed up for promotions. Realization beats help characters make decisions based on the information they have. Resolutions. Resolution beats tend to come early in the story and stem from a character's desire to change the status quo or conduct an experiment. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is a clear example of how a simple resolution made early in the film impacts the entire plot. For her advice column, protagonist Andy Anderson, played by Kate Hudson, resolves to drive a man away within 10 days. Interactions. Throughout the course of his or her journey, a character meets allies, antagonists, characters who provide additional conflict and dimension to the story. Notable interactions. For instance, a hero facing off with the villain in the final battle are important beats that shape the plot. Conversations fall under this category as well. Even seemingly minor dialogue, like a teenager and a father arguing over curfew, can shape the outcome of the rest of the story. So back to our script. So we're still here, Department of Health office. It's the morning, close in on the Joker, right? So let's read this again. So tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control. His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old faded red hooded zip up sweatshirt. A threadbare gray scarf thin from years of use hangs loosely around his neck. Right. So again, now we're seeing this, right? We're getting the description of the scene. We're understanding the scene. He can't stop laughing. Tears are coming down. This is not laughter of joy. This is laughter of pain, right? We're in this gritty, smelly world. We know this is scars, right? Not forming a smile. He's sitting across from the overworked social worker, African American. Her office is cramped and run down in a cramped and run down building, stacks of folders piled high. She sits behind her desk waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before, right? She's tired of this, right? She's just like, why do I have to deal with this, right? Finally, it subsides. So she's just sitting there waiting for him. If you guys saw the movie, you remember the scene, right? Choka takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, and then beat, right? And then he goes into character. Is it just me, or is it getting crazier out there? Oops, hold on. So despite the laughter, there's a real pain in his eyes, right? Something's broken in him. Looks like he hasn't slept in days, okay? So social work, it's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work. The garbage strike seems like it's been going on forever. These are tough times, right? How about you? How's the job? Still enjoying it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's different each day, right? So I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind a desk, right? So you see where they're doing the separations, right? Yeah, I mean, it's different each day. So I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind a desk, right? So you see how it's giving you the clues on how to read the lines to give this pause in it, right? Otherwise, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's different each day. So I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind a desk. Reads completely differently than putting the pauses in. So now the beat, right? So the beat means he's having a conversation with her, right? He's being conversational, but the beat now all of a sudden, well, no offense, right? He's the joker. So now he's stickling her, right? He's being insulting to her, right? He's trying to get an emotion out of her. Remember, right? What is it? What do we have to see? What is my action? What am I trying to get the other actor in the scene to do? So the beat now is giving you the clue. He's changing his emotions. He's changing his tonality. She smiles, right? She's not paying attention to him. She writes something down, right? So now she's taking notes about him, right? Whatever she may be writing, this guy's crazy. She looks at the clock again, right? She just wants to get the hell out of here. She's running late for her next appointment, okay? So when we talk about beats, what is the character literally doing, right? What does the character want the other character in the scene to do? What is my action? What is that action like to me? It's as if. So when you're going through this, when you're working full-time as an actor, whether you're working from stage, television, from film, these are the questions you're always going to be asking. These are the questions that you should be writing on your side note. If you pick up any script when you're on set with Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Julia Roberts, anybody, Sylvester Stallone, you will see the scripts are completely marked up because they're taking little notes. They're taking notes when they're sitting at their table. They're taking notes to help them, right? What is the character literally doing? The character is literally sitting in a chair. He's laughing uncontrollably, right? He's interacting, right, with the social worker, right? What did the character want the other character in the scene to do? He's trying to stickler her, right? He's trying to get her to pay attention to him. He's looking for some type of attention, whether it's just in conversation or he's trying to be annoying to her, right? What is she trying to do? She's just going through life. Her action is not to pay attention to him, right? Her action is she's sitting there unhappy, right? This is just her job. She's just going through the emotions. What is my action? My action is laughing uncontrollably. My action is changing my beat. My action is playing with the scarf. My action may be moving around in the seat. What is her action? Her action is sitting there, right? Looking at him, but probably not really paying attention to them, glancing at the clock, taking the notes down. These are all the things that you're thinking as you're reading through the script. Before you walk in front of that camera, before that director says action, these are the things. And then what is the action like to me? It's as if when she's doing that, when she's taking the note, how does my body language change? When she's not paying attention to me and she's looking at the clock, how is that affecting me? From her standpoint, when he's trying to be a stickler to her, right? Or he's just being conversational, how is that action acting out to her, right? She's staying in character, right? She understands the scene, okay? So despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eyes, right? Something's broken in him. Looks like he hasn't slept in days. It's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work, right? So forth. Let me move through, right? So let's go back to the next scene just so we stay on time here. Social worker, have you been keeping up with your journal? Joker, every day. Great. Did you bring it with you? Now there's a beat. I'm sorry. Did I bring what? Right? So now the joke again. He goes back into that character, no offense, right? So he's probably using that same tonality. Social worker, there's the writer, impatient. She doesn't have time for this, right? So now, doesn't show a beat there, but it's giving you the clue, right? It's giving you direction. So the writer is very specific here. He's not saying beat, where it's up to you to pick the tonality. He's saying, no, this is now she's changing her attitude, right? Arthur, last time I asked you to bring your journal with you for these appointments. Do you have it? So now she's going in based upon the verbiage, based upon that. The tonality is she's getting impatient. She's getting a little, not pushing into anger, right? But she's pushing into being impatient. So Joker, yes, ma'am. Beat, can I see it? So now it's a reverse. See, now the beat is reversed. So now she's like, well, can I see it? Right? So she went from impatient to kind of still holding on to impatient, but well, can I see it? Right? Like questioning it. He reluctantly reaches into his bag, important word, reluctantly. So he doesn't reach into his bag. He reaches into his bag reluctantly. He pulls out a weathered notebook, right? See, again, staying within the theme. Remember the scarf, threadbare, the notebook, weathered, right? The gritty world, right? The haves, the have-nots. They're choosing these words very carefully. This is also part of the set design, right? So now we know from the set design point, hey, we need a weathered notebook. And then he slides it across to her, right? Very specific. He doesn't hand it to her, right? Like a normal person would. He slides it across to her, right? So on the first read through, it's important to understand. So the very first time you're given a script, you're going to read through it, right? Just as if you were reading a book. On the first read through, it's important to understand the literal situation and events that affect the character at each point in the story. These facts from the script are given circumstances and help to determine the actions that you will take in performance. As you read a script, make a list of all the facts about your character. Anything you can glean from a script is helpful. What they do for a living, where do they live, who is closest to them, because this helps build your character, right? The Joker's very close to his mom. He's like a mama's boy. That's what he worries about. So how would that character play out, right? They live in that small apartment, right? What do they do for a living? He's a clown, right? He's holding up signs and so forth. He's going to lose his job in one of the scenes and so forth. Sends him off. He wants to be a comedian. He feels he's going to be famous. He thinks he's related to Bruce Wayne and so forth, right? So you're pulling this, you're taking all these notes, because as you're going through the script, characters change. Who the character may be in the first few pages is different than who the character is at the end, right? That's the hero's journey. Characters go through transformation. There are times you're going back in time. So you have to be aware of all that. Where are the day you're shooting? And when you're filming, you're not going to film in order, guys. You're not going to film page 1 on day 1. You may film the last 3 pages on day 2. So you have to be aware of where is the character at in the story, where are they at in their transformation and all this. That's why you're consistently asking these questions over and over and taking these notes as you're doing your script analysis. Break down into scenes and beats. After you have a feel for the character, map out the story into scenes and beats. Good scripts are written as a series of related events where A leads to B, B to C, and so on, okay? You know, when you're first starting out in this industry, you know, yes, if you're working with, Terrence Winter and Martin Scorsese, you're going to have a phenomenal script. Martin Scorsese loves a lot of improv. So a lot of times the words and so forth on the script, he lets the actors improv. He lets them go with the scenes. A lot of times you could be working on an independent film or with a student film, and in their mind, the writer, this is how it's said, there is no other way. Your job as an actor is to interpret the script and to do your best job. You're going to take direction from the director and from the writer. You never, especially early on in your career, you don't, well, let's change this and let's change that, right? No. Stay, don't go down that route. Trust me, right? The practice of making a scene map helps the actor to understand the story sequentially and provides built-in points to change action. Look for points in the script where the setting changes or the characters on stage change or time passes. These are common ways that scenes change. Beat changes are smaller shifts within the scenes where the characters may change their action, attitude, or topic of conversation, right? Are you walking in the rain? Are you walking in the snow? Are you on a boat? Are you on a raft? Are you on a deserted island? Are you on a spaceship, right? All of these things you're taking notes as to the scene itself, right? What is the action? What am I trying to get the other person to do? What is my what if? As if. Identify your character's actions. Ask yourself, what does my character want the other people in the scene to do, right? The answer to that question is your character's objective. How are you going to accomplish your objective? That's what is important because that gives you an action to play in each scene, right? Do you trying to get the person, your wife, to make your breakfast, right? How is the dialogue? How is the beats? Are you doing it in a sweet, loving way? Or are you the drunk, abusive husband who's yelling, right? Usually characters want other characters to do something, feel something, right? A lot of scenes are feeling, right? Trying to get an emotion, right? As they're talking the dialogue, they're reminiscing about the past, they're falling in love, they're falling out of love, okay? Or to understand something. For example, perhaps your character wants someone to get the mail. How will you get them to go to the mailbox? Charm them, barter with them, yell at them. The right action is the one that is true to your character and helps you to start identifying your character's type. Remember that acting is a collaborative exercise, and actors must also take a director's opinion into account. Listen to what a director says and incorporate it into your character in an honest way based on your own analysis of the script. Sometimes your initial analysis won't be correct, and you'll have to adjust through the rehearsal process. But with a strong foundation for your character, built from a thorough analysis of the script, these changes will be minor and your performance will be natural, right? So to continue on, right? So Joker, I've been using it as a journal, but also as a joke diary. Funny thoughts or observations. Did I tell you I'm pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? She half listening as she flips through the journal, right? So she's not paying attention again, same thing. She's just flipping through the journal, right? Social worker, no, you didn't. I think I did. She doesn't respond. She keeps flipping through his journal. Oh yeah, because of what your mother said about your purpose to bring laughter and joy to the world, right? Joker, right? Angle on journal, pages and pages of notes, all in neat, angry-looking handwriting. Also cut out photos from hardcore pornographic magazines, some crude handmade drawings. A flash of anger crosses the Joker's face. We see him picking at his right eyebrow, right? Almost obsessively. Goes back to what we talked about earlier, playing with the scarf, right? Now he's picking at his eyebrow. He's got all these jerky emotions. I can't sit still. His eyebrow is actually half gone, something he does a lot. I didn't realize you wanted to read it. The social worker gives him a look, then reads something in the pages that gives her pause. Okay. So I'm not going to go through the whole script, obviously, guys, for time's sake, but here's your homework. So your homework is download the Joker script, read it, watch the movie, notice the differences from the original script to how the scenes actually were finalized, which meant there was some rewrites and improvs, right? Step 1, cross out any stage directions, right? Step 2, mark any significant changes, shifts in tone or character development. Step 3, mark significant words that stand out that are important. Understand the words, right? I always, when I'm doing a script analysis with an actor, I always have a dictionary there because sometimes you want to, just because what the word may mean to you may have a little slightly different definition of what the writer meant. So it's kind of great to go back and forth and to be able to analyze what the dictionary definition of it is, because sometimes that actually does help you elevate. Great actors have a dictionary with them all the time when they're doing this. And then ask questions. Start asking yourself questions. Now you can download almost any script for free. It's imsdb.com. So it's the Internet Movie Script Database. And it has hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of scripts. So a lot of your favorite movies and TV shows. It's a great free resource, right? And it's not, I don't know about you, but free is great. So that way you guys can download and start studying and reading some scripts. Anyway, guys, my name is Michael Fomkin. I hope this helped you kind of give you like a nice, elevated look of expectations of how an actor, becomes an actor, how an actor transforms into character. And this presentation was called Discover the Secret Acting DNA, Transform from Actor to Detective, Seeking Truths Hiding in Plain Sight. My name is Michael Fomkin, guys, and we have an amazing speaker coming up next. And I will be back here tomorrow, guys. So have a great night. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here, guys. We put a lot of time, effort, so make sure you guys give it up for all our speakers, for Deneen, for Ali, Jemima, all of our VAs, everybody who tried to all work together to make these weekends memorable, educational, and to provide you guys with a great resource. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn? And I probably, okay, an even better question than that. How many of you are never going to watch a movie or TV the same again? Because I know when Mike first put this presentation together, we actually sat down and we watched The Joker. And the first time I watched The Joker, I was like totally in emotion. I was like, oh my gosh. And now whenever we watch anything, I look for colorization. I listen for beats. Even when I am listening to a speaker, I find myself listening to beats. I listen, how is their intonation? Like, what are they trying to achieve? So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you think, okay, that's a weak question. How many of you know that this training that you just had is going to help you audition even better than you have in the past? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because I told you at the top of the day, our goal this weekend was for you by the end of the day tomorrow to be a completely different person. How many of you are already starting to feel the elevation? You're like, oh, wow. Okay. You know what? I understand things in a different way. Like I understand the audition process. I understand that I need a team. I need a mentor. I know I can't do this on my own. I know that I need to learn how to finances. I need to get my finances in order because you know what? One day I want to do this because I love it. Right? How many of you have that realization now? Because I want you to understand that we know that a lot of you, most of you, like probably 100% of you are working a 9 to 5 outside of the entertainment industry, right? How many of you want to be able to elevate that you want this to be your full-time job? That's what we're doing this weekend. We're giving you those tools and resources and the connections that you need to make that happen. So here's my question for you. What was your biggest takeaway in Mike's presentation on script analysis? What is one thing you're going to start doing when you're reading, when you're watching a movie? Like, what is something you're going to do? The beeps. I need it. Okay. How many of you look for the beat? Yeah, look for the beat. How to break down the script, the different beats, right? The intonation, right? The intonation, the colorization. Like, even when you're watching videos like on TikTok, no matter where you're watching videos, always be on the lookout for those things. Because the more that you watch TV and film from an actor's perspective, from a professional perspective, the better you're going to be when you go into the audition room, the better you're going to be when you do the self-tapes, the better conversations you're going to be able to have. Like, imagine this, Mark Christopher Lawrence just got signed for 4 movies. You're in the workshop with him for 6 months. Imagine being able to talk to him. Okay, here's the script. Like, how can I break this down? Like, imagine having that opportunity. Yeah, every word in the script has meaning, right? That's so true. Like, writers don't just put words on the paper just because they have a word count. It's not like they're a senior in high school and they have to write this many words for their senior thesis, right? They're thinking very closely about what words they're putting down, the beats. They're thinking about the character development. And your job as an actor, how many of you know that you, as an actor, or even as a model, you have a moral obligation to the way that you present your characters, to the way that you present your products? It's literally your moral obligation to the audience, to the writer, and to the character to present in a way that is edifying to all three. I want you to think about this. How many of you have ever gone to a movie and you're like, movie sucks? We can be honest. I've gone to movies. I'm like, I can't believe I paid all this money for popcorn. And this movie is terrible, because you can kind of feel when the actors are kind of gliding through life versus when they're truly passionate. Like if you go see a Martin Scorsese film, you know what you're going to get, right? If you go see an A24 film, you know what you're going to get. And I want you guys to be the people that are rising up, that people say, oh, wow, you know what? When I see Adam Irving in a film, I know it's going to be amazing. When I see Robert Reich in a movie, I know it's going to be amazing. I want you guys to like become those people. Yeah, you need to know how to be an actor, provide your voice and good character. Yes, but you also need to give the writer their due, right? Oh, you're welcome. It's because everyone's alphabetized. So there you go. But with all due sincerity, like that's what we want. We want you guys. That's why we're doing this boot camp this weekend. We're not doing, I mean, this is amazing for me. I love this. I have so much fun on these boot camps. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I get to meet new people. I'm always so excited. I was just texting back and forth with Alicia, like, I'm the emotional one. I'll hug you guys. Come on, let's go. And she's like, okay, well, we need to get down.
I
to
don't have
business.
that gene.
You-
I don't have that gene, and I'm a mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but for me, I'm the emotional one. I'm going to cheer you on. Alicia's like, Deneen, you know what? We need to calm down the emotions.
I'm gonna bitch slap. That's what I'm
Let's
gonna
get the
do.
business, right?
Yeah.
So I want you guys to understand that, but you need both sides to be a part of the industry. And how many of you want mentors in your life that can give you both sides? Like, I'll hug the crap out of you and Alicia will slap the crap out of you, and you'll be the most successful, emotionally intelligent person in the world. Would that be okay with you guys? All right. Okay. So let's see here. All right. So our next speaker will be coming on in just a couple of minutes. So let's do this. I want to make sure that you guys are optimal energy for him. So this is what I would love you guys to do. I know I told you guys, well, I don't know if I told you this in the morning, but this is not a pants-free party. Does everyone have their pants on? No, Alicia doesn't.
I'm wearing a
she's wearing a
dress.
dress. Okay. Everyone has their bottoms.
Told ya.
All right. Adam's like, hold on. I'll put my pants on in a moment. Okay. I want to get.
Well,
us
no, tell the
moving.
story about the first time, like when Zoom was
Oh my
like
gosh.
official during the pandemic. Deneen's like, hey, everybody stand up. And I was like, okay.
I have a
And there
couple.
were a bunch of people without pants on. Do you guys remember like watching like newscasters? I mean, they're literally working from home with like just their tidy whities. So that was funny.
You know what? I have another story too. And then we're gonna stand up and get moving because I want you guys at optimal energy for our next guest. So it was definitely in the beginning, we were doing a call for someone and one of our talent had to go to work. So she's like, okay, I'm gonna get dressed and I'm gonna like get ready to go to work, right? So we're on Zoom and we're doing a training call and they're like 100 people on. And all of a sudden I see her pulling off her shirt. Because you know what? Sometimes you get so comfortable that you don't realize your environment. Another life lesson, always know your environment. All right. So with that thought being
At least she only showed her bra. I'm gonna up the ante. How many of you guys think I could double down on that story? You guys know I can. Deneen, do you remember when I had my son, September 4th of 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, and here I am with my newborn, and my phone is ringing, and it's Michael Fomkin going, get on the call now. And I jumped on, and I didn't realize I was breastfeeding, and I was completely like, hello. How many of you guys were on that call? Anyone? Send me the bill for therapy. I got you. Okay, that was fun.
Well, you know what the thing is that's why we're
all one big happy dysfunctional family.
Well,
that's not part of the vault, is it, Deneen, on school, that boot camp? Just out of curiosity.
Not yet. But we'll make sure that breastfeeding gate is not on. It's not.
Oh my gosh.
We're going through and we're editing all of them. Annie, if you have a question, ask it in the comments. We would love to answer your question. We'll have time at the end of the day to Deneen, can you get her back? Get who back?
Oh, me.
I don't know. I don't know what
Reginald.
your question is, Reginald.
I don't even know who you are right now. He shaved off all of his facial hair. He's like CIA over here undercover. Who
I
are
know.
you?
I don't know. I guess he's getting ready for an event or something like that. I'm not real sure. Alicia's right. You know, I feel like there's a joke that we've told, but I was missing. When you get an agent, how much does it cost? Well, Annie, that's a great question, and we're going to talk about that tomorrow. The first thing is you should never pay for an agent. You have to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. So there is definitely a lot of investment, but we're going to go over that tomorrow. How many of you want to learn that answer from a SAG franchised agent who has talent on Wednesday, on All American, on CSI, like on every CSI? Like, how many of you want to learn from her that
Grey's
answer?
Anatomy, Tim
Grey's
Burton's
Anatomy.
Wednesday, Stranger Things. But that is a good question, Andy. You never pay for a representation. So I kind of want to say this because tomorrow we're going to go through it more. An agent only gets compensated commission when you book the role. Does that make sense? So if there were casting today, what would we use? Do you have photos? Do you have training? Are you ready to like memorize scripts and do self-tapes and sides? Because if not, that's why you're here. Even if you can do all those things, that's why you're here, because you still need elevation.
Yeah.
Capiche?
Yeah, so we're going to go over that a lot more tomorrow. So today what we're doing is we're laying the foundation for you guys. So today,
I like
that's
to
why
think
we're
of it more as there's a forest and we're gonna like clear the forest today, and then tomorrow we build. So like misconceptions, what we thought we knew, what your mom knew, as you said before, your priest, your pimp, anybody giving you advice. Today we're clearing the forest because tomorrow we build.
Yep. And in a little while, we're going to do a
Michael,
transformation.
that looks good.
I know.
That looks
He's like,
good. I don't know what you're eating, but that looks good.
did you bring enough for the whole class, Michael?
Yep.
You're on Zoom. All right. Okay. So again, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Annie. Today we're clearing the forest. Today we're putting all those bad boyfriends in the past and we're moving forward. Okay. We're leaving the past in the past and we're moving forward today. And here's the thing that I want you guys to understand as well. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And then once you know it, you can't unknow it. Okay. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And then once you know it, you can't unknow it. So a lot of
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That's what that sounds like to me.
I know, but it's not my fault. It's all the espresso. It's all the espresso.
Excellent.
But okay, so let's get ourselves ready for our next speaker. So what I want everyone to do is I want everyone to stand up. Yes, I told you guys at the beginning we were going to be moving around. I told you that we're going to be watching. I told you that we were going to be standing up. And I just want you to stretch it out a little bit. Just move around a little bit, stretch. Get your blood flowing. I mean, if you've been sitting this whole time, I'm sure you're like tired of sitting. So just like move around a little bit. Shake, just stretch. Just stretch. Does that feel good? Do you guys feel good? Just like shake it out a little bit. Just shake it out. Shake it out a little bit. Because I
thought you were going to break out into Taylor Swift.
What?
Shake it off. Sorry. I was listening
Don't want
to
me to
Taylor
dance.
Swift. She's on Disney Plus now, just so you guys know.
Oh, nice. Ooh, I'll have to
Woo.
watch that later.
She's doing something right.
Yes, she is. All right. You guys can take a seat. I also want you guys to get some water. We haven't hydrated all day. I've been remiss in my duty. So everyone take a swig of some water, please.
Water, tequila, whatever you got.
Awesome. Annie, don't worry. Tomorrow you'll learn how you can meet us in person if that's what you want. Awesome. All right. So how many of you have a story to tell? Raise your hands. How many of you want your story to be told? Raise your hands. How many of you know that your story is too big for you to continue playing small? Raise your hands. Because that's what I want you guys to understand. Like this whole entertainment industry, like there are so many reasons that people are doing this. And I want you to understand that your job in the entertainment industry is to be a storyteller. Your job in the entertainment industry is to convey a story to people. Okay? That's your job. Like you just heard from Mike with script analysis. Like your job is to play a character. How are you going to do that? Like what tools are you going to bring to that? I think so many times we take a step back And we're afraid to shine in who we are because we're like, oh, well, what if people really saw me? And our next speaker is going to talk about like how he crafts stories for people. And I want you guys to understand that, oh, good job, Jamie Block. Jamie Block has water. Everyone give Jamie Block a round of applause. You're living in the desert. You should have a lot of water. But I want you guys to understand, like, that's your job. Your job, if you want to be a part of the entertainment industry, your job is to convey a story, is to tell a story, and to use some of your personal experiences in those stories. But let me ask you guys a question. Why do you want to do this? Why the entertainment industry? I like, whenever I interview people, I like to ask this question. So in the comments, let me know, like, why are you doing this? Like, why do you want to be an actor? Why do you want to be a model? Why do you want to be a musician? I live in the cold and I need hot tea. Trust me, it's pretty darn chilly here. So definitely drink hot tea. That's great. Green tea preferably. But in the comments, like, why do you want to do this? I always like acting and singing. We do this for we. I like that, but I don't really understand what that means. But like, why are you doing this? I want to share beautiful art with the world. I'm learning to bring knowledge back to others. That's good. That's something that Anissa taught us today. My personality is too big to not be in the spotlight. People are always surrounding me, listening to my stories. Okay, I want to leave a legacy for my grandchildren. That's nice. The world deserves to know who I am. Really? That's cute. Like, why? Why does the world deserve to know you? I always wanted to be on TV since I was 10. I feel it's God's calling for me. I have such passion. I want to inspire people to reach their dreams in life, to help others. We do this for our mission. I believe that it's in my blood. It allows me to express my creative side. There are so many ways to express your creative side. Something I want you to start thinking about before I bring our next guest on is the bigger your why, the more likely you are to be successful. Okay, the bigger your why, the more likely you are to be successful. I love my family so much. And before I started working with Mike and Alicia, my family was always my why. My niece and my nephews are my life. Like, I love them so much. And I always wanted to be the person to inspire them. But what I've learned over the last couple of years is that that's a great why. We should all be here for our families, right? We all want how many of you want your family to have better than you did, right? We all want that. Like, I want my niece and my nephews to far surpass anything I may ever accomplish. But that's a great why, and that's an easy why. Here's what I want to challenge you with before I bring our next speaker on. I want you to up-level your why. Because you know what? Saying that you're doing this for your friends and family, that's great. But is there a group of people that you need to touch? Because I want to encourage you guys with this thought. There are people in the world whose life will only change because they heard your story. I'm going to say that again. There are people in this world whose lives will change only because they heard your story. There are people in the world that will absolutely hate me, but they will love Alicia. And there are people in the world who may absolutely hate Alicia, but they'll love me. And it's not because one of us is better than the other. It's because we reach different people. Same thing with Roxanne. Roxanne, it's so good to see your beautiful smile, by the way. I've missed your smile so much.
Hi, Roxanne.
But there are people that Roxanne can touch, that Bonnie can touch, that Robert can touch, that Jamie can touch, that all of us can touch, but maybe we can't touch them. There are people that are attracted to you innately because of something in you, because we all have the fingerprint of God on us. And I want you to really start thinking about that. Like, why are you doing this? And again, your family that's a great starting point for a why, but I want you to start thinking deeper, because you know what? There are days where your family's not going to believe in you because they're giving you their opinion and not counsel. So what is the bigger reason that you want to do this? Okay, I want you guys to really start thinking about that, because again, the bigger your why, the more likely that you are to be successful. And this is something I've seen proven over and over and over again. Okay, speaking of stories, are you guys ready to hear from our next guest? If you are, I want you guys to show some excitement, because I was bragging on you guys when I was hanging out with him last weekend in Las Vegas. I need to see the energy. Okay. Come on now. Am I just not seeing the people bringing energy? What's going on here? Let me see some energy, people. I know we've been on all day. I'm on my feet all day. Come on now. All right, there we go. That's better. All right, so let me introduce our next guest to you guys. All right, add spotlight. Oh, there we go. Okay, so our next guest is Jim House. In every book that resonates with its readers, there lies a journey thoughtfully crafted to captivate and enlighten, a journey Jim House excels in orchestrating. With his unwavering dedication to guiding authors, Jim harnesses a unique blend of expertise and passion to create not just stories, but transformative experiences that readers will not only finish, but also draw wisdom and growth from. Jim is an empathetic disruptor who has taken on the book publishing industry, demanding better books and better experiences for authors and readers alike. His ability to innovate and connect was honed during his years in education. Jim was Teacher of the Year in an affluent school district and was also named San Diego YMCA Principal of the Year in a tough gang neighborhood. He also taught instructional design for many years at the graduate level. After leading several schools to raise test scores, Jim pivoted and invested 20,000 hours over 4 years. I'm going to say that again, 20,000 hours over 4 years before the self-publishing industry existed, reinventing himself as a book architect, as a carver of good books, akin to a sculptor who finds the beautiful masterpiece that lies latent inside the stone. From this experience, he founded The Book Carver and works with celebrities and those who want to make sure the great book in their head doesn't become a disappointing book in their hands. His clients range from TV stars to Olympians and professional athletes, to business executives and entrepreneurs, to parents who want to leave a legacy, and to those who envision a better future for us all. Jim's process has helped people from all walks of life find the soul of their book, and often even something long dormant and valuable within themselves. Jim also helps high-achieving dads better connect with their kids and has a new book coming out in a few months. Am I allowed to tell them the name of the book, Jim? Because I think we named it in Vegas. No? Okay. I'm not allowed to tell you, but keep tuning in and we'll see. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Jim House.
Well, thank you, Deneen. And thank you for that super warm welcome, everyone. I'm just super excited to be here. It was so great to spend time with you guys in Vegas last weekend.
Oh my gosh, it was.
I appreciate the opportunity to share some of the things that have been valuable for me over time. And I think if my intention for today is it's this whenever I speak or whenever I'm with someone is in a quasi teaching capacity is my hope is that you walk away with just one thing, learn one new idea, make one new distinction, or hear a thought or an idea that you're already familiar with, but you'll hear it in a new way so that you actually take action on it. That's my expectation, my intention for today. How would you like us to start?
Well, I think you should just dive in. I mean, I know you have so much to go over and you're such a wealth of knowledge. This is what I want each and every person in the audience to do. I want you guys taking notes. I want your full attention. I want you sitting down, pay full attention to Jim, because I learned so much through the couple of hours I had the opportunity to spend with him in Las Vegas. And I want you guys to get so much more out of this hour. So pay full attention, be all in, and let's get started.
Awesome. And Deneen, I invite you to jump in anytime you think you want to amplify a point or ask a clarifying question. And I'm not great. There'll be a couple of times I may ask you some questions. I'm good at monitoring the chat. Otherwise, I'm oblivious to chat. So if there's something that comes up, if you could let me know if I need to address that. And Absolutely. Of course, we'll be around for any questions afterwards. So I think a good place to start would be more than anything, as a 30-year-old third-year teacher who'd been married for 3 years, more than anything in the world, I delighted in surprising my wife with things that she didn't expect. So when her favorite concert announced that she was coming to town, it was a no-brainer that we were going to get tickets. What my wife didn't know was the level of tickets that I was going to buy for us. Tickets we certainly couldn't afford at that stage in our lives. And so I get the tickets. We anticipated it takes a couple of months for that special day to arrive, and we arrive at the arena early. We're let into the back of the arena as soon as the doors open, and we walk underneath the back stairs and open up into the whole arena. And we could see this cavernous arena. Way up in the front is the huge lighting array, the stage with all the sets, and we're already excited. So we're walking up the front aisle or the center aisle, and she's got her hands on my bicep as we're walking up. And every time we come to a cross aisle on the floor, there's an usher there, and the usher stops to want to check our tickets and verify that we can indeed go ahead to the next section closer to the stage. Every time we pass through an usher, as we get closer and closer to the stage, her grip on my bicep, it gets tighter and tighter. And so we finally end up in the second row, almost in the center. And it seems like the singer is singing to my wife for much of the concert. And she is just bubbling with joy. And I'm so excited. I'm so fulfilled that I was able to provide this amazing experience for her. And so the concert ends. It's beyond all expectations. We head home. We go upstairs, and she disrobes, climbs into bed. I undress, climb in beside her, and I'm just really, I'm anticipating the perfect ending to just one of the best days of my life. And she rolls over and she looks him in the eyes and says, "I want a divorce." So thinking about your own lives, is there any time in your life when you expected something to go one way and it went another way? That was certainly one of those times. Well, that devastated me because it really, really, really made it challenging for me to function. I had a student teacher at the time, and I had to show up every day and be the master teacher for this teacher. And then she would leave and I would just kind of collapse. And what I realized much later, after I did the internal work, the personal work, is the reason that hurt so much is that in my mind, it just validated this thought that she was too beautiful for me anyway. She was too good for me and I didn't deserve her. That was the thought that was the mindset I had back then. And it just destroyed me. Well, fast forward, instead of working on that, I threw myself deeper into my career and became a principal at a very young age. And so I was now able, and I was working in tough gang neighborhoods. So I was able to make a lot of difference, I think, with kids and with families and with teachers. And we were able to raise test scores in schools where that was seemingly impossible. But there was this kind of hole in my soul that just wasn't being satisfied. And what I realized is something that I'd always wanted to do was to write books. And so I left principaling, and there's a little story I'll share about that later, about announcing that to the world, to pursue. I wanted to write a book, and I wanted to make sure that the great book in my head didn't become a disappointing book in my hand. And so that's where that 20,000 hours came from. I was 15, 20 hours a day, either at home in my office or in a cafe. And there weren't a lot of coffee shops back then. There weren't, certainly not the proliferation that there was. And so I was either at home in my office or at a coffee shop working ceaselessly on trying to figure out, how do I make sure that someone will not only pick up my book, and back then, if you wanted to be an author, the only way you could become an author is if someone gave you a book deal. Someone had to say, "Hey, I'm going to pay you money for this. This is that good. We think we can sell it to a lot of people and make money for our publishing company as well." So I was really concerned with not only getting the deal, but I wanted to positively impact my readers. Growth is one of my 4 core values, and I really wanted them to not only, and I knew if they didn't finish the book, I couldn't impact them the way I wanted to. So I really dove deep into learning how is it that what goes into a book, what doesn't go into a book, and how do you structure it in a way that people will actually read it. And that information just isn't out there. It wasn't out there then. So I developed my own process for this, and I ended up writing a book, a parenting book. We can talk a little bit more about that later. Because they say write what you know. That's one of the premises of learning how to write well. So I finished it up, all those hours, and when I say those 20,000 hours, they weren't all just spent writing. I got into, I networked like crazy, and I don't like that word. I accidentally use it sometimes, but it's more, I built relationships. I built relationships all over the place inside the industry, got in writing groups I didn't belong. There weren't a bunch of podcasts on how to become an author back then. There's kind of the basic level, but so I really had to invent the path for myself. So I finally get the book proposal. All in traditional publishing, if you want to be an author, you have to create what's called a book proposal, which is kind of like a business plan for a book. It has the sample table of contents. It's got synopsis of what the book's about, a little bit about each chapter, and then more importantly, the marketing and business plan. How are you going to promote this? How are you going to sell it to potential readers? And they say back then, but before you do before you get to hand that business plan, the book proposal to an agent or an editor, someone has to ask for it. And so, and the way you do that, there's a one-page query letter or a one-page pitch letter in publishing called a query letter. And so you send it out to agents to see if they'll do it. And most people screw this up. Even to this day, they screw it up because people will get a bunch of agents' email addresses, and they will just buckshot a bunch of and they'll blast a whole bunch of agents to this query letter. And really what you have to do is you have to figure out who is the right man, who's actually, if I'm writing a book about parenting, in particular dads, who are the agents that are actually representing, because agents specialize, they don't represent everything. And then what's the best way to contact them? Where are they now? So there's a real customization process. And when you do it right, the agent, when you send it to the right agent, if it's unsolicited, they didn't ask you to send it, it ends up in what's called the slush pile. And sometimes it's back then, it can be an inbox of this much of unsolicited query letters are showing up. And then once a week, the junior agent back then, they don't really have junior agents anymore, would go through and find the ones they thought they could make money on and hand them to the agent, and the agent would then review them. And then they would either accept it or reject it. Say they wanted more interest. But the rule of thumb back then was, because so many were being rejected, it's even more now. They said, if you get a rejection letter, they send you back this poorly, like a 6th generation Xerox copy you can't read it in some places if you remember those days on the copy machine. It would say something like, "Thank you for submitting to our agency. This does not meet our editorial needs at this time. Please consider submitting to other agencies. They have they have different needs and desires than what we're looking for." So they said, if you actually, and when you send your query letter, you actually had to send it in the mail. There was not email, and you had to have what was called, I don't know if any of you, raise your hand if you heard of a SASE. Have you ever heard of that? It was include an essay. There's a few hands. It stands for self-addressed stamped envelope. So if you wanted them to respond, you had to, in your query, take an envelope, address it to yourself, and put a stamp on it so they could mail it back to you to respond. There was no hit reply on the email. And so they said, if 10% of the agents that you bothered sending this query to, if 10% of them grabbed that template, that boilerplate rejection letter, folded it up, put it in your envelope, licked it, and mailed it, if 10% of them did that, that means you really have something, and you should be submitting to other agents and go ahead and pop the champagne. Well, my book had 100% replies, and 40% of them wanted to see the entire book proposal. So it was amazing. I was like, I am it's my publishing dreams are coming true. I'm going to be a beloved author soon. I could taste it. And I'd been putting in the hard work, so I knew it was about to pay off. Well, once I sent the query letter or the pitch, they realized that I didn't have any platform. And back then, I didn't even know what a platform was. I had been studying writing deeply, and I'm sure you guys all know that that's kind of your audience, your following. I'm like, hey, I'm really good with my hands. I got a great set of tools. I'll build you a platform. How big does this platform have to be? But they said, so I got several agents that were very, very interested and said, we love this. There's never been anything like this in parenting, but you don't have any platform. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get you a book deal. And what that meant was the lesson now, publishers don't do any marketing. I mean, we can talk, I talk about that a lot in my world. But back then, there was not going to be, I didn't have any way to prove that I could sell a lot of books for them. So I wasn't, so all of those doors, I thought I was getting the big publishing deal, door slam, permanently closed. I'm like, what the freak, God? I was like, come on, I've been working hard on this. I've been praying. I've been doing I really thought I was on point. I've been working, like I'd never been more on mission on anything in my life. And the doors closed. Like, now what? Like it was a serious little bout of depression there. A couple weeks. I didn't get a lot done in those couple weeks, but in the meantime, I had been helping a friend of mine that actually worked in ministry with her. A friend of his was the wife of the 5th all-time leading scorer in the NFL. And he said, she's writing a children's book. Will you help her? You just hop on a call and do a consulting call. And so I hop on this call with this woman, and it's about 90 minutes long, and she's telling me about her story, and then I'm giving feedback about this is how this is how the publishing industry works. I know that would be nice if it worked that way, but that's not how it works. And her husband apparently was listening to me on speakerphone for about a half an hour of the call. She got off the call, and he said, she told me this later. He said, that guy's solid. Who was that? She's like, well, that's Pat's friend. Why do you think he's solid? He's like, I don't think I've ever heard anybody tell you no so much and stay on the phone with them. And so they have me up for dinner he said, Jim, I have my whole career there have been writers who have offered to write a book with me, and I've never wanted to. So I, in the meantime, the part I left out is I learned how to self-publish. The self-publishing was just, Amazon had just started letting you, and this is like about probably 10 years ago, just started allowing you to publish yourself, and maybe a little bit more than that. And so I learned how to do that. It's not really as difficult as it seems to self-publish. To do it well, that's an entirely different. I always say, I'll quick pause here before I come back to the football story. When I'm speaking from the stage about books, a lot of times I'll talk. The first part of the talk is about the advantages of writing a really good book, but then I say my pivot is like, but forever is a long time to suck, and then I talk about why it's important to create a really good book. So we had at this dinner, he says, Jim, after reading your book, I just feel like I'd like you to help me write my book. Would you? And in that moment, it was like the God 2x4 in the face, where I'd spent a ton of time working on. Part of that was fear-based because I didn't want to screw it up, but I really also wanted to learn how to do something so that I could have a really positive impact on all of my readers. So it kind of a blend of why I put all those hours. But the benefit of putting all those hours in is in the process of learning how to create a really good book for myself, I also had learned a unique way to help other people do the same thing. And when he said that, I want you to help me, what I realized is, maybe it's not about my books. Maybe it's about me, because I've been for about 5 years, I've been helping people with the books, but that wasn't my full-time gig. And at that point, after that conversation, it became my full-time gig. The Book Carver was born then, and now I get to, like you heard in the intro, I help celebrities, athletes, really high achievers, but also people. I helped a mom who is not a retired mom, a stay-at-home mom who wanted to just want to make sure that her kids learned some 3 or 4 valuable lessons, and she was willing to invest in me and create a book for her kids. So she's doing more with it. She's doing speaking now with it, but the intention was, I want my kids to take this seriously. So I want them to see me to write a book, see me going through the effort of writing a book, and then have that with them in their hands forever. So I work with a whole scope, a whole scope of people. And I apologize. I'm going to clear my throat here. I'm going to unmute myself or mute myself for a second, so you don't have to hear. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience with that. So I'm curious. That's a bit of my story. When I'm depending on where I don't usually tell it like that. In that it's usually because it's what I wanted you to see, because what I understand is many of our embarking on a new career as well is kind of this the whole reinvention arc that I went through, because in there, I had to reinvent myself twice. I went from being an educator from principal to becoming a book coach, a book architect, that without any experience in that. And then when I thought I had finally achieved my publishing goals, that door, the New York publishing industry, slammed its doors on that because I didn't have any platforms. And now I had to reinvent, I had to pivot again. How is it I'm going to do that? So I want you to kind of see the full arc of what that is. So I'm curious, what is it that, is there something in your life right now, maybe related to why we're on the call, probably specifically, is there something in your life right now that you really, really want, but you don't have? If you could just drop that in the chat, something you really, really want, maybe you're working towards it, but you don't have it right now. And I'm going to try and pull up the chat and just take a quick look at some of these, if I can get it to load. All right. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of new messages here. Hello to everybody who's saying hello. Okay. Freedom, success. Amazing. Thank you for sharing these. These are amazing things. So I'm going to focus on the career related ones. I mean, relationship and children is maybe a little bit different. There's definitely a God piece involved in that I can't give you advice on, but the other things, these are amazing goals. So what I want to share with you is what are some of the things that have been most valuable to me from starting from scratch to building a successful business, where now I'm actually going to be living nomadic around the world for a year, living in a different city a month at a time, and clients fly me to them, or they can fly to wherever I am in the world. So I want to share some things that have been really valuable for me. So the first one is, I was at a professional development seminar in a big arena a long time ago, before some of you were even born, and probably 30 years ago. And this famous professional development speaker, you may have an idea who it is, said to the whole audience, he said, you have everything in your life that you want right now. Your life is exactly the way you want it to be. And I said, BS. I'm like, I don't have $1 million in the bank. I don't have a private jet. I don't have I don't have all these things that I thought I wanted. And at the time, I didn't believe it. I thought it was, and he explained why, but I really thought it was kind of mumbo jumbo. Well, I'm here to say that after 30 years, I've come to believe that, and I'm going to share the things that have helped me understand why that's true in many situations. So, and it really it comes down to the fact that our life, my life, your life, is the perfect system for getting the exact results we currently have in our lives. It's the exact. So I'm going to ask you to do a little activity with me. I planned a couple little activities for us to do together. So imagine, I want you to take your hands out like this, and then bring them together and clasp the hands. So your fingers are interlocked. And now notice which thumb is on top. Okay, let's do that one more time. Here we go. Back out and bring them together and clasp the hands. And then we'll do it one more time. Here we go. And fingers together, hands on top. Okay, I'm guessing for most of us, it's the same thumb on top every time. Give me a head nod if that was you as well. All right, so now let's do it. Let's go way back. And this time, before when we bring our hands together, I want you to put the other thumb on top. Okay, here we go and go. Okay, that feels weird to me. Does that feel weird to you? Yep, yeah, totally. And this is just an example of how we get into habits of rituals that exist. I'm going to come back to this, that are the results we have in our life are based on the actions, and it's our thoughts create our emotions, which create our actions. So if we do something the same way, we're going to get the same result, right? And so I'm going to share a little bit of a diagram that I picked up. I would give credit to it if I knew who to give credit to, but I don't. So I'm going to draw two circles here on a piece of paper, and I'll show them to you in just a second. Let's see. You can all see that. So this big circle is your life right now. Everything in your life is right here. This little circle over here is the things you really want, but don't currently have. And what the line represents is our comfort zone. So our comfort zone determines the thoughts and emotions and actions we take on a general, and this is, of course, there's exceptions to certain areas of our life and certain people, but generally as humans, this is how we act. This is all of the things I think, all the things I feel, and all the things I do. You know, psychologists tell us that we have between 90 and 95% of the thoughts that we have every day are repetitive. We think the same. The first time I heard that, I was blown away and had to go back and verify it. And some say like high 80s, some up to high 90s of the thoughts we have every day are repetitive. Our thoughts are on our treadmill, and our thoughts are what create our emotions. I'm not going to go into that today. It's actually in my book because parents need to know that. But then our emotions determine what actions. You know, what if I don't feel like getting out of bed and go to the gym today? You know, am I going to let that emotion, that feeling of lethargy or unmotivated or whatever that, am I going to let that determine my action? So that's just a quick example of something that sometimes a negative emotion will keep us from doing something that we know is valuable for us. So I want you to think for a second, why is it you don't have this thing? You don't need to put it in the chat. This is just for you. Why? Because this is really, really important. Why is it you don't have the thing you want? Whether it's the acting, the career, the financial freedom, the whatever, the child piece is probably the exception to this one, but there might be elements of it that can be optimized. So what is it? Why is it that you don't have the things that you think you really want? Because this is really, this is developing, some of these questions I'm asking you, when I ask clients in certain situations, many of them are asking it for the first time. Some of you maybe have self-reflection built deep into your life, and you've asked yourself these questions a lot. So I invite you to think what's new that I might notice today as I do ask myself this question that wasn't true yesterday or last year when I did this activity. Okay, so what if our thoughts determine our emotions, which ultimately determine our actions, which determine what we have or don't have in our life, our thoughts become really, really important. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about what's helped me in managing the thoughts that ping around in my head. And when I'm working with clients, just as an aside, how important this is, the first part of, if I spend 2 days with a client planning a book, most of the first day, sometimes the entire first day, we're working on just on them before we work on any of the content for the book, so we can access the book, the content that's supposed to be in the book, not just the stuff that pings around in there every day, all day long in the familiar brain. So knowing your brain, one of the most valuable ways that I've come across, and probably one of the most valuable habits, and I'm in full transparency, I'm not doing this right now in my life, but because I'm saying it to you publicly, I'm going to bring this back into, but it's been a super valuable tool for, I did it every day during those 20,000 hours and periods of my life where I've done it very, very religiously. But it has deep value. William Makepeace Thackeray was a contemporary of Charles Dickens. And he said one of the quotes that I think is most valuable about writing. And he said that there's 1,000 things you don't know about yourself until you put pen to paper. There's 1,000 things you don't know about yourself until you put pen to paper. And so what I want to encourage you is the act of journaling. How many of you have some sort of journaling practice in your life right now? And I know there's 3 pages, so I can only see the people on the first page. That's amazing. How many have journaled at some time in the past in your life? Okay, cool. And I'm guessing that there probably was some value if you did it a second day. You know, it's so amazing when I write, when I journal, my brain just becomes more clear. And so I'm going to tell you a story about, I decided to come back when I was first leaving principling and wanted to write books. I told you I'd tell a little story. And I do this in the very first part of the first day with all my clients. And the story goes a little something like this, that when I was a principal and decided, hey, I'm going to leave this career and go do something, I'm going to step out of the boat and into the water and do something brand new that I had no experience in. I thought it was going to be a big bombshell for people. So I remember the morning, my brother and I were out mountain biking in a place in San Diego called Mission Trails Park. And we were in the parking lot and putting our shoes on, mountain biking shoes on. And I wasn't even looking at them. We're just right next to each other. We got, our bikes are all ready. And I said, hey, Will, I'm going to quit principling and write books. And he didn't stop messing with the shoes. He didn't even look up. All he said was, it's about damn time. Like, what do you mean it's about damn time? He said, well, you've been talking about it your whole life. And I 100%, I've told this story hundreds of times. I have zero memory of ever telling anybody in my life that I wanted to write books. I thought it was just a secret passion, desire I had. Same thing when I go to tell my family and my friends, hey, I'm going to leave principling, I'm going to write books. Same answer, it's about damn time. I kid you not, no memories, not one memory. And I kind of had a clue to why that was. I went home to my home office, and above my desk, there's a shelf with about 20 different journals that I've collected and been gifted over the years. Some are leather embossed. One of them had illustrations with some of the early concepts for J.R.R. Tolkien characters. One had a bunch were some letters from an old cowboy artist on the side pages. So I just had this really beautiful collection of journals, and I pulled them down, and all of them had one thing in common. They were all blank, not one word in any of them. And what I became aware of in that moment was that I was afraid that after I died, someone would open one of my journals and say, oh, dude, you couldn't write worth crap. I mean, I'd be dead. I'm dead, and I'm worried what people are saying about me after I'm dead. So I realized that there was this serious critic going on in my mind that was keeping me from writing. I was letting the critic, I was not controlling my brain. My brain was controlling me. That critic was keeping me from all the value of just journal writing, not even writing for a purpose. So at this point, I hand out the journals to the clients, whether I'm doing it one-on-one or retreat, and I make them raise their hand. So I'm going to ask you to take this oath with me. Imagine you're going to pick. Let me tell you what I did first. I never bought a fancy journal. I still to this day have not ever bought a fancy journal for me. I've been gifted a couple. They're blank still. What I do is I go to the 99-cent store and I buy in the school section those like it's like a binder that has a wire spiral down the side of it. And on the front, and I always get superheroes, some kind of superhero. And I open that up and I write, and I don't even leave margin on the side. I just blow away all the convention. All I'm doing is like, I'm just going to put my brain on paper. That's the only reason for this. If I make a mistake, I may cross it out, but I don't go back and rewrite. It just is, I'm just getting my brain onto paper. So to do that, I'm going to give you a little, we're going to have a little agreement here that when you go to work on your journal, I need you to raise your right or your left hand, doesn't matter, or your right foot, doesn't matter, and say, I state my name, promise that I will write crap in my journal. Done. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Because that's everybody, pardon me, I'm going to use a swear word here right now. I'm going to say there's a famous writing coach in the world that coined this phrase, and the entire industry uses it now, is that every time you write something the first time, that first draft, it's called a shitty first draft. And we call it an SFD with the clients. It's so, it doesn't matter who you are, how good you think you are, it's always going to be an SFD of no matter what, of that email, of whatever. So expect that, so you can just turn that little critique in your brain off, say, well, that's not perfect, because you can go back and fix it. That's a different process. But so if our goal is to understand our brain, to find out what the thoughts we're having, so we can become better control of our thoughts, to have better emotions and take better actions to get what we want in life, then we have to be the one in the driver's seat in the brain. So journaling just can look many, many different ways. If we were in person in a smaller group, I would ask some of you, but because I'm sure you have a whole bunch of different journaling practices, and they're all good. You can't screw this up, which is the great thing. And if you are, when I talk about the next journaling suggestion, I'll give you another idea. If you live with people near you that you don't want to read what you're writing, so it can be writing about. It can be journaling about your work. It can be journaling about your relationship. It can be journaling about your career. It can be journaling about your dreams. Please, please, please spend a lot of freaking time thinking about your dreams. Because then that you can get those thoughts, create that. And when you do it, don't just think about it, feel them, feel them. Dr. Joe Dispenza, who's kind of been the latest super popular meditation teacher. It's totally science-based, but he talks about let your life be defined by a vision of the future than the memories instead of the memories of the past. So thinking about that. So the journaling can help you get to that place where you're able to create a vision that you want to hold in your brain and have the really positive feelings about, the emotions create the actions, right? So if you think it and you're allowed to, even if it hasn't happened in the future, feel what it feels like to be achieving that dream. Feel it. What does it sound like? What does it look like? When you can, the brain does not know the difference between something that actually happened and something that hasn't happened. You're just imagining, because think about this. We're really good at taking a situation and making it worse than it actually was. And that's how our brain, so we have a ton of proof of that already in our own life. On the negative side, we just need to learn to leverage that on the positive side. So, and I know there may be questions. If you have questions, please write them down, and I'm going to go a few more things, and then I'll stop and we can do some some Q&A or wherever Deneen wants to take us. I'm happy to go. So the other activity for journaling, I don't know. Do any of you ever wake up with angst? Like, I even this morning woke up with a little bit of a dread feeling, just an emotion of dread. And I know, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling dread right now. Okay. I'm not worried about it. Like, I wonder where that came from. And what I'll do in those situations, but it has value for any situation, is there's a practice that was originated by, I forget the name of the woman. The book is called, she popularized it. She didn't invent it, but she popularized it. It's called, I will look it up. The writers, it's called the practice is called Morning Pages. I'll look it up for you. It's a classic bestseller. I'll find it. Anyway, it comes from that book, and it works. I apologize for that pause. It works like this. It's super simple. You take in the morning before you do anything else, or you want to do it early on before your brain has a chance to chew on any of the things of the day. No emails, no social media, preferably before you're talking with family members. It's called Morning Pages. And what you do is you simply sit down and write, and you have to fill 3 full pages in the journal. And you write whatever comes out of your brain. I am feeling dread because that idiot cut me off yesterday on the freeway. He should go to driving school, hell, blah, blah, whatever, I'm making that. I didn't have those thoughts. What I'm trying to demonstrate is what you do is you write whatever comes into your brain. And you keep the pen moving, just keep it writing. And if you have to write the same sentence again, because your brain is having 1,000 billion, this is not the scientific number, thoughts per second. And so there's plenty of thoughts in there. You just need to pick one out. And the ones that are kind of the loudest is what you want to write down. Write. It can be about anything. And write until those 3 pages are done, and then close it up. Now, for those of you, sometimes you write things in there that scare, that like, or that like, definitely don't want anybody else to read this. What I recommend is to just write it on regular pieces of paper, or tear it out and just pop it in your shredder. You don't even have to read these. These are not meant to read. The goal is not what it does. The magical, The Artist Way is the name of the book, The Artist Way. What this does, it's like emptying the RAM cache of your brain. It takes all that noise that's going on that you don't realize, and it dumps it out. And so now you approach your day with a much greater sense of clarity and peace. It's remarkable. That allows you to get busy. That's you taking control of your brain. So let's take I'm going to do another activity. So go ahead and if you're taking notes, put your pen down for a second. I'm going to time this. I'm going to grab my phone here, and I'm going to give you, when I say go, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to look around the room and notice everything that's brown, as many things as you can. Remember, I'm ready, go. Notice all the brown things wherever you are. Inside, outside, in your car, in your room, outside, wherever. Notice all the brown things, all the brown things. Okay, now close your eyes. And in your mind, I want you to start ticking off all the things you saw that were red. I see some smiles. Okay, open your eyes. How many of you could name a lot of brown things? All right? But how many of you had a little more difficulty naming red things? You probably can name some, especially if you're in a familiar area. And why is that? And I'm going to answer for you because I know you know the answer, is that because I told you to look for the brown, and whatever we tell the brain to look for, it looks for and it finds. There's a part of the brain called the reticular activating system, RAS, and it governs what you notice, because our brains we are creatures of deletion. We have so much data coming in all the time that we're deleting most of the information coming in, and our brain does the deleting on our behalf if we don't take control of that. So, I mean, the example is, have you ever been like looking for your keys, and they're all over the place? Finally, you realize, oh, they're right in front of me, or whatever that might have been. I do that more than I wish to admit, but that activity, why does that happen? Is that our experience is filtered by our biases and our beliefs, and and if I'm saying, oh, I can't find the keys, your brain's saying, all right, we aren't going to find the keys then. So it becomes really important as we pursue those things that it probably works every direction, right? I'm kidding. As we're pursuing those things that we want, that we don't have, the more that we can control our focus and our brain, and things like journaling are a very good way to do that. And the next step towards getting that stuff that you don't have, that I found very helpful for me, is doing hard stuff. Doing hard stuff, because this stuff right in here this is the comfort zone. This is all the stuff you do already. You're comfortable with everything you do in your life on a daily basis. It's a system. It's a perfectly designed system to give you the results you have right now. So my question to you right now is, what's something like, so at the very least, I take cold showers every day. And I love doing cold plunges. These are some ideas of physically hard things. The beauty of doing physically hard things when they're medically appropriate is that it trains our brains to, oh yeah, I'm going to do something I don't want to do. And when I first started doing cold showers, I would start with the hot water and then turn the cold off till I got used to, like, okay, this is going to suck. And I go in there. But it's trained me to know, okay, brain, you're not in charge. Just because you say you don't want to do something doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. So what I'd like you to think about for a moment for yourself right now is, what's something that is scary that you know would be beneficial to do right now? Like, is there an action specifically towards this goal of the thing you want? Is there something you've been avoiding? Is there something you've been putting off? I do this all the time. Totally guilty of this. And when I notice that, sometimes if I'm having real trouble, here's my little hack is I'll call a buddy and say, look, hey, I need some accountability. I want to have this done by this week. And I want you to, give me grief if I don't get it done. Because sometimes I'll just I have a big giant, I don't want to, that big I don't want to gets in the way. So think about, because I know whatever you're pursuing, there's going to be scary steps in there. There's going to be hard steps, right? Otherwise, your life is perfect. If your life is you're content right here, you would not be on this call. You are all people who are pursuing more. You're seekers, you're learners, you're willing to grow. Most of society lives here. They aren't willing to take the time to hop on a Zoom call with Deneen and make some new distinctions to try and alter their experience to create a new outcome for their life. You guys are a set of high achievers, and I guess I want to give you that. You have earned my respect just by being here, and I'm super grateful to be able to share with people who want to be in the room. I'll go all day long for people who want to be in the room. So you have my respect. So that's a scary thing. There's a very seldom talked about other side of the coin. The scary thing is the boring thing, the boring stuff. And that's what I often struggle with most, is doing the boring stuff, because the boring stuff isn't fun, especially if you're a creative, which I imagine all of you are. The boring. So this is just for you. Don't put it in the chat. What are some boring things you know? And that might be doing the same thing. Maybe it's making so many calls a day, or writing so many emails, or doing this research on whatever it is. It's the boring stuff that really, it's not just the scary stuff. It's the boring stuff that really separates the achievers from the non-achievers in every area of life, right? You've heard it said that successful people do the things that unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. Most of that is boring stuff. It's not crazy hard stuff. So I invite you to look at the difficult things. And I'll try and think of what a difficult thing I'm working on for me right now to share with you. And the boring things. And the boring things that I have to do is I have people to help me on the bookkeeping side, because I hate doing that stuff. It has to be done for business, right? But so the way I've been able to do it was get other people involved, either for accountability or to shore up my weaknesses. I wish I could ask for questions. I'm going to do 3 more things, and then I'm going to turn it back to Deneen. The thing that I wish someone had told me, my dad was a Stanford PhD. Both of my parents passed away of Alzheimer's during COVID, and that's partly why I'm going on this nomadic journey, nomadic year. but my dad grew up in abject poverty, on the wrong side of the tracks, but ended up becoming a school principal, superintendent, and Stanford PhD, super achieving. And part of his operating system from out of he literally was the epitome of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. I mean, all the emotional and physical abuse he had as a kid was unbelievable. I don't know how someone, but what he didn't get great at, unfortunately, amazing life, was accepting failure. And what I've learned is that as a business guy, all my best learnings, my growth curve always has gone the steepest when I failed. And so the axiom would be embrace failure. Just absolutely become friends with failure. Pursue failure. If you're not failing, you're not trying enough hard stuff, right? I'm a good friend of mine. His name's Jesse Itzler. He has a wife who her name is Sarah Blakely. You may have heard of, and she's from Spanx, and she tells us the story that at her dinner table growing up, incidentally, there's someone who pursued mindset deeply. That's what she accredits. You know, she's became the youngest billionaire, I think, woman billionaire just starting from scratch in America. But I love this story she tells. They're sitting around the dinner table as kids, and every Friday, her dad would ask her, "So, how did you guys fail this week? How'd you guys fail this week?" I mean, of course, it was set up for the context. It was they didn't, you know, so they knew why he was asking, and what he wanted to do was normalize failure. That, hey, failure is going to happen, and what did you try this week that you and maybe it's the same thing every week, and you're still trying it. So I really want you to, if you're anything like me, if you had an upbringing like I did, where failure was not an option, where failure was looked down upon, failure was considered a weakness. And I come from I was a principal at schools where we raised test scores where that was not seemingly possible. I was taught instructional design at the graduate level to teachers getting their national board certification. And the thing, if I could change one thing about education, it would be a way for us to figure out, I mean, it's a big thing to change, but to embrace failure. That, hey, let's fail all over the place, because it's the fear of failure that keeps you from doing the things that the world needs. When I just got on, Deneen was sharing about how God's gifted you to do something special in the world that only you can do. And if fear keeps you from doing that, that person doesn't get helped. So fail fast. Two more quick things. The thoughts create our emotions, what create our actions. Here's the super hack thought. And maybe if you take just one thing away that will radically impact your life, that I can guarantee, it would be this from this call. And I've done a ton of personal development. I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in helping me be better as a person and as a businessman. And the thing, if I was to pull the one thread that everybody said was, oh, and this is valuable, don't skip this. It's going to seem to you like eating broccoli. You know, it's just going to seem that simple and like, oh yeah, I heard it before, but I guarantee you, it's the most powerful thing you can do, and that's gratitude. And it's not just gratitude; it's the feeling of gratitude, and believe it. So what I do, I have I'm gonna run away and grab a book out of my backpack.
Are you guys learning so much right now? Because you should be, because I know I am.
Okay, so this is, you've all seen these books, right? These are not the ones I journal in, but I have probably 10 of these going at any one time. Yes. These are 99 cents at the 99-cent store. And I always buy them, and I'll keep a couple spares to give to people who are, hey, why don't you start journaling? Okay, here's a journal. Boom. It's 99 freaking cents. And this one is actually what I record the notes from the calls that I'm making. So what I do though, I have one that's called gratitude. And in the morning, as part of this flows in and out of my practice. This has 25 lines on it, on each page, right? So I write 25 things that I'm grateful for. For me, I'm super socially oriented. So usually 20 of the things I'm grateful for are people in my life that just show up in my brain. That's not but sometimes and what happens is, I think this is like the secret. I don't know if this is the way God designed it or the universe designed it, but this is the secret operating system for the universe, that when you demonstrate contentment for what you already have, you get more. When you rebel against it, I'll put it in first person. When I am grateful for the things that I have in my life, the good and the bad, more of the good stuff comes easily. When I rebel against it, why is this happening to me? Damn it, this is not fair. And I get that way, it doesn't come. A lot of journals will say, hey, write 3 things that you're grateful for in the morning before you start planning your day, or write down 5 things before you go to bed as you're falling asleep, 5 things that you were grateful for from the day. It's important to acknowledge them. The up level of that is actually to feel the gratitude, even when you don't want to. Actually, feel like, oh, I get to breathe free oxygen right now. I'm the only one in the office today, and I love that. I just get so much done. Especially, I don't know if Denise and I was supposed to respond to you yesterday. I think I had emergency root canal yesterday. That kind of took up that took my day off of Denise.
That'll do it.
So I'm grateful that that's fixed. I'm literally grateful that that's fixed. So gratitude, put it in all caps. And, it's the kind of thing that you can do. There's no law that limits the amount of gratitude you can have in your life. No, you've already been grateful 3 times today. No more. You could be sitting in the line at Starbucks and like, what am I grateful for this morning so far? My kids, or whatever the thing is. The more you can build gratitude in, the easier, whatever, all the other stuff I've talked to you about, all the stuff Denise talked about, all the other stuff gets easier when you build gratitude into your life. And I'm going to stop right there. I have one more thing we can come back to later if you want, but that was a whole heck of a lot. I'm grateful for you guys to sit there and listen, and I'm open to questions, Denise.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. We're grateful for you being here today. And you know what? I'm big on journaling gratitude. I love that you're like, no, you know what? I have 25 lines. I want to be grateful for 25 things, because you know what? That's a muscle that we all practice. And the thing I love that I'm going to add to, or I'm going to highlight that you said, is you have to feel the gratitude. How many of you have ever journaled gratitude? Oh, grateful to be alive. I'm grateful I'm here. I'm grateful for my job. Grateful. Like, you have to feel, and like, there's such transformation in practicing that every day. And I love that so much. So thank you so much for all of the nuggets that you dropped. I want to be cognizant of your time too, especially with a root canal. I had a root canal a couple months ago. Oh Lord Jesus. I was like, I thought I was going to die. And I worked in the dental industry. I used to, come on, you could do this. This is going to be great for you. It's going to help take away your pain. Like, some things you don't know until you experience them.
And I appreciate the gratitude in the chat. I'm now looking at it for the rest. You guys are amazing. This is helping people to do anything better juices me more than anything. So I'm sending you all much love, and if I can support in any way, please reach out.
We definitely thank you so much, Jim. I really appreciate. And you know what else I'm grateful for? I'm grateful for that we were at that dinner table last week, and we had the opportunity to get to know each other, which brought you right here. So thank you so much for, okay, so let me tell you guys a story about Jim. So he was in San Diego. He got a call in the morning. Hey, I need you to come to Las Vegas. And you know what he did? He jumped in his car and he made the trek, which is not a short trek, by the way. It's like 6 hours. Okay. So he jumped in his car so that he could go to dinner because one of his friends asked him to do that, which led him to going to an event the next day, which led to him being here today. So I want you, the theme of the day has been action, take action. What are you willing to do? Are you willing to jump in a car, to drive 6 hours, last minute notice, find a hotel so that you can give back to people? Is that something you're willing to do? Because that's the reason that Jim is sitting here, is because that he took action. He did that. And Jim, I'm so grateful to you. I'm so grateful to Don for inviting you, because our lives are all richer because you showed up. So thank you so much. And I can't wait to come visit you in one of the 12 cities where you're going to be. I'm still voting for that one, but I know that's not really on your list.
We'll see. It's gonna happen. Hey, much love to you guys. Have an amazing day. Bye for now.
Thank you so much. Bye. Awesome. Okay, guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome has today been? How awesome has today, like today has been so tremendous. And I want you guys to think about, where were you when our day started today? Where were you when our day started today? Like, did you have the knowledge? Did you know how much you needed a mentor? Maybe you knew you needed one, but now do you understand the importance of having the right mentor? Not just any mentor. You need the right mentor in your life. How many of you are so excited about modeling, right? How many of you are like, okay, you know what? I may not be a high fashion model, but you know what? I got the gift of gab and I can earn money being a promotional model. Thank God for that, right? Yeah, we knew we needed something, right? I'm always focused, was so ready for this. That's awesome, Coda. I love that. How many of you are encouraged by the success stories that we share today? The thing I love about our success stories is this. First of all, I'm looking for more success stories. So if you want to be my next success story, type me in the comments. Don't tell all my other success stories, but I'm looking for new ones. I'm always looking for new ones. You know why? Because a rising tide raises all ships. A rising tide raises all ships. As one of us rises, we all rise. That's why we love to share success stories. It's not to brag. It's not to make you feel like, oh my God, that's not me. No, the reason that we share those stories is because a rising tide raises all ships. As one of us rises, we all rise, because you know what? We're all a community now. We talked about financing your life, your dream, and your vision. How many of you are inspired to take control of your finances? The thing I love that I heard Anissa say that really blew my mind was she had to fire people because they weren't raising to the same level as her. How many of you are ready to fire yourself because you want to keep rising? I want to fire that old version of myself, that that started this call this morning. She's fired. The new Denise 2.0 is here. And this is just day one. We're just laying the foundation. How many of you feel that? How many of you are firing that person who showed up today? Because, you know, you're like, thank you for your service. You are amazing. But you know what? It's a new day. If you feel like it's a new day, type "it's a new day" in the comments. You also had the opportunity to hear from a multi-Emmy nominated actor. How many of you would love to say, I acted with John Lithgow, I acted with Denzel Washington, I acted with Will Smith, I acted with like all these amazing people? As I was sitting there listening, I was like, whoa, like, thank God I didn't remember all of that when I met him 2 weeks ago, because I probably would have been like that picture that Alicia showed you, whew, I would have been even scared, more frightened. But you know what the thing is? Mark Christopher Lawrence showed up for you because he knows what it's like to be where you are. He knows what it's like to be starting. He knows what it's like to want to go higher and higher and higher, because he's always elevating himself. You guys had the opportunity to learn about script analysis. I cannot wait for all of you to be performing monologues. I can't wait for you guys to be auditioning for Mark Christopher Lawrence, because I know now that whatever script we give you, you're going to be able to break it down because you are listening to Mike and you were taking notes, and all that. Even if you weren't, all that information's right in here. You're going to be a better actor and model for having been here today. I'm so excited for that. And Jim House, come on now. Where do we even start? Where do we even start with the knowledge that you just got from him? How many of you are going to take what you learned and start taking action? How many of you are going to go out and buy a 99-cent notebook tonight and start writing 25 things you're grateful for, and not just, oh my God, I'm grateful because I'm on this boot camp, but oh my gosh, I am so grateful that I'm on this boot camp. I am so grateful that I learned this. I am so grateful that Roxanne Wilson is sitting right there in the middle with her bright smile lighting up the whole world. I am so grateful. don't just be grateful, but feel it in every fiber of your being. Because I can attest to you guys that when you truly live in gratitude, you get more of what you want. It's like, it's paradoxical. It's like, so all I have to do is be grateful for this, and then I get this. It's a biblical principle. If you're, to whom much is given, much is required, right? To whom much is given, much is required. But if you're grateful for the small things, you will get even more. It's a biblical principle. How many of you are available for that today? If you're available for that, type I'm available. Type I'm available. And what I want to do is I want to leave you guys, like, we gave you so much information. You guys learned so much. You have grown so much today. Today is the foundation day. Like Alicia said, we cleared out the forest today. How many of you feel like you can see clearly now? I'm not going to sing, although I want to. How many of you feel like you can see even more clearly what's in your future, where you want to go, what you're ready to do? So if you feel that way, this is what I want you to do. I'm going to take you through an exercise that transforms me every time. Every time we do this, it transforms me. And I want to take you guys through this exercise, okay? So what I want you to do right now, and we'll be finished probably in a little bit. We'll be finished when we're finished. But this is what I want to do. I want you guys to close your eyes. I want each and every one of you to close your eyes.